Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Hidden title. The solution was simple, just control the Do Chi itself and break through this wisp flame of fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame would refine and solidify the Do Chi, a process that would deplete the wisp flame energy, and as long as he broke through it with enough Do Chi, this wisp flame would immediately disappear. However, Xiao Ming didn't do this. This was because he had a faster form. With a flick of his mind, he commanded the spirit within the Qi spiral to quickly rush towards the wisp flame, and with a sudden suction, the wisp of shapeless flame was devoured by the spirit. Xiao Ming was a bit disappointed when he felt that the spirit did not seem to have grown much after swallowing the wisp flame. Indeed, although this wisp flame is indeed the split flame of the fallen heart flame, the energy it contains is too scarce and is no longer useful to the spirit that has devoured a heavenly flame. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. In the middle of the softly lit ancient tower, Xiao Ming's movements were noticed by the students who had been surrounding him and whispering softly to each other. He hasn't even been here for a minute, how come he opened his eyes? He couldn't have regained consciousness on his own with the heart flame burning him. Ignoring these shocked students, Xiao Ming directly entered the deepest part of the tower. Make way, Elder Lu is coming this way. Shortly after Xiao Ming left, an alarming voice was suddenly heard sounding from outside the crowd. In this blazing sky Qi refining tower, the elders of the various levels of the tower had the highest status. Anyone who offended them here would have a hard time, and they could use their position to hinder them, leaving the person who offended them crying without tears. As the crowd parted, a plainly dressed old man slowly entered. His smiling gaze swept the room, but he did not find the supposed new student. This couldn't help but make his brow furrow, thinking he had been tricked. But he was in no hurry to be angry but turned to the student who had called him and said, "What's the situation, and where's the new student who was burned by heart flame that you spoke of?" "This? I don't know." That student looked at the entrance and Xiao Ming had disappeared, a bit dumbfounded. How could he know where the new student had gone? He was clearly there a moment ago. At that moment, someone beside him relieved him. "Elder Lu, that new student has already entered the tower." "Entered the tower?" Elder Lu was confused. Isn't he a new student? How did he break free from the heart flame's temper? Couldn't it be that he knows how to consume the heart flame? But consuming the heart flame isn't that fast. It would take at least 10 minutes. Puzzled, Elder Lu asked again, how long was he at the entrance? Xiao Ming stayed for about a minute, I think. 1 minute. Wait, that new student is Xiao Ming. Yes, I saw his battle with Wu Tao and the others yesterday, I can't be wrong, is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong, this kid has always been a monster, if it's him, breaking free from the heart flame doesn't seem impossible. Elder Lu let out a light laugh and said. The Jianan Academy elders, looking at their white hair and beards, it was known that they must have been at Jianan Academy for quite a few years. There were many outer and inner academy elders, and they all knew each other, and Elder Huo, Xiao Ming's teacher, was also the head of the alchemy department, a fifth-tier alchemist. Therefore, Elder Lu naturally also knew Elder Huo. Besides the fire energy hunting competition in which Xiao Ming stole all the senior students, Xiao Ming's great name has been heard like thunder for a long time. It was Xiao Ming's first time entering the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, which was buried deep in the earth and only exposed a section of the tower. The area inside the tower was so spacious that it was unexpected for Xiao Ming. While walking along the road, Xiao Ming discovered that the space inside the tower on the first level was enough for 500 people to cultivate at the same time. In the space inside the tower, which was laid out in a circular shape, there were cultivation rooms of different sizes, but at that time, most of these cultivation rooms were already occupied by people. In addition, above the entrance of these rooms, there were some small red posters hanging, but the words written on the posters were different. Xiao Ming stopped and looked at it. It turned out that on these small red posters were written words representing 3 levels, high level, intermediate level, and low level, so he thought that the levels of the cultivation rooms of Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower were different. As he slowly walked from east to south, Xiao Ming found that all the high-level cultivation halls were near the center of the tower, while, on its periphery, there were intermediate-level cultivation halls and low-level cultivation halls on the farthest periphery. Looking at these cultivation halls, Xiao Ming inwardly said, "The fire energy expended in this first level is the same, however, the Academy is dividing the levels of the cultivation halls here, in order for them to compete for good cultivation rooms. There are probably quite a few fights here every day." As he paced, Xiao Ming's footsteps stopped as he realized that he had arrived at the central place of the tower. Is this the fire pit leading to the bottom? Contemplating the bottomless black hole that appeared in front of him, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, looking around as if no one was there. Curiosity got the better of him and he slowly advanced 2 steps to the edge of the black hole and carefully looked down. It was dark and shadowy, stretching to the end of his line of sight. The eerie darkness, with almost no light, caused a slight feeling of vertigo in his head. "Can't I see anything?" "I see, fallen heart flame is invisible and intangible, so it is really impossible to see it with the naked eye. Maybe I should try using a heavenly flame." Xiao Ming's eyes stared into the deep darkness, and after a long time, the red flames inside his body surged into his eyes, and instantly, his coal-black pupils transformed into dark red pupils. As the flames emerged in his pupils, the endless darkness below began to fade in an extremely strange manner. However, as the darkness grew dimmer and dimmer, Xiao Ming's vision was no longer empty. Under the gaze of those red eyes, in the endless darkness, loomed a huge, invisible fire python which was shockingly over 10 meters thick and had an unknown length. As if sensing Xiao Ming's gaze, the fire python raised its head fiercely, and its eyes, which were bigger than a flashlight, met Xiao Ming's. "Oh no, I shouldn't have been carried away by curiosity, now it seems I've caused some trouble." Realizing that something was wrong, Xiao Ming dodged and retreated a dozen meters away. Just as Xiao Ming retreated, the huge invisible fire python appeared at the entrance of the fire pit. The fire python's entire body was engulfed in somewhat distorted flames, and its gigantic mouth was wide open, with fangs as thick as an adult's thighs burning in twisted waves. Feeling the intensity of the fire in the fire python's body, Xiao Ming felt that even if it was a Do Emperor powerhouse that was touched by it, he feared that they would be turned into ashes in a matter of seconds. With a furious roar, the fire python shot out of the darkness, but just as it was about to reach a position 5 meters above the deep black hole, the surrounding space fluctuated violently. With the help of the 10,000 beast flame, Xiao Ming could faintly notice that it seemed that at this moment, the space around the black hole was strangely distorted to construct a spatial cage. Although the invisible fire python was very powerful, when it hit the spatial cage, it only caused the cage to fluctuate for a while but had no other effect. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking through, the fire python went berserk, and invisible flames shot out of its huge mouth, burning the space cage continuously, but unfortunately, no matter how much it burned, the space cage still stood firm. After struggling frantically for a long time, the invisible fire python finally exhausted itself and let out a hiss of rage from the sky. As the fire python disappeared, the space cage gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. "The fire spirit of this fallen heart flame is really violent, I must not approach without the strength of a Do Emperor. Xiao Yan died once when he devoured it, he can revive, I don't have that ability." Wiping the sweat from his head, Xiao Ming said in a low voice. "Child, what are you doing here?" A clear, childish girl's voice suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Ming. From the sound of this voice, the person must be 2 or 3 meters behind Xiao Ming. Title: Fire Python, Zai Yan appears. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Zai Yan. The sudden voice behind him caused Xiao Ming, who was immersed in the violent attitude of Fallen Heart Flame's fire spirit flame a moment ago, to be violently startled, and for a moment, he really didn't notice anything special about the voice. When this person approached me, with my soul power perception, I actually didn't notice a single hint. Xiao Ming's soul perception had never been weak, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Startled, Xiao Ming turned around as if he had been struck by electricity, and looked back with a slight trace of horror. When Xiao Ming saw the owner of the voice beside him, the surprise disappeared from his face and was replaced by a stunned look. Behind him appeared a girl dressed in white who was slightly taller than him. The girl looked to be between 12 and 13 years old. Her pale purple hair was tied in pigtails that reached her waist and her face was very soft. The girl's appearance was beautiful, white and clear, and her pair of watery purple eyes sparkled before Xiao Ming. She seemed to have a demonic strength that made the shock in Xiao Ming's heart gradually disappear. There was no second person in the inner academy who looked like that, who could get within 10 feet of him without him noticing. Who else besides Ziyi Yan? However, running into her so soon was really out of Xiao Ming's expectations. "Child, what were you doing?" Seeing that Xiao Ming did not respond to her words, but kept looking at her, Ziyi Yan asked once more. "Child." Hearing what Ziyi Yan called him, Xiao Ming's face turned strange as he repeated it in a low voice. Although it was true that he was physically a child, few people had called him that directly since his talent was revealed. Ziyi Yan did not look much older than him physically, and if one were to go by mental age, he was much older than her. Being called by Ziyi Yan in this way, Xiao Ming always had a strange feeling inside. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but whenever she uttered the word child, Xiao Ming always seemed to see a look of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, who else is here beside you? Quickly tell me what you are doing here." Ziyi Yan heard Xiao Ming's whispered voice and said softly. "I haven't done anything." Seeing Ziyi Yan so insistent on asking what he was doing here, Xiao Ming blinked and chose to tell a wide-eyed lie. "You can't fool me, that big guy just now was released by you, right?" "Humph, I've seen your every move." "You've seen it and you're still asking? And my name is Xiao Ming, don't call me child." At that moment, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. "You're only this big, of course you're a child." Although Ziyi Yan seemed to be obsessed with that word, she did not continue to say it. "Looking at you, you must be someone who just entered the blazing Sky Chi refining tower. You don't know that it's not allowed to go near here, right? Promise me one thing and I won't tell the elders." "What is it?" Although he knew that the likelihood of him informing the elders was small and she was only looking to scare him, Xiao Ming was still curious and asked. "Be my younger brother?" Several question marks appeared in Xiao Ming's head. Why did she want to take me as a younger brother? It didn't seem like this was beneficial to her. What is her motive? Seeming to know Xiao Ming's confusion, Ziyi Yan said immediately afterwards. "I see that you have this kind of strength at this age, and you have the aura of a magical beast in your body, so you must also be a magical beast that has had the bad luck to devour the body transformation grass. Although I don't know why your aura is so weak, but if you follow me, I can protect you in the inner academy," Ziyi Yan said, waving her arm rather proudly. "Magical beast aura." Xiao Ming looked at her in bewilderment. Magic beast aura couldn't possibly refer to the 10,000 beast flame, could it? The 10,000 beast flame was a flame condensed from the soul and blood of 10,000 beasts, and would indeed emit an aura similar to that of a magical beast. Just now it should have been felt by Ziyi Yan when he mobilized the 10,000 beast flame. It was normal for Ziyi Yan to be confused for a short period of time, as she had never seen the 10,000 beast flame. Because of this smell, Ziyi Yan thought that he was a magical beast that had swallowed the body transformation grass, just like her, and so she wanted to take him as her younger brother. In fact, it was similar to what Xiao Ming thought. Ever since Ziyi Yan had been brought to the inner academy by First Elder Sujian, she had been surrounded by humans, and because of Ziyi Yan's usual behavior, all the students were very afraid of her, and had given her the title of Brute Force Queen. Before she transformed, the magical beasts in the forest often bullied her, and she used to rob other magical beasts of their treasures, so her relationship with them was not good. After the first elder adopted her, he also did not know what to do with Xiaoyan because he basically had no experience in raising children. All this made Xiaoyan not even have a person to communicate with, and she felt very lonely. Now that she had suddenly met someone who she suspected was in a similar situation to her, her interest immediately increased, so she proposed to take Xiao Ming as her younger brother. Xiaoyan wanted to have a younger brother, but Xiao Ming had no intention of being his younger brother. Thinking calmly, he immediately refused and said, "I don't want to, I am not a magical beast." "You're not a magical beast, then why do you have the aura of a magical beast in you? Hey, why did it suddenly disappear?" Xiaoyan was about to retort but suddenly realized that the aura she had just caught had disappeared. She hurriedly ran to Xiao Ming's side and sniffed him. "It's really gone." Xiaoyan was a little disappointed and was about to say something when an old voice sounded from the side. "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know not to go near the center of the tower?" Xiao Ming and Xiaoyan turned their heads at the same time and discovered that it was an old man with white hair and a beard who was looking at the two of them. This person was none other than Elder Lu from before. Upon being discovered, although Xiao Ming did not know Elder Liu's name, he also knew that this must be the elder in charge of guarding the tower. Immediately, he offered an apology. "Sorry, this elder, my name is Xiao Ming, I am a new student this year, and I don't know the rules of the tower." Feeling that she had failed in her judgment, Xiaoyan was in a bad mood, and now Elder Lu came to bother her. She immediately bared her teeth and said, "You geezer, you are full of foolishness, shout again and see if I don't beat you up." Elder Lu, who was initially pleased with Xiao Ming's attitude of admitting his mistakes and wanted to say something to him, could not help but twist the corners of his mouth when he heard her say that. Although he was angry, Elder Lu, who had long known Xiaoyan's horror, did not want to irritate her. He could only say in a leisurely voice, "It's not like there are heavenly treasures in this place, what is little grand aunt doing around here? Can't I just stroll around?" Although Xiao Ming said that he was not a magical beast and did not want to be her younger brother, Xiaoyan did not mention what she had just seen. After saying this, Xiaoyan turned around and left, dragging Xiao Ming who was beside her in the process. This strength! Worthy of being an ancient void dragon. Being dragged away by Xiaoyan, Xiao Ming tried to resist a bit, but it didn't seem to have any effect on her. In the end, he was only able to walk out of the center of the first level of the tower with Xiaoyan under Elder Liu's gaze. "Brat, you brought it on yourself." Chapter 73, Chapter 73, How about being friends? What do you want? Xiao Ming looked at the girl in white in front of him with some helplessness. After leaving the center of the tower a moment ago, he originally thought that Xiaoyan would let him go, but he didn't expect her to directly grab his arm, without any intention of letting him go. With Xiaoyan's physical strength, even if Xiao Ming's rise of twin spirits had tempered his physical body to the point where it was comparable to that of a third-rank magical beast, it still wasn't enough. So Xiao Ming had no choice but to ask her about her intentions. "You said that you are not a magical beast, so how come your body strength is so strong? Do you have something that hides your aura and you were lying to me just now?" asked Xiaoyan with dissatisfaction as her eyes locked onto Xiao Ming. When she pulled Xiao Ming just now, it was naturally impossible for her not to notice how strongly he was resisting. She realized that although Xiao Ming's physical strength was nowhere near her own, he was already stronger than many third-rank magical beasts with a weaker body. How could a human's body be so strong at such a young age? Do you want to trick me? No way. I will take you as my younger brother today. Xiaoyan thought inwardly with a sense of satisfaction. Xiao Ming looked at Xiaoyan, who was smiling smugly in front of him, as if his lies had already been exposed by her, and did not know what to say. Wasn't it easier to directly use the 10,000 beast flame to prove it? It was, however, there would be a mutual reaction between the heavenly flames, and it seemed a bit wrong to wake up the fallen heart flame when he had just done it a moment ago. In the end, Xiao Ming could only sigh and said helplessly, even if you're right and I'm a magical beast, there's no way I could be your younger brother. In Ziyan's eyes, Xiao Ming was just a child younger than her, and at this moment, she saw that he was acting as if an adult didn't know what to do with a child. She, who had already put herself in the position of an elder sister from the beginning, felt that her majesty was being challenged. So, she put on her most serious look and said, "Well, you finally admit that you are a magical beast, and the one with the biggest fist in the world of magical beasts is the eldest. Humph, if you don't listen to me, I will eat you." At this moment, Ziyan looked very serious, as if she was really going to eat Xiao Ming, but seeing her small body, Xiao Ming wanted to laugh. Luckily, he restrained himself in the end, and with a soft cough, Xiao Ming spoke. "Actually, we can be friends, no need to get all elder sister and younger brother. How about this, each of us takes a step back. I know that magical beasts will eat medicinal herbs to increase their strength, but herbs are bitter and very tasteless. I can help you refine those herbs into delicious pills. In return, you protect me in the inner academy, is that okay with you?" At this moment, Xiao Ming didn't explain further whether he was a human or a magical beast. As long as Ziyan agreed, it wouldn't be long before she found out that he was human. "This. Can you really refine herbs into delicious pills? You're not trying to trick me with my herbs and eat them yourself, are you?" Ziyan was a bit skeptical, but Xiao Ming's proposal cheered her up. She had long been fed up with the strange taste of those herbs, but in order to improve her strength and grow up quickly, she couldn't help but eat those things. So this proposal Xiao Ming had put forward was too tempting for her. After struggling for a while between having a younger brother or having the herbs become tasty pills, in the end, Ziyan still favored having the herbs be tastier. "Then do as you say, but if you don't know how to refine or if the pills you refine are not tasty, you will have to continue to be my younger brother." Knowing how to refine pills basically meant being an alchemist, and yet Ziyan did not seem to have given up her intention to take him as a younger brother. Xiao Ming did not know what Ziyan was thinking. But he still agreed to do it, although refining pills was an extremely tedious job. If one simply refined a medicinal herb into a pill form and added a few ingredients to make it tasty, it wouldn't take much effort. Ziyan finally left. She said she would go get herbs and come back with Xiao Ming tomorrow to make a tasty pill. Xiao Ming didn't know if she was going to get the herbs from the herb warehouse, or if she was going to find them herself in the deep forest. But from her tone of voice, it was certain that she would definitely come to him tomorrow. Xiao Min thought that the first possibility has the highest probability. He gave a second of silence to the elders who were taking care of the herb warehouse. Then Xiao Ming put this matter behind him and walked around the blazing sky-chi refining tower again. This time, Xiao Ming was not wandering blindly but wanted to find a room and test the effects of the blazing sky-chi refining tower. After going through the first level, Xiao Ming discovered that all the high-level cultivation rooms had been occupied. Due to this situation, Xiao Ming casually encountered an unfortunate guy who occupied a high-level cultivation room, and after a friendly sparring session, Xiao Ming obtained the right to use his cultivation room. Amidst the astonished looks of the spectators, Xiao Ming entered the room he had won. When his feet landed on the ground, a faint cold air rose along his palms from the stone slab, causing a cooling sensation throughout Xiao Ming's body. Speaking of which, I hadn't realized just now, this blazing sky-chi refining tower seems to be made of cold attribute materials. To be able to hold up for so long under the abrasion of fallen heart flame's mature body, even with the maintenance of the grand formation, this material is very extraordinary. A thought quickly occurred to him as he ran his fingertips along the wall, feeling the coldness on his fingertips that was completely different from the hot, dry air. With that, he closed the door he had opened upon entering, and Xiao Ming carefully inspected the surroundings of the cultivation room. This cultivation room was for only one person to cultivate, and in the center of the room was a black stone platform that would only fit 2 people sitting on the ground, with the platform about 5 centimeters high above the ground. The black stone area in the center must be the cultivation area, and this protruding slot must be where the fire crystal card needs to be inserted. Walking towards the black stone platform, Xiao Ming's palm carefully touched the black platform. A faint warmth came along his fingertips, and under this strange warmth, it seemed that the flow speed of dou qi in his body became a little more active. Without wasting any time, Xiao Ming jumped up and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Feeling the heat growing more and more intense, Xiao Ming exhaled a long sigh and snapped his finger. A green-colored fire crystal card appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, a small click was heard and the green-colored crystal card was accurately inserted into the slot. A faint light shot out from the slot, and with the appearance of the light, Xiao Ming clearly saw that the number on his green-colored crystal card was immediately reduced by 1. Obviously, this should have been a deduction from a day's cultivation, which was a fire energy. Soon after the fire energy was deducted, Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes and formed a cultivation seal with both hands, his body as still as an old monk in meditation. In the silence and stillness of his mind, only the long, steady sound of his heartbeat slowly echoed. After entering the cultivation state, Xiao Ming's sense of the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth became more and more sensitive, and he could feel the amazingly rich and fiery energy in this cultivation hall. When cultivating in such a place, those who practiced dou techniques of fire attributes would undoubtedly achieve more remarkable results than others. As his mind became quieter and quieter, a low and subtle sound suddenly rang out, and a seemingly invisible wisp of shapeless flame appeared without any warning not far from Xiao Ming's heart, with a faint wisp of heat slowly emanating, roasting the inside of Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming stared at this flame. The current flame was undoubtedly more majestic than the one he had encountered at the entrance, so he thought that it was due to this high-level cultivation room. This time, Xiao Ming did not let the spirit out. The spirit could not grow by devouring this kind of wisp flame. Swallowing it would only be a waste of time. A/N, finally, the debut of the Dragon Loli, what impression did she give you? Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Flying Cloud Wings. Xiao Ming's mind moved, and the diamond-shaped dou crystal located on the cyclone suddenly emitted a faint light. Immediately, a strong stream of dou qi shot out from it like a gate. The dou qi flew through the meridians and finally, under the guidance of Xiao Ming's mind, arrived at the place where the fallen heart flame emitted a high temperature and projected its wisp of flame. With a slight movement of his mind, the dou qi that had been waiting for this moment immediately rushed down, and the red dou qi poured directly into the invisible flame. The moment that dou qi entered the invisible flame, Xiao Ming could clearly feel that the latter had become much hotter at this moment. The dou qi entering the flame was also like boiling water, as something was constantly being expelled and stripped away due to the high temperature. This boiling did not last long before the sliver of dou qi managed to come out of the flame. The dou qi that had emerged from the flame was almost twice as large as before, and the energy it contained was much more potent and compact than before. Clearly, it had been successfully tempered by the invisible flame. After the first strand of dou qi had been successfully tempered, it was guided by Xiao Ming's mind to once again cycle along its meridians, and then it was poured into the dou crystal. At that time, the light on the surface of the dou crystal again increased slightly. Seeing this change in the dou crystal, a touch of joy immediately surged in Xiao Ming's heart. This fallen heart flame was truly worthy of being a cultivation accelerator, and this kind of effect would make everyone's eyes turn red with envy. With the success of his first tempering, Xiao Ming accelerated his movements. As his mind fluctuated, wisps of dou qi were continuously drawn from the dou crystal, then rushed along its meridians, then traveled through the flames, and finally returned to the dou crystal again. The spacious cultivation room was enveloped in a faint layer of invisible fluctuations. A faint white mist rose at the top of Xiao Ming's head, then gradually faded away until it finally transformed into nothingness and disappeared. The cultivation time passed silently like water flowing through the fingers. When the sound of an ancient bell resounded on the tower floor at some point, Xiao Ming, who had his eyes tightly closed in the cultivation room, suddenly opened his eyes, and a dim light flickered in his pupils. He deeply exhaled the cloudy qi he had been holding in his chest for a long time, and when he felt the Do qi in his body solidify much more than before, as well as the increase in the Do crystal, Xiao Ming's face revealed undisguised joy. Only cultivating for a day has this effect. The fallen heart flame is really something good. The name training cheat machine lives up to its reputation. At night, I can consider taking a purple heart barrier breaking pill to break through the 8-star Do Grandmaster realm. With this fallen heart flame around, I don't have to be afraid of having a deficient Do Qi, but I just broke through 5 stars in a row. Is it a bit rash to take the pill? Breaking through too many realms in a short period of time on the Do Qi continent might seem very cool, but cultivation could not always be an easy path. A person who traversed too many in a short period of time would easily encounter bottlenecks in the later realms. The fallen heart flame can speed up cultivation, but if the body encounters a bottleneck, there is nothing that can be done about it. Many Tower Guardian elders have been stuck at a small Do King stage for many years and have been unable to make any progress. If this fallen heart flame could loosen someone's bottleneck, then there must be 2 or 3 elders who would break through to the Do Emperor realm, right? But the reality was that there were none, so Xiao Ming was a bit hesitant. Well, I've already surpassed 5 stars, it's not as bad as the case where I had 2 stars, let's take that pill sometime tonight. Determined, Xiao Ming stepped down from the stone platform and walked to the outside of the cultivation room. Perhaps because of the ringing of the bell earlier, Xiao Ming, who came out of the cultivation hall, found that the entire tower was in a situation where people were rushing in and out. Many of the doors of the cultivation rooms that were closed when he arrived were now open, and a large group of people trooped out of them and headed for the tower door. In the eyes of these people, Xiao Ming could see a faint red aura. Xiao Ming's eyes were a little shocked, then he continued on his way and walked out of the tower, thinking inwardly as he walked. That red aura must be the flame poison of fallen heart flame. As long as you cultivate in the blazing sky chi refining tower, your body will definitely be contaminated with the flame poison. This flame poison will have a great impact on the body and mind if you don't pay attention to it though. I have the protection of the 10,000 beast flame so I don't have to fear that poison. Also thanks to the simulator I know that the 10,000 beast flame indeed protects me from the flame poison. For new students, on the other hand, the academy has restrictions when they are in the tower. My strength is much higher than the other new students, so I shouldn't be restricted, right? Although Xiao Ming was a little insecure inside, this was only a minor problem that could be easily solved by seeking out an elder tower guardian to consult about his situation. So after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Ming stopped thinking too much. Following the crowd, he walked out of the blazing sky chi refining tower. Finding the direction he had come from, Xiao Ming headed for his residence. Opening the door and entering the small building where he lived, Xiao Ming saw Xiaoyun and Zhang Yunchi sitting in the pavilion hall. Xiao Ming, are you back? Seeing that it was Xiao Ming pushing the door, Xiaoyun's eyes lit up as she greeted him. You haven't been back all day, did you stay at the blazing sky chi refining tower to cultivate? That's right. Xiao Ming walked over to a chair and sat down, nodding his head. Then, can you tell us about this blazing sky chi refining tower? Didn't the two of you go out today? At this, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Hadn't they said that they were going to go to the blazing sky chi refining tower this morning to take a look? Isn't it because the administrator who sent the fire energy arrived too late? When we left it was already noon, the inner academy is too big and it was already dark before we could walk around other places. Hearing Xiaoyun's explanation, Xiao Ming nodded his head in understanding. The inner academy was indeed ridiculously large, and it usually took quite a long time to walk around. It seemed that the flying dough technique, flying cloud wing, should be cultivated as soon as possible. Well then, let it be this afternoon. Although he had made up his mind inwardly, Xiao Ming was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed behind talking to the girls about what he knew about blazing sky chi refining tower. The girls also talked about their experiences today, and based on what they said, Xiao Ming also got an idea of the buildings inside the inner academy. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiao Ming took his leave. In the room, Xiao Ming sat on the bed, holding an ancient white scroll in his hand. It was the flying cloud wing that Xiao Ming had obtained from the book collection hall. The scroll was untied from the thin string that had been carefully tied around it, and then slowly stretched out. The white scroll was fully extended, and two patterns of eagle-like wings appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes. This pair of eagle wings were painted on the scroll, so the shape was not large, but faintly emitted some heat, and seeing this strange phenomenon, it was obvious that it was not a simple painting. The eagle's wings are milky white, with some golden clouds faintly appearing. The feathers of the eagle's wings emitted a faint warmth, and Xiao Ming blew a light breath on them. Only to see that, under that light breath, the eagle's wing feathers were actually moving as if they were real wings, which couldn't help but make Xiao Ming sigh in excitement. This flying dough technique is really magical. As his eyes swept over the eagle's wings, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly landed on a small line of words on the side. He blinked and read softly. Golden Pattern Cloud Eagle, 5th rank Flying Magic Beast, Flying Speed, ranked average among all flying magic beasts, able to reach flying height, ranked the highest among all flying magical beasts, Flying Endurance, is the most durable, also has the alias of Flying Cloud Eagle. Although its distribution is all over the continent, it is extremely difficult to find. Flying Cloud Wings Cultivation Method. In the cultivation process, the soul of the flying cloud eagle in the wings may attack the cultivator. If its soul attack can be resisted, then cultivation can be continued. If not, the person who succeeds is advised to abandon the cultivation of this technique. Xiao Ming smiled after a few moments as he brushed his finger across the scroll, feeling the soul force of the flying cloud eagle within. It's just a remnant soul, not worth mentioning. The truth was just as Xiao Ming had said, the remnant soul of the flying cloud eagle was not worth mentioning. Chapter 75, 8-Star Do Grandmaster. When Xiao Ming used his hands to cover the feathers of the scroll, the flying cloud eagle spirit that remained on the scroll violently let out a soul-shaking high-pitched screeching sound. The screeching sound pierced through the scroll and ended up piercing Xiao Ming's arm like a drill, striking his brain with deadly force. Xiao Ming's face did not even change in response to this seemingly very powerful clash of souls. After a minute, this golden pattern cloud eagle soul gave up the intention to continue the attack and became honest. Seeing that the eagle's soul had been tamed, Xiao Ming's dou qi slowly coursed through his body following the instructions on the scroll. A moment later, the dou qi flowed into his arm and gradually went to his palm, which was still covering the feathers. When the dou qi appeared in his palm, the eagle wings on the white scroll suddenly glowed. Among the white radiance, a golden light was revealed, which lasted for a while before finally turning into two small rays that scurried into Xiao Ming's palm. After entering Xiao Ming's body, the two small rays of light quickly flowed along the meridians. When they reached the meridian on Xiao Ming's back, they stopped abruptly and then turned in opposite directions, surprisingly drawing out of the meridian two extremely small branching veins. These two branching veins extended from the main trunk and only slowly stopped when they reached the spine. The meridians of the body are always very fragile, and having to pull out two branching meridians requires unimaginable pain. The pain was so intense that even Xiao Ming, who had devoured a heavenly flame, could not help but let out a choked grunt. It took 10 minutes for the pain to stop. Looking at the scroll in his hand, which had turned pure white and lost its divine image, Xiao Ming knew that he had successfully cultivated the flying cloud wing. Leaping down from the bed, he took off his clothes as quickly as he could and then took out a crystal mirror from his storage ring. From the reflection, Xiao Ming could discover that a pair of palm-sized tattoos of white eagle wings had appeared on his back. These are the wings of that golden pattern cloud eagle soul. Now it should be able to fly, right? At this moment, Xiao Ming was somewhat excited. Flying, an ability coveted by humans, he finally had it after all. Putting aside his agitated emotions, Xiao Ming's thoughts changed and his dou qi moved at will, following the two small branching veins that had split and poured into the pair of small tattoos on his back. Upon receiving the transmission of Do Qi, the white tattoos immediately emitted a faint white glow. In the end, it turned into real wings, and the size of the white eagle's wings expanded from the size of a palm to about half a meter. Looking curiously at this pair of golden striped eagle wings, Xiao Ming controlled them and flapped them slightly, and a small buoyancy force emerged under his body, but the buoyancy force was too small and far from enough to make Xiao Ming leave the ground. The reason must be because Do Qi infusion is too small. Xiao Ming guessed inwardly, and then his thoughts changed, and the Do Qi in his body sprouted into his wings as if there was no tomorrow. The wings also grew rapidly, like a balloon inflating, expanding to over a meter in length in a dozen seconds. Xiao Ming controlled it once more and shook it slightly, a strong air current emerged, and Xiao Ming felt a strong buoyancy force emerge along with it. This time, the buoyancy force was no longer as useless as before, and under its effect, Xiao Ming's body rose straight up, rising half a meter high and floating in the air. "Ha, ha, this is flying, it feels really good. I just don't know how fast it can be." Floating in the air, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. With this flying Do technique, he would be able to save a lot of time at the inner academy in the future. Even if he could fly by himself after his strength reached that of a Do King, this flying Do technique could give him a higher flying speed. It could be considered to be very good. Resisting the idea in his mind to immediately go out and fly for a while. After floating in the air for a while, Xiao Ming stopped the supply of Do Qi. Without the supply of Do Qi, the wings gradually shrank and Xiao Ming's body slowly descended, and by the time the wings returned to their original tattooed shape, he had landed safely and softly. The only thing that made Xiao Ming resist the idea of flying around was his intention to take the purple heart barrier breaking pill and break through to an 8-star Do Grandmaster. Returning to his bed, Xiao Ming did not rush to take out the pill but instead made a cultivation gesture to retrieve his Do Qi. The Do Qi required for the flying Do technique was simply too terrifying, and although he had enough Do Qi, it was still quite consumed. It was natural to have one's mental and physical state at its peak before breaking through a realm. Especially for those who choose to take pills to break through the realm without a sign of a breakthrough, it is even more important to pay attention to the physical condition, otherwise, it is easy to fail. After recovering in bed for a while and feeling that his condition was complete, Xiao Ming moved his palm and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. After pulling the stopper of the bottle, he tilted the jade bottle and a pill appeared in Xiao Ming's hand. The pill was purple in color, and a purple mist lingered on its surface. After looking at the pill, Xiao Ming popped it into his mouth. The purple heart barrier breaking pill instantly melted in his mouth, and before Xiao Ming could react, it quickly turned into a strong purple-colored pure energy. Like a rushing river, it rolled down his throat straight into his meridians. The energy of the violet heart barrier breaking pill was extremely brutal, and in an instant it was like a high-speed train, brutally passing through the meridians. When the purple energy reached the end, it suddenly shuddered, only for countless tiny columns of energy to shoot out of it and surge along the meridians of his body in all directions. Some of the meridians that Xiao Ming had never touched during his cultivation were also brutally struck by these randomly rushing energies. The energy passed through them like a river, and the tightly packed meridians expanded rapidly while a swelling sensation occurred. Seeing this situation, Xiao Ming clicked his tongue. This medicinal pill to break through the realm is still so insane. Although taking a pill could speed up cultivation, the pill was also not that easy to take. Thinking about it, it could be understood that a pill that could help a person break through had to contain a large amount of energy. Trying to refine this energy, which did not belong to you, was going to cost a lot of effort, and there was also the possibility of failure. There were even some unfortunate people who took pills to try to break through and ended up failing, leaving themselves with ailments. It can be said to be a complete loss. Of course, others might fail, but not Xiao Ming. This was because his rise of twin spirits had a miraculous effect on this type of energy. As Xiao Ming executed his rise of twin spirits, a strange energy field was created inside Xiao Ming's body, and under this energy field, the purple energy in his meridians became docile and gradually slowed down. Finally, under Xiao Ming's thoughts, it circulated along the route of the rise of twin spirits. A stream of refined pure energy was continuously injected into the dough crystal inside the qi spiral. This energy injection caused the dough crystal to emit a hint of light and increase in size at the same time. Outside, Xiao Ming's aura also continued to grow. A night passed and the sun shone through the window in front of the bed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded outside the door, waking Xiao Ming. His eyes, which had been closed all night, suddenly opened. 8-star Dough Grandmaster. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Zia Yan's visit. Before Xiao Ming had time to rejoice at having broken through the 8-star Dough Grandmaster, the knocking outside the door sounded once more. Knock knock knock. The knocking outside the door continued, and Xiao Ming frowned slightly. When he went to the door and opened the wooden door, Xiao Ming discovered that the person who had been knocking was actually Bo Pao. At this moment, Bo Pao's face was a little bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten up not long ago. Bo Pao, are you looking for me for something? I haven't seen you for a night, why do you have an extra bruise on your face? There's a little girl in white down here, she says she's come looking for you to refine a pill. This wound of mine, it's, sigh, forget it, come down quickly, if you get her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending either. On Bo Pao's face, there was an expression of fear. Obviously, Xiao Ming's words had brought back bad memories. After talking to Xiao Ming, Bo Pao did not wait for an answer and limped away. Looking at his back, Xiao Ming muttered. A girl in white, isn't she Zia Yan? Did she teach Bo Pao a lesson? This is weird, could it be that Bo Pao pissed off Zia Yan somewhere? Xiao Ming was a little puzzled and shook his head, going back to his room to tidy up his clothes. Then, he pushed back the wooden door of his room and headed for the hallway of the pavilion. When he arrived at the hall, Xiao Ming saw Xiaoyun and Zhang Yunzhe glaring at a girl. This girl was none other than Zia Yan. Xiao Ming's arrival attracted the attention of the three people in the room. Zia Yan, who had been sitting on a chair and swinging her legs, saw Xiao Ming. Her eyes lit up and she immediately left her chair and ran to him, blinking her big eyes and handing him a fruit in her hand. Xiao Ming, you're finally here, take it, use this medicinal herb. You said you would turn it into a delicious pill, if not, you will have to be my younger brother from now on. Hearing Zia Yan's words, Xiaoyun and Zhang Yunzhe, who were standing to the side, could not help but shake their heads and sigh for Xiao Ming. Although this girl in white was very cute, her strength was terrifying. They had just seen that Bo Pao had accidentally collided with her and had gone flying several meters away when she lightly hit him. One can imagine her ferocity, and now Xiao Ming was inexplicably targeted by her, so they didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Xiao Ming was unaware of the two girls' thoughts, and after smiling at them as a way of greeting, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the fruit in Zia Yan's hand. The fruit was quite strange, half was red and a half was white. On the red side, even though it was a foot away from him, Xiao Ming could still feel the scorching heat seeping through. The white side, on the other hand, emitted a very different frosty temperature, two almost extreme attributes that blended seamlessly into one fruit. Furthermore, on the surface of the fruit, containing the two attributes of ice and fire, there were faint traces of lines extending. These lines were staggered and seemed to have some kind of hidden pattern, but upon closer inspection, they were a mess, inscrutable. Xiao Ming, who was familiar with Jianan Academy's extensive list of medicinal herbs, recognized at a glance what kind of medicinal herb this fruit was. My goodness, isn't this the ice and fire dragon beard fruit? You didn't take this medicinal herb from the herb warehouse, did you? Although it was a question, Xiao Ming's tone was confident. A medicinal herb like the ice and fire dragon beard fruit was growing in a strange environment and must be being guarded by high-ranked magical beasts in its vicinity. Although Zia Yan was an ancient void dragon, after all, she was not at a high level now, she would not even be able to defeat the others, let alone be able to have such a cheerful look in front of him. Moreover, Xiao Ming knew that there was indeed an ice and fire dragon beard fruit in the inner academy's herb warehouse. Therefore, Xiao Ming was certain that Zia Yan's medicinal herbs were taken from the medicinal herb storehouse. How do you know? Forget it, those things are not important. There are many medicinal herbs in the herb warehouse, so it's better to eat them than to leave them there. Besides, the broken defensive shield in that place is not useful at all. The medicinal herbs I can take whenever I want, this is much more convenient than my hard work outside looking for medicinal herbs. Zia Yan smiled and said without worrying. Xiao Ming shook his head as he listened to Zia Yan's tone of voice as if she was treating Jianan Academy's herb warehouse like a restaurant. As far as he knew, Jianan Academy's herb warehouse was guarded by special elders and was protected by a spatial energy shield. But these protective measures are as good as nothing against Zia Yan. She is an ancient void dragon, and her main attribute is space, plus the elders who guarded it are most likely unable to defeat her. No wonder she uses the warehouse as a restaurant. Of course, there must also be a reason for the lack of reaction from First Elder Suqian who adopted her. In the end, although Suqian is basically in a state of indulgence towards Zia Yan, to her, he still cares quite a bit. Putting the ice and fire dragon beard fruit a little closer to Xiao Ming, Zia Yan urged, "You've seen enough, hurry up and go refine it. You are so grumpy. Could it be that you lied to me yesterday and don't know how to refine pills?" Xiao Ming was really dumbfounded. Where was he being grumpy? He had only just taken a look at the medicinal herb. How could he refine the pill without seeing what kind of medicinal herb it was? Knowing that the refractoriness of each medicinal herb was different, throwing the medicinal herb into the fire randomly would easily destroy it. However, he did not bother to tell Zia Yan. She was also not an alchemist, so she would not mind that. She would simply tell him to hurry up and go refine the pills. Therefore, Xiao Ming directly took the ice and fire dragon beard fruit from Zia Yan's hand, gestured to Zia Yan, and then turned back towards his room. Seeing Xiao Ming's gesture, Zia Yan's eyes lit up and she followed behind Xiao Ming anxiously. It didn't take long for them to reach Xiao Ming's room. "Feel free to find a place to sit." After casually instructing, Xiao Ming waved his hand and summoned his medicinal cauldron. Waving his palm, a tuft of red flames took shape on his fingertips. Just as he was about to throw it into the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming noticed that Zia Yan, who was beside him, was moving to the side in some panic. Looking at her vaguely nervous eyes, Xiao Ming was not surprised by her reaction. "Don't be afraid, touch it carefully, isn't this the magical beast aura you sensed yesterday?" Zia Yan listened to his words and felt it carefully, and discovered that the aura emanating from this flame was exactly the same as the magical beast aura she had felt yesterday. It seemed that Xiao Ming was not really a magical beast, but Zia Yan did not feel the slightest bit frustrated in her heart. This was because this meant that Xiao Ming really can make delicious food for her. After asking the question, Xiao Ming did not wait for Zia Yan's answer before throwing the flame at his fingertips at the medicinal cauldron. Only when Zia Yan saw the flame enter the medicinal cauldron did her tense body gradually relax as she approached the cauldron, her eyes revealing a gleam of anticipation. Xiao Ming merely watched her movements and did not mind, simply instructing her not to use the medicinal cauldron without his permission later on. After the flames had heated the medicinal cauldron for a while, he nonchalantly tossed the ice and fire dragon beard fruit into it, and, with a wave of his palm, the flames inside the cauldron rose dramatically and the ice and fire dragon beard fruit gradually liquefied under the temperature of the flames. This kind of refining was not that difficult, as long as the fire was well controlled, so it did not consume a lot of Xiao Ming's energy, and the refining was very fast. After a few moments, the ice and fire dragon beard fruit had completely turned into a purple sticky liquid, and with a wave of Xiao Ming's palm, a cloud of powder fell into the medicinal cauldron and immediately merged with the sticky liquid. His 10 fingers twitched violently in front of him, and as his fingertips twitched, the mixed liquid inside the medicinal cauldron also quickly separated, finally turning into dozens of small clusters of liquid. Condensation. With a soft cry, the liquid quickly solidified, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into dozens of pills with a purple glow, swirling about the 10,000 beast flame. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Feeding. This kind of refining can be really simple. It is possible that any alchemist who can melt medicinal ingredients can refine it. Xiao Ming shook his head as he looked at the pills with a strange aroma, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of purple pills shot out of the medicinal cauldron with a purple aura, and finally fell into the jade jar in his hand. Pulling a pill out of the jade jar, he placed it a few centimeters in front of his eyes and didn't even need to sniff it carefully. A tantalizing aroma reached his nose. Gulp! Suddenly, a sound of swallowing saliva sounded from Xiao Ming's side, and it turned out to be Ziyan, who was standing beside the jade jar, rushing towards Xiao Ming at some point, her big purple eyes full of desire. Looking at her, Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh and was about to put the pill in his hand into the pill bottle and give her all together. But Ziyan had other plans, so, she bit fiercely towards his finger. No, to be precise, she bit the purple pill he was pinching with his fingers. Ah, what are you doing? Ziyan's action caused Xiao Ming to startle and hastily pull his fingers out of her mouth. Looking at his fingers that were safe and sound but full of saliva, Xiao Ming was speechless. For a moment he almost thought that his fingers would not be saved. Looking at Ziyan, who was unaware that she had scared him, her mouth was still chewing and exclaiming that it was delicious. Xiao Ming pursed his lips, sighed, and handed her the jade jar in his hand. Here, remember to eat it in moderation, don't eat it all at once. Him. Making affirmative sounds, Ziyan nodded her head repeatedly, and quickly poured herself another purple pill, pouring it directly into her mouth with a mouthful, and chewing it vigorously. The pill didn't last long either, and in 3 or 2 seconds it was chewed and swallowed by Ziyan. Hee, it's delicious. Ziyan showed a satisfied smile. If you eat like this, the purple pills will soon disappear. Looking at Ziyan, who was about to help herself to more purple pills, Xiao Ming kindly reminded her from the side. Then I'll save it for later. At these words, Ziyan stopped moving and licked her mouth, looking at the jade bottle in her hand with some reluctance. Putting the jade bottle away, Ziyan patted Xiao Ming's shoulder in the old-fashioned way. Well done, you really didn't lie to me, the pills you refined are very tasty. In the future if someone bullies you, come to me, I will help you, there is no one I dare not mess with in the inner academy. Of course it is delicious, this is a medicinal powder that I have carefully developed myself to improve the food, although it is not a medicinal recipe, it uses various medicinal herbs that can make the food delicious. Xiao Ming was speechless. I will definitely look for you if something comes up. Well, that's good, we're friends now too. So when these run out in the future, you'll also continue to help me refine more pills, right? At these words, Ziyan instantly became excited and her big purple eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, Xiao Ming, never break a promise I have made. Xiao Ming nodded his head, since he had said that he would help Ziyan refine her pills in exchange for protecting him in the inner academy, he would certainly do so. Although, he did not need Ziyan's protection at all. Having achieved her goal, Ziyan finally smiled in satisfaction, stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ming and laughed. My name is Ziyan, remember to report my name when someone bullies you in the future. I have a ranking position in the inner academy, in that strong ranking, I am number 1, so, if someone bullies you in the future, don't forget to report my name, no one will dare to do anything to you. Oh! Xiao Ming nodded superficially, he had already known all this for a long time, so there was not the slightest expression of surprise on his face. You don't believe me? I tell you I'm very powerful, I'll prove it to you. Ziyan saw that Xiao Ming's face did not change and thought that Xiao Ming did not believe her, so she became a little anxious and immediately shook her little pink fist twice forcefully. Immediately, a sharp sound rang out abruptly, and several invisible fist shadows shot out in a storm of energy, finally flying diagonally against Xiao Ming's head. Several deep dark holes emerged from the medicinal cauldron now with cracks behind him. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Xiao Ming touched his forehead in a daze, and after a long while, he looked angrily at Ziyan. "Shit, you want to kill me?" Xiao Ming had never been so speechless in his 2 lives. He had never thought that the moment he was closest to death would be right now. If that strong wind had hit him in the head, he might have been able to try to travel back to Earth. In just 2 days, he had had more scares with Ziyan than in his 2 years at the Jianan Academy combined. With her small hand covering her mouth, Ziyan secretly stuck out his tongue and hurried to apologize to Xiao Ming, who was now the source of his daily livelihood and was not to be offended. One fears that, if Xiao Ming asked Ziyan to be his younger sister now, she would also accept without a word. "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry, clean your room, I'm going out first, I'll meet you later after lunch." After saying these words, Ziyan hurriedly slipped out to the door. Looking at Ziyan who was running away, Xiao Ming laughed helplessly. Just by waving her arm she had such power, no wonder the people of the inner academy called her brute force queen. Moreover, Ziyan actually called him Brother Xiao. In the end, he was still suffering a loss, but it didn't matter. After a few years, he could turn around and become her elder brother. After all, he was not like Ziyan, who didn't grow up. Turning around, he looked at the broken medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ming sighed again, thinking in his heart that he would go buy another medicinal cauldron in a couple of days, and stepped forward to clean up the mess. After striking up a friendship with Ziyan, Xiao Ming's daily life became monotonous and regular. Every day, in addition to cultivating and studying the art of alchemy, he would go to the arena to train and gain the fire energy needed for cultivation. From time to time, he would accept requests from other students asking him for help in refining some pills, etc. It could be said that such a life was boring and tedious, and nothing was interesting, but such was cultivation, and one had to endure this life if one wanted to become stronger. Luckily, Xiao Ming had already gotten used to this kind of life when he was in the outer academy. There was nothing to feel uncomfortable about. And if he wanted to be frank, life at the inner academy was actually much better than at the outer academy. It had no classes and the students had more time which they could distribute freely. In the inner academy, the cultivation speed was also quite faster due to the blazing sky chi refining tower. Xiao Ming's cultivation speed had also increased quite a bit due to this. However, because his own realm is already much higher than in the past, the difficulty of cultivation has also started to increase. So even with the blazing sky chi refining tower, something as outrageous as breaking through a realm in a few days will not happen. In addition, because Xiao Ming chose to cultivate gradually, his strength only increased steadily. Things like going out to train like before and increasing 7 stars in a month did not happen again. If Xiao Ming's cultivation could be said to be going smoothly, then in alchemy, Xiao Ming had reached a kind of bottleneck. His master, Elder Huo, was only a 5th-tier alchemist, and even though his teaching ability was outstanding, after Xiao Ming's own knowledge of alchemy had improved, the help he can give Xiao Ming became less and less. Until finally, Elder Huo could only laugh bitterly as he said that there was no more to teach him. In the blink of an eye, many years went by. End of Volume 2. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Time Flies, Realm Improvement Jianan Academy, Inner Academy. Inside a room, a figure sitting on a bed was in a cultivation posture with his eyes closed. There was a mist of heaven and earth energy around him, which was absorbed into his body as his chest rose and fell. After a long while, the mist gradually dissipated, the figure opened his eyes and a calm sentence with a hint of helplessness came out of his mouth. It's already been 6 years and my cultivation realm has only reached 8-star Do King, am I not a little slow? Although Xiao Ming's words were extremely serious, if the elders of Jianan Academy heard them, they would probably be angry to death. If this is called slow, what would theirs be called? They had been cultivating for their entire lives and were only 6 to 7 star Do King, but Xiao Ming wasn't even an adult yet, and his realm was already higher than most of them. If that's too slow, did he expect to go straight to Do God? Of course, they would say that because they didn't understand Xiao Ming's cultivation experience. Since he started cultivating at the age of 4, more than 10 years had passed. His cultivation speed in the first 4 years could be described as riding a rocket. He had crossed 4 realms in 4 years, but then only 2 realms in the next 6 years. For him, who was used to fast progress, he would surely be dissatisfied with the slowdown. But there was nothing that could be done about the slow cultivation. Even with the blazing Sky Chi refining tower in the inner academy, this was inevitable. This was because the effect of the fallen heart flame was extremely effective for the Do spirit and below. However, after the high star Do spirit, the effect of accelerated cultivation basically began to decline significantly. When the strength reaches the peak of Do spirit, this kind of wisp flame will mainly serve to solidify Do Chi. The accelerating cultivation effect is difficult to tell. The reason is that it is very difficult to break through to Do King. The Do King realm is a turning point for the strongest people on the continent, and it is so difficult to break through to this realm that only a few Do Kings can emerge from 100 peak Do spirit, so to speak. Most people remain stuck for years before breaking through. If they want to break through to Do King by relying on this ordinary wisp flame of fallen heart flame, they are completely deluded. The only way to pave the way is to use the original heart flame from the fallen heart flame to forge the body. It can be said that Peak's Do spirit can no longer gain too much benefit in Jianan Academy. The reason why the Peak's Do spirit at the top of the strong ranking remain in the academy is because of the benefit of the top 10 places in the strong ranking, the forging of one's body by the source of the heart flame. Without the forging of the source of the heart flame, once they finish the 5 years at the inner academy, they will most likely simply pack up and go home. The difficulty of reaching the peak Do spirit was also the main reason why Xiao Ming had only advanced 2 major realms in 6 years. Once he was there, he had stayed on peak Do spirit for 8 months. It cannot be said that he stayed 8 months, at most he stayed half a year, and the 2 months after that was the time to go into seclusion and make a breakthrough. Although it was normal to get stuck at the peak Do spirit, Xiao Ming guessed that he got stuck for the reason of breaking through too quickly earlier. Leaving aside the 8 months he stayed in the peak Do spirit. After Xiao Ming made his way to Do King, he discovered that the gain he received from the blazing Sky Chi refining tower was getting smaller and smaller. Although that was also faster compared to cultivating on his own, it was no longer much faster. This made Xiao Ming a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't hard to understand when one thought about it. After all, fallen heart flame was sealed in blazing Sky Chi refining tower. It was a self-aware existence, and they had it locked up using it for others to cultivate every day. They also secretly collect the source of the heart flame every year. Would it really actively emit a wisp flame strong enough for one to continue cultivating? Xiao Ming guessed that, if one wanted to have a significant cultivation effect on a Do King realm, one would have to possess the source of a fallen heart flame infant flame. However, it was best not to think about that. To have the ability to take something like that, he might as well take fallen heart flame instead. Of course, there was another reason for Xiao Ming's slow cultivation, and that was the improvement of his alchemy skills. Since his master, Elder Huo, said he could no longer teach him, his alchemy skills had improved mainly on his own. The difference between having someone teach him skills and discovering them on his own was obvious, wasn't it? The difficulty doubles and so do the resources consumed. Improving his alchemy skill itself was a time-consuming affair, and the time Xiao Ming spent was not small, naturally. Luckily, Xiao Ming's time was very well spent. Now his alchemy skills had surpassed his master, Elder Huo. He had become the only 6th-tier alchemist at the Jianan Academy. Due to the green soul fruit and the breakthrough in his own Do Chi realm, Xiao Ming's soul realm had also reached the completion of the mortal realm. It could be said that Xiao Ming's gains in these 6 years were mainly the increase in his alchemist tier, rather than the increase in his Do-Chi cultivation realm. After all, a 6th tier alchemist could already be said to be a higher level existence in the surrounding empires. When viewed throughout the Do continent, the 6th tier was not considered low. The current Xiao Ming had also graduated from the Jianan Academy a long time ago and currently held the position of elder in the alchemy department and the inner academy. In these 6 years or so, Xiao Ming had also performed a good number of simulations, some of which he had missed due to his seclusion. However, there were still more than 300 simulations that he was able to carry out in time. Not to mention the low-level items obtained, the ones that were valuable to him at present were 8 7th-tier pill recipes and 2 8th-tier pill recipes, 10 5th-tier pill recipes, a series of 5th-tier pills, 6th-tier pills, 7 fighting spirit pills, 4 mighty Huang pills, and 2 zone-breaking pills, 2 7th-tier pills, life-devouring pill, 2 colored 8th-tier pill, evergreen pill, this pill increases life expectancy by 100 years. 2 colored 8th tier pill, fungus green pill, able to restore most of the strength of a Do venerate, who has suffered a great loss of strength. 1 7th rank Sea Demon Beast Corpse, 1 8th rank Thunder Attribute Magic Core. Intermediate level Chi Method, D Class, 3 Beast Savage Skill. Intermediate level Flying Do Technique, D Class, 9 level Wings of the Heavenly Goose. Experience card for the Chi Method, 3 Beast Savage Skill, Experience card for the Flying Do Technique, 9 level Wings of the Heavenly Goose. Low level Dark Attribute Chi Method, Tien Class, Heavenly Shadow Method. Flame Creation Skill of the Demon Flame Valley. High level Do Technique, D Class, 4 Hell's Sword Formation. Low level Sound Wave Do Technique, D Class, Song of the Snow Dragon. Intermediate level Do Technique, D Class, Blood Soul Skill. Low level Movement Do Technique, D Class, Illusion of the 5 Elements. Low level Evolvable Do Technique, Huang Class, Flame Mantra. Medicinal Cauldron on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, 10,000 Beast Cauldron. High level Storage Ring, Star Ring, 4 sets of precious swords, an armor made of exotic ice crystals from the body of a 7th rank magical beast with ice attributes. The complete map of the Nether Poison Flame. The Wonder of Heaven and Earth of Ice attribute, the Cold Ice Marrow, slightly more advanced than Green Rock Mystic Water, by letting the spirit devour it, the spirit gains the Ice attribute, a 7th rank Beast Flame. Precious Medicinal Herbs, Body Transformation Grass, 2 herbs, Bodhisattva Body Transformation Saliva. Talent, Special ability to sense rare medicinal ingredients, from Ziyan. With 300 draws, to have obtained these things, Xiao Ming could only say that his luck was not too bad. Who made the simulator randomly select things? Xiao Ming had even encountered a situation where at the end of the simulation, the draw gave a choice between a green herb, a gold coin, and a piece of Ziyan's clothes. At that moment, he choked and finally chose a gold coin with tears in his eyes. Thinking about how many times this kind of situation had happened, Xiao Ming could not help but shake his head. A/N, this was by far the chapter that took me the longest time to finish. I was still changing things until yesterday, however, I hope it is good enough. If there are any mistakes, especially in the first part, you can point them out in the paragraph comments. A clarification, thanks to Incarnation of Fate for noticing it, I took the time to investigate and indeed, the Nether Poison Flame appears in the BTTH mobile game, ranking 20th in the Heavenly Flame ranking, and its description is the same as the one shown in this story. We also changed the cover. Do you prefer this Ziyan or the previous one with pigtails? I may continue to use both versions. We start Volume 3, Cause and Effect, which will be the longest volume so far, approximately 200 chapters, and yes, with the name you can get an idea of what it will be about. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Vengeful Ziyan Ding Dong. A bell rang beside him, interrupting Xiao Ming's reverie. He turned his head to look at the copper bell swinging beside him. These copper bells came in pairs and could sense each other. Whenever one would shake, the other would also shake, similar to the doorbell in his previous life. After Xiao Ming got it, he used it as a doorbell. Now that the bell was ringing, Xiao Ming understood that someone was looking for him outside, so he got up and went to the corridor and opened the special wooden door. Instantly, a white figure rushed at him, and in an instant, Xiao Ming felt a huge rock hit him, and his body fell to the ground with a loud thud. "We of you, Xiao Ming, you must avenge me." "Cough cough, I can avenge you, but let me breathe." "Cough, cough." Looking at Ziyan, who was in his arms squirming, Xiao Ming said as he was breathless lying on the ground. Ziyan's body was comparable to that of a 6th-rank magical beast. If not for his strong body, anyone else with a weaker body would probably have vomited blood. Even so, he felt short of breath, so one can imagine how strong Ziyan's physical strength was. Ziyan did not notice and continued to squirm on him, which increased his discomfort. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan gave him an unsure look and released him with a sigh. Xiao Ming was able to get up. After wiping the dust off his body and seeing Ziyan's cute face beside him, Xiao Ming understood, and when his body was more comfortable, he asked, "Did you encounter another magical beast that you couldn't defeat?" The reason Xiao Ming asked this was because after his strength had increased, Ziyan, who originally only sought him out to refine pills, often sought him out to steal those medicinal herbs guarded by magical beasts together. She said that she sought him out to steal the medicinal herbs together and share them 50-50 after finding them, but in reality, it was only Ziyan who could not defeat the other party and returned to Jianan Academy to pester him for help. It should be known that those medicinal herbs were Ziyan's treasures, and if he had not been able to defeat the other party, Ziyan would not hand out those things. Although Xiao Ming and she had been together for 6 years and he was her best friend. Who made Ziyan need those medicinal herbs to grow her body? When it came to growing her body, this was Ziyan's weak point. In the past, she had wanted to grow, but there was no one to compare with. Even at first, when she saw Xiao Ming, who looked younger than her, Ziyan felt happy because she had a little one to keep her company. But later, she realized that something was wrong. Xiao Ming grew taller and taller, and eventually, his height even directly surpassed her by a large margin. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm no foul, and once the comparison was made, the harm was exposed. Seeing that others were growing so fast, but she was not growing at all despite eating so many medicinal herbs, Ziyan was on the verge of tears. When she was in a bad mood, the herb warehouse would lose a medicinal herb. It was also because of this, Ziyan took the initiative to find treasures more often. Those magical beasts outside Jianan Academy were also unlucky, and the medicinal herbs they had worked so hard to guard for years were directly stolen. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan nodded her head somewhat embarrassed. "Say it, what rank does the other party have?" "It's a 5th-rank little white ape, I would have been able to beat him, but he can transform. He's a bit of a handful." "You call a 5th-rank magical beast a little white ape?" Xiao Ming smiled and rolled his eyes. It had been said before that high-ranked magical beasts, their bodies were not small at all, so it was not possible for it to be a little white ape, so Ziyan's words were very subjective. "Originally, if I hadn't eaten the body transformation grass, I would have been bigger than him." "Humph!" Ziyan said arrogantly. It seemed like she had regretted eating the body transformation grass. Xiao Ming could only shake his head at this, who told Ziyan to be so gluttonous. Eating the body transformation grass and turning into a girl could only be described as self-inflicted. He rubbed her little head. "All right, I'll help you beat it, 50-50 each. If there's only one grass, this time goes to you, then the next one goes to me." "Understood, let's go now." Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Ziyan revealed a cheerful look and hurriedly pulled Xiao Ming and headed for the exit. 40 minutes later. Somewhere outside the forest, Xiao Ming and Zia Yan were in the air with wings on their backs, looking at the valley in front of them. The mouth of the valley was like a gourd, and at this moment, on the mountain pass, a huge white ape with a body between 3 and 4 meters was standing. The white ape's body exuded a rough, icy aura, and its heavy breath came out of its large nostrils like white smoke. Its arms are long and slender, and its claws are the size of 2 adult heads. Occasionally, when it waves its claws, powerful winds shoot out, blowing rocks apart and flinging them in all directions. A pair of blood-red eyes, brimming with rage and murderous intent, glared fiercely at Xiao Ming and Zia Yan at that moment. Snow Sky Demon Ape. An adult Snow Sky Demon Ape is powerful enough to shatter gold and split mountains, although this big guy in front of me seems to have entered his adult stage a short while ago, he can still rival a 3-star Do King. You said he can also transform, probably because he has awakened his Berserker bloodline. With his current strength, he can probably be compared to a 5-star Do King the moment he releases his bloodline. No wonder you said he is not easy to deal with. Task. With this strength, some of the inner academy elders can't deal with him. You really know how to pick your targets. Looking at the huge magical beast in front of him that clearly did not correspond to the little white ape Zia Yan was talking about, Xiao Ming lamented. Isn't it because there are no longer treasures around guarded by low-strength magical beasts? Otherwise, I wouldn't have run all the way here. Zia Yan said confidently. In fact, as she said, the heavenly treasures guarded by those magical beasts of lower strength than her around the inner academy had disappeared, and the person who did so, of course, was her. The location of this Snow Sky Demon Ape was far away from the inner academy. Even if Zia Yan had the talent to explore treasures, it would still take a lot of effort to find this place. It could only be said that this Snow Sky Demon Ape was exceptionally unlucky. It's you again. Didn't it make you realize the reality that I chased you away? You can't beat me. Don't even think about taking the core-quenching body milk from me. Come back now and I can let you go. The Snow Sky Demon Ape raised his huge head, his blood-red gaze looked fiercely at Zia Yan, then glared disdainfully at Xiao Ming, and after a long time of silence, his low and furious voice suddenly sounded like an explosive thunder in both of their ears. The core-quenching body milk was born underground. After experiencing the pure pressure of the land, it would take the form of fog after 100 years and would be called core fog. At this point, it possessed the unique effect of strengthening one's body. After merging for over 1,000 years, it would form a liquid form. If the quality was even higher, it would be called core-quenching body milk. It possessed the magical effect of washing and refining one's bones. Moreover, that extremely pure and large strength of the land in the milk would even help a person who had reached the peak to break through the barrier between levels, which is a really good thing. It was also Zia Yan and Xiao Ming's goal this time. Hearing the white ape's words, Zia Yan folded her arms and shouted very unconvinced. Humph, dead ape, I told you not to be so arrogant. It's not that I can't beat you, it's just that I don't want to waste my strength. Now my good friend is here, he won't need more than 10 moves to deal with you, you're dead. Chapter 80, Snow Sky Demon Ape. Seeing that Zia Yan still refused to back down and dared to provoke him loudly, the Snow Sky Demon Ape's eyes became even denser with blood-red and murderous intent that was almost overflowing. It was a chilling sight. With a fierce blow to his chest, the Snow Sky Demon Ape's mouth opened wide and exploded with a blood-curdling roar that could have shattered a rock. Arrogant woman, I will kill you today. The roar of the Snow Sky Demon Ape was accompanied by a wave of energy fluctuations, causing Zia Yan and Xiao Ming, who were flying in the sky, to be shaken. Seeing this, the Snow Sky Demon Ape stomped on the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble at that moment, and with strong momentum, its body went like a cannonball, rushing into the air like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zia Yan on Xiao Ming's left side, and with a clench of his claws, the cold chi quickly condensed in them, forming a half-meter-long cold ice claw in an instant. The cold claw swung and went straight for Zia Yan's heart. Such a ruthless medium with a fierce killing intent. It seemed that this Snow Sky Demon Ape had set out to kill from the very beginning. The Snow Sky Demon Ape's attack was severe and swift, but Xiaoyan's face did not show any surprise. She had already faced this Snow Sky Demon Ape and knew its cunning nature, so she was naturally already on guard against it. With a touch of her feet in the void, her entire body disappeared in front of the Snow Sky Demon Ape. The ancient Void Dragon's space control is really good, she can interfere with space despite being at the Doking realm. Seeing the invisible ripples emerging from the solace of Xiaoyan's feet as she took a step, Xiao Ming felt a bit envious. Ordinary people could only reach the Do Ancestor realm if they wanted to control space. On the other hand, Xiaoyan could control space with her Doking racial talent. That kind of undulation was Xiaoyan's use of space, and it had a significant increase in her movement technique, so the ordinary Doking could not even touch the edge of her clothes. With this special ability, Xiaoyan has been able to steal treasures from magical beasts of greater strength than her and retreat in one piece many times. Xiaoyan's disappearance naturally caused the Snow Sky Demon Ape's powerful attack to fall short, and his entire body lost momentum and began to fall to the ground. Ah, this strange move again. The Snow Sky Demon Ape really felt like he was going to die of anger. Last time it was the same, he barely tried to hit the little abominable thing, the other part was as slippery as a mud fish. In the end, he let her get away, and this time she came back again. Is it that much fun to bully him? In fact, objectively speaking, the Snow Sky Demon Ape was not slow. Although he had a large body that looked clumsy, he could be said to be fast by the fact that he could jump and appear in front of Xiaoyan in a split second from a short distance, but in his bad luck, Xiaoyan had spatial abilities. In front of spatial ability, this speed is a bit garbage. After beating his chest to blow off steam, the Snow Sky Demon Ape looked at Xiaoyan with his blood-red eyes, but he ignored Xiao Ming beside Xiaoyan, not even looking at him, obviously annoyed with Xiaoyan. Coward, you dare to come down to fight with me. Speaking of which, this Snow Sky Demon Ape did not know how to fly, as he had no wings and could only attack by jumping, making him quite miserable. Just come down and see how I'll treat you. Being looked at by the fierce eyes of the Snow Sky Demon Ape, and being targeted by him all the time, Xiaoyan's temper also surged. She was not afraid of this big ape and was about to rush towards the ground. Seeing that Xiaoyan was about to rush down, the demon ape was excited and intended to give her a good beating, but Xiao Ming, who was standing next to Xiaoyan, stopped her from going down with a wave of his hand. Don't waste your time, let me do it. Xiao Ming said, stepping forward into the void, his right hand raised, the fire attribute energy in the sky and earth mobilized, causing a terrifying energy fluctuation to appear. The trees in a 1,000-meter radius around the valley were shaken by the energy fluctuations. Almost a second later, a 100-meter fiery red hand appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying heat, causing the space around it to rapidly distort at that moment. The Snow Sky Demon Ape, who had been somewhat bewildered, sensed the terrifying fluctuations taking place in the sky. The terror of this fluctuation made him fur bristle slightly. He hadn't expected the human brought by the other party to be so terrifying. A loud roar erupted from the Snow Sky Demon Ape's mouth, and at the same time, waves of icy energy converged on the surface of his body as the energy coalesced. The icy energy froze even the air, and when his fangs opened wide, the cold air converged, instantly condensing into a huge half-meter icy vortex ball. As the Snow Sky Demon Ape's claws struck his chest, a vortex of terrifying cold energy shot out, aimed directly at the flaming red hand in the sky, leaving a long pale white mark in the void of space along the way. Fall! After looking at the vortex of cold energy, Xiao Ming violently shouted. The giant red hand fell fiercely from the sky and finally collided heavily with the snowball. The ice attribute energy and fire attribute energy collided, creating a huge energy explosion that sounded like thunder in the middle of the mountain range. The fire hand first stalled with the snowball, the two attributes being mutually exclusive, and at the intersection of the two attacks, they consumed each other, emitting scraping sounds. Although at first glance Xiao Ming's attack and the snow sky demon ape were at a stalemate, in reality, Xiao Ming had the upper hand. The half-meter snowball was rapidly melting under the red hand, and soon, it disappeared. Without the snowball in the way, the huge red hand smashed into the snow sky demon ape at lightning speed. The snow sky demon ape couldn't dodge, and the enormous force that burst out smashed him into the mountain wall. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, a large chunk of the hard mountain wall dented behind the snow sky demon ape, and when the boulder exploded, a crack spread out from his back like a spider's web, eventually extending for almost half of the mountain wall. His fur, originally snow-white, was charred, and large chunks of flesh and blood emitted hot air. Roar! After suffering such a heavy blow, the snow sky demon ape also became furious, and the crimson color of his eyes rapidly increased, and a blood-red mist began to appear around his body. He's about to ignite the berserk bloodline, isn't he? In midair, Xiao Ming looked down at the blood-colored mist in front of the mountain wall, and the snow sky demon ape's aura of madness in the thick fog continued to grow. He was in no hurry to attack anyway. He didn't care if the snow sky demon ape was a 3-star or 5-star. Letting him ignite his berserk bloodline would only help him gain more knowledge. On the mountain wall, the eerie cold aura spread in all directions. A faint layer of ice began to spread on the ground, the ice crystals in the air kept condensing, the valley was so cold that every breath turned into white mist. The blood-colored mist enveloping the white ape grew thicker and thicker, scarlet-red as if it were fresh blood. A few minutes later, heavy footsteps came out of the fog, and the first thing that caught Xiao Ming's attention was a pair of glowing red eyes, like a blood-red lantern. Then the white monkey's body came out of the blood fog and revealed himself to Xiao Ming's eyes. It seemed that blood seeped out of his body, dyeing the white fur all over the white monkey's body blood red, and his body was even stronger than before, emitting a cruel and tyrannical aura. At this moment, Zia Yan's little face acquired a bit of scruple as she flew towards Xiao Ming and said cautiously, "Xiao Ming, this is what he will look like after transforming. His strength, speed, and other attributes will improve in all aspects, so you should be careful." Chapter 81, Taking a subordinate. Xiao Ming looked with interest at the snow sky demon ape in berserker mode, which was emitting an aura comparable to that of a 5-star Do King, and said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter, this snow sky demon ape has opened up his berserk bloodline. Although it has increased his strength more, it has also decreased his intelligence. Fighting is based on brains. He was already inferior to me, now he can't cause much trouble." Roar! As soon as Xiao Ming finished his words, the snow sky demon ape, who had lost his mind, beat his chest fiercely, and with a loud roar, he shot into the air like a cannonball, aiming at Xiao Ming. "Look, I told you that his spiritual wisdom had fallen, and now he rushed over." Xiao Ming shook his head. He knew that he was in the air and could move at will. The snow sky demon ape, on the other hand, could not fly, yet he shot into the air to attack a man who had forced him to activate his last move with a wave of his hands. Wasn't this a gift? After his strength had increased, the snow sky demon ape's speed had increased dramatically, and he appeared beside Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye. His sharp claws dug into Xiao Ming's neck with a sharp energy. With the size of the snow sky demon ape's claws, if a normal person was stabbed by it, the entire upper body would have to disappear. The snow sky demon ape, seeing his claws pierce through half of Xiao Ming's body, was overjoyed with the little divine wisdom he had left. But immediately, the snow sky demon ape sensed that something was wrong. Why wasn't the person in front of him bleeding? Taking advantage of the fact that his body was still stuck in the air and had not descended, the snow sky demon ape struck another blow, but in this blow, the Xiao Ming in front of him slowly dissipated. This was actually an afterimage. The 5-element illusion was the best movement do technique that Xiao Ming had acquired in the past 6 years. His brief introduction is, if it is far away, the illusory image is difficult to detect. When executed, it was so fast that it could create a residual image, which was so special that it was difficult for the enemy to distinguish between real and fake, and when fully developed, it could create multiple residual shadows around the enemy. It was obvious that the Snow Sky Demon Ape was attacking an afterimage created by Xiao Ming after executing the Five Elements illusion. Roar! Looking at the slowly dissipating residual image, the little sanity the Snow Sky Demon Ape had left was almost erased by anger. However, staying in the air for a while is not flying, and his body, which had already been in the air for a while, began to fall at a high speed. Xiao Ming was not the type of person who would be happy if he was hit, and after using his movement technique to dodge the Snow Sky Demon Ape's attack, he summoned a red flame containing a tyrannical aura in one hand. It was none other than the 10,000 beast flame that Xiao Ming had obtained a few years ago. Pill Fire Technique, Python Transformation. Xiao Ming let out a shout, and the burning flame in the center of his hand violently rose 4 or 5 feet. Soul power surged from his forehead, modifying the shape of the enormous flame, and under the effect of his soul power, the 10,000 beast flame transformed into a fire beast in the shape of a python. Under careful observation, it could be seen that this fire python was strikingly similar to the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame under the blazing sky chi refining tower. The pill fire technique was an attack method belonging to the alchemy department of the Jianan Academy, in which an alchemist could attack by condensing flames into various types of animals. When he had first seen the fire spirit of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Ming had wondered if the attack power of turning the 10,000 beast flame into a fire python similar to it would be greater compared to an ordinary fire python. After investigating, Xiao Ming discovered that this fire spirit could indeed not only turn into a body, its form could condense flames very well and increase its power. How far did its power go? Xiao Ming thought that a single strike could incapacitate the Snow Sky Demon Ape in front of him. Go! Xiao Ming gave a command and the giant snake, coiled in midair, unfurled its neck and went after the Snow Sky Demon Ape that was falling towards the ground, as he couldn't fly, and there was nowhere halfway to gain momentum in the air. Snow Sky Demon Ape could only thump his chest and roar, watching as the fire python reached out and enveloped him. The moment the fire python enveloped him, the Snow Sky Demon Ape felt nothing but extreme heat, followed by a terrifying force entangling him, and although he used his desperate efforts to release his own cold ice do chi and all his strength, it was in vain. Rumble! The python surrounded the Snow Sky Demon Ape and smashed it hard into the forest below, knocking down countless large trees, some of which burst into flames as the fire python brushed against it, and a huge black smoke shot into the sky. Woah! Xiao Ming, you're amazing! Zai Yan, who had moved to the side since the battle began, saw that the Snow Sky Demon Ape was defeated and immediately flew to Xiao Ming's side happily, hugging his arm and saying, "It's just the power of the heavenly flame." Xiao Ming smiled and replied humbly. Zai Yan didn't care if Xiao Ming was humble or not, all she could think about now was the core-quenching body milk that the Snow Sky Demon Ape was guarding. Immediately, she nodded her little head and quickly said, "Since we've defeated the Snow Sky Demon Ape, let's quickly go pick up that core-quenching body milk. There's no hurry, let's go down and take a look first." Why? A question mark appeared on Zai Yan's head. Xiao Ming did not reply but instead flew straight towards the forest below. Zai Yan had to reluctantly follow behind him. In the forest below, the fire had already spread and the trees were burning with crackling and rippling. This fire had little effect on Xiao Ming and Zai Yan, who were in the Doking realm. In the center of the fire, the two of them stood directly in front of the Snow Sky Demon Ape. At this moment, ice crystals kept appearing on the Snow Sky Demon Ape's body, and every time these ice crystals appeared, the high temperature of the fire python enveloping it evaporated its ice crystals into water vapor, and the forest was shockingly fogged up for a while. Xiao Ming beckoned towards the Snow Sky Demon Ape, and the fiery red python enveloping it immediately flew towards him. As it flew, the python gradually became smaller and finally turned into a 1-foot fire snake that wrapped itself around Xiao Ming's right arm. "Human, what do you want?" The Snow Sky Demon Ape's skin was not intact at this moment, he had none of his snow-white fur left, and he spoke breathlessly, as if his breathing was wandering. Obviously, he had been severely injured in the fight with the fire python just now, and if Xiao Ming hadn't retrieved the fire python in time, he would have been close to death. Snow Sky Demon Ape, I want to take you as my subordinate, how about it? You came to rob me and you still want me to be your subordinate, I tell you, dream on. Snow Sky Demon Ape snorted coldly and tilted his head to the side. Alas, don't be so quick to refuse, if you accept, I will help you heal the wounds on your body. I know that magical beasts have a hard time transforming, and with your qualifications, you might be stuck at the 5th rank for the rest of your life. How about I give you a body transformation grass to help you transform? Xiao Ming said with a smile. This. Hearing this, the Snow Sky Demon Ape suddenly hesitated. Although magical beasts had the advantages of a long lifespan, strong physique, and greater combat power in the same range compared to humans. But magical beasts also had a disadvantage, and that was that they were even more dependent on lineage than humans. One should not look at the fact that the Snow Sky Demon Ape had just reached adulthood and already had the strength of a Doking level. But until the day he dies of old age, he may not even be able to break through this limit, remaining in this realm, and what limits him is his bloodline. But if he takes human form, this restriction will be drastically reduced. In human form, he would have both the cultivation talent of a human, and the long lifespan of a magical beast, and his growth limit would increase dramatically as a result. Therefore, Xiao Ming's condition was very tempting to him. But the idea that this human in front of him, who had just beaten him up, would now come to recruit him, made the Snow Sky Demon Ape furious. After a cold snort, he said in a muffled voice, I promise. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Core Quenching Body Milk. When Zia Yan, who was at the side, heard that Xiao Ming was going to give Snow Sky Demon Ape a body transformation grass, she felt a little unhappy and blinked her big eyes as she muttered. I found that medicinal herb, you said you would use it to refine my body transformation pill later, what should I do with my body transformation pill if you give it to him like this? Why did Zia Yan say that? It turned out that since Xiao Ming had reached the 6th tier alchemist, Zia Yan felt that her growth rate was too slow, so she wanted Xiao Ming to help her refine the body transformation pill after he became a 7th tier alchemist. In response, Xiao Ming did not refuse. He was an alchemist, why would he refuse someone asking him to refine pills? However, Xiao Ming's condition was that Zia Yan would follow the rules of the alchemists and prepare 3 portions of medicinal materials for him to refine. In response, Zia Yan said nothing. After all, she was the best at finding herbs. So far, Zia Yan had found quite a few medicinal herbs for Xiao Ming, including a body transformation grass. Together with the 2 herbs he had gotten from the simulator, Xiao Ming now had a total of 3 body transformation grass in his storage ring. Hearing Xiao Ming's deal with the Snow Sky Demon Ape, Zia Yan thought that Xiao Ming was taking her body transformation grass and giving it to the Snow Sky Demon Ape, so she felt a little unhappy. Don't worry, that medicinal herb is mine. With a slight explanation, Xiao Ming took the storage ring on his finger and took out a jade bottle, tossing it towards Snow Sky Demon Ape. This is a healing pill, eat it quickly. The Snow Sky Demon Ape took the pill bottle and hesitated for a moment, before finally pouring the pill bottle into his mouth. A green pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance went straight into his large bloody mouth. After swallowing the pill, Snow Sky Demon Ape's aura quickly recovered, and the blood that had come out of his skin disappeared, to be replaced by fresh blood that had coagulated into a crust of blood on the surface of his body. In moments the scabs were removed and the horrible, gruesome wounds were almost completely restored. Looking at the recovered Snow Sky Demon Ape, Zia Yan stepped forward and kicked him. Since your wounds are healed, hurry up and take me to the treasure, don't dawdle here, I don't know what Xiao Ming needs a little ape for, you're useless. You, humph. After being kicked by Zia Yan, the Snow Sky Demon Ape looked at Zia Yan for a moment, then stood up and said. Come with me. Wait, first clear the surrounding fire. Xiao Ming pointed at the burning trees around him and said, "This kind of fire could cause a big fire if it is not cleaned up. If it can be easily extinguished now, it is better to do so." When the Snow Sky Demon Ape heard Xiao Ming ask this, he was silent for a moment and then roared severely. Instantly, a snow-white wave of icy energy quickly spread out, and some rocks and trees along the road instantly turned into snow-colored ice after being affected by the icy wave. "Good job, lead the way, I will give you the body transformation grass when we get there." Looking at the forest that looked like a world of ice and snow, Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Under the guidance of the original owner, the Snow Sky Demon Ape, Xiao Ming and Ziyan finally entered the valley without any trouble. The area inside the valley was incomparably spacious, there were trees and rocks in the valley, but there were no other living creatures. Apparently, they must have all been driven out by the Snow Sky Demon Ape. Although there were no living creatures, some bare white bones could be seen on the ground, which was like a land of death, making people feel a little uneasy. It seems like this Snow Sky Demon Ape has killed many magical beasts that wanted to come and drink the core-quenching body milk. Xiao Ming secretly said as he looked at the huge corpses. Entering the valley, the Snow Sky Demon Ape did not stop the pace, and under his leadership, the two of them soon arrived at the end of the valley, outside a pitch-black cave. The cave had a vague magical beast smell, which was similar to the smell of Snow Sky Demon Ape's body, so it must have been the cave he lived in. The cave was quite large, otherwise, it would have been difficult for the Snow Sky Demon Ape to live here. The top of the cave was over 10 meters high, and in the cave, there were rocks scattered around, and white fur could be seen everywhere. The Snow Sky Demon Ape led the two of them to a stone wall at the end of the cave, and that's when it stopped. Ziyan's little head turned both ways and found no treasure. "Little ape, why are you stopping? Here is no core-quenching body milk." This time, the Snow Sky Demon Ape ignored Ziyan. Instead, he silently walked to the corner of the cave wall and dug with a huge palm. He pulled out a handful of mud and sand, and half a second later, a dark and gloomy hole appeared on the ground. "Xiao Ming, you're pretty smart, you still know how to plug the hole. There are always other magical beasts that have ideas with the core-quenching body milk, so I have to take precautions so that others don't sneak in." The Snow Sky Demon Ape explained and looked at Ziyan as he said so, clearly wanting to say something. "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way quickly." Sensing that the treasure was underground, Ziyan did not care about the tone of Snow Sky Demon Ape's voice and urged. The passageway was extremely winding, and it took almost 10 minutes for them to go through it before Xiao Ming, Ziyan and the Snow Sky Demon Ape arrived at the entrance of a subterranean world that glowed with white light. After the Snow Sky Demon Ape entered, Ziyan also entered with a face full of excitement, with Xiao Ming following closely behind. When his feet stepped out of the dark passageway, Xiao Ming suddenly felt his eyes clear and then he could clearly see the surroundings of this subterranean world. What appeared in front of Xiao Ming was a subterranean world filled with stalactites. As far as the eye could see, milky white stalactites covered everything up to the end of the line of sight, and a pale white light emanated from them, expelling all the darkness from the place. Stalactites were everywhere, some hanging from the top of the subterranean world, some even 100 meters long and occasionally with drops of white emulsion dripping down, splashing milky water on the ground. "What a subterranean world!" Xiao Ming said in amazement. "Core-quenching body milk is on the left." When they arrived here, Ziyan didn't need the Snow Sky Demon Ape to guide her, with her detection ability, and being so close, she could tell exactly where the good things were in broad strokes. They only saw her shouting in an excited tone and hurriedly running to the left. Seeing this, Xiao Ming also followed closely behind. The two of them ran through this stalactite world for about 10 minutes before stopping in their tracks. A huge stalactite appeared in front of them. This stalactite was connected to the top of the dome of the underworld at one end and hung vertically at the other. Its enormous size was over 100 meters long and its width was as thick as that of two people put together, and a pale white light lingered around it, making it look like a crystal pillar. This stalactite was undoubtedly the most massive stalactite in the subterranean world and, at this size, it was like an emperor among the stalactites, receiving the adoration of countless stalactites around it. When everyone's eyes gradually lowered, beneath this stalactite was an extremely large blue stone, much of which was buried in the ground. At this moment, at the top of the stone, there is a hole less than half a meter deep, which is right in front of the tip of the stalactite above, and in that hole, there is a milky white water 2 inches deep, and above the water, there is a faint white mist. The white mist is quite strange, as it drifts, but never dissipates. Xiao lay on the blue stone, her little head buried in that cloud of mist, the tip of her nose less than a millimeter from the surface of the water. Her nose twitched, sniffing and repeatedly confirming the smell. After many confirmations, Xiao stood up dejectedly, her small face extremely crestfallen, and looked at Xiao Ming aggrieved. Xiao Ming, this liquid in the hole does not seem to be the treasure I sensed. Impossible, this treasure is what I've been guarding, this is definitely the core-quenching body milk, there can't be any mistake. The snow sky demon ape that had arrived after Xiao Ming heard this and replied. It was this that he normally guarded, and even though he had drunk enough, he could be sure that this was definitely core-quenching body milk. This is indeed core-quenching body milk, but it is only diluted. Looking at the extent of the liquid, Xiao Ming slowly said. The snow sky demon ape froze at his words. Diluted? Does such a thing still exist? How come he didn't know? Diluted, wouldn't the real treasure be at the peak? Xiaoyan's little head was still quite intelligent and guessed the result right away. Follow me. Xiao Ming raised his head and looked at the huge stalactite hanging upside down on the mountain dome, signaled Xiaoyan, and then his body slowly floated towards the huge stalactite. Seeing Xiao Ming's behavior, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and she hurriedly followed. Although the snow sky demon ape also wanted to follow him, he could not fly and could only stand and watch. The two of them flew along the huge stalactite that rose vertically for more than 100 meters, and after a few minutes, they reached the top of the dome of the underworld. Looking down from here, those stalactites that originally appeared to be quite large, now looked as small as ants. Looking around, some stalactites could also be seen hanging on the dome of the underworld, emanating faint rays of light that illuminated the entire underworld. Xiao Ming paid no attention to the surrounding stalactites but stopped at the bottom of the most massive stalactite. Here, already at the point where the stalactite touched the dome of the underworld, a faint fluorescent light filtered out from inside the stalactite, projecting as if it were a transparent crystal, extremely beautiful. Xiao Ming stood here, looked at Xiaoyan who came with him and said, Xiaoyan, sense it again. Xiaoyan had sensed it as soon as she arrived at the dome of the subterranean world, so she immediately stepped forward and used both arms and legs to hug the crystal stalactite, with her little face very close to the base of the stalactite. Not long after, she said in an excited voice, That's right, this is the place, this is the treasure I felt. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Xuetian. After waiting for Xiaoyan's mood to recover for a while, Xiao Ming said. Since you are sure that the core-quenching body milk is here, step aside for a moment and let me pick it up. Oh! Xiaoyan nodded and quickly flew to Xiao Ming's side, but her eyes remained locked on the position she had just been in, unable to avert them. Xiao Ming flew to where Xiaoyan had just been, and his soul power surged from his eyebrows, probing the exact location of the core-quenching body milk before pulling out a good piece of white jade from his storage ring with a smile on his lips. He wrapped Do Qi around the surface of the jade piece before using it to gently cut along the point he had just probed. With the Do Qi enveloping it, the jade piece became quite sharp, and with just a light touch, the tip of the jade piece sank into the crystal stalactite with a subtle sound. With his palm firmly gripping the jade piece, Xiao Ming made precise circular cuts, and the subtle sound of qi resounded in the air. Ka! Suddenly, the jade piece in his hand completed the last section of the circle, and instantly, a circular stalactite fragment broke off from the base. Xiao Ming grabbed it in one swift movement and lifted his head, and a strong light shot violently out from where the fragment had fallen. This level of light had little effect on Xiao Ming, who was able to look directly into the cut circular opening. Inside the cut circular stalactite, there was a thick emerald-colored liquid suspended. As if it had a spiritual nature, this liquid flowed slowly into the stalactite, but its range of motion was only around the circular opening, going no further. The pure energy contained in this emerald-colored viscous liquid was quite astonishing to Xiao Ming, as the purity was more than 10 times denser than the core-quenching body milk in the blue stone hollow below, and much more than ordinary heavenly treasures. With the appearance of the core-quenching body milk, the rich and gentle fragrance drifted away, and Ziyan beside him closed her eyes, revealing an intoxicated look as her body unconsciously moved to the front of the core-quenching body milk. Her mouth opened wide, and Xiao Ming seemed to see a hint of crystalline silk coming out from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Ziyan opening her mouth, about to lick the liquid, Xiao Ming immediately extended his right hand against her little head. After extending her delicate little tongue and taking a few licks, Ziyan, who felt that she had licked nothing but air, let out a sound of surprise and opened her eyes. Once she saw the situation clearly, she turned her head towards Xiao Ming with a pitiful expression. Obviously, core-quenching body milk was a great temptation for her. But Xiao Ming did not let her go, he just rubbed her little head and said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that, this real core-quenching body milk is extremely fragile, only the hottest jade won't damage it. If you touch it with other objects, I'm afraid this core-quenching body milk, which has been condensed for many years, will turn into a pile of useless junk on the spot. So, if you lick it now, you can imagine the result, so you must wait for me to collect it before you take your share. Then take it quickly." Hearing this, Ziyan stepped back slightly and urged Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and took out a spoon made of jade from his storage ring. As an alchemist, jade was the best container to hold pills, so he also had all kinds of jade utensils stored in his storage ring. Xiao Ming carefully inserted the jade spoon into the stalactite milk, nimbly turning his wrist and scooping up most of the core-quenching body milk in a few minutes. After leaving a small amount of the core-quenching body milk, Xiao Ming took out the jade spoon and then replaced the stalactite fragment in his hand, and immediately, the strong light gradually diminished and the stalactite was once again as calm as before. After pouring the liquid that was in the jade spoon evenly into 2 good quality jade bottles that had been prepared long ago, Xiao Ming then handed one of the jade bottles to Ziyan. "Here, your share. This core-quenching body milk contains the power of the earth that has been condensed in this stalactite for thousands of years. The energy is immense. Drink it calmly, don't drink it all at once, understand?" "Understood." Ziyan took the jade bottle and replied with a smile. She lifted the jade bottle and poured a drop into her mouth, her pink tongue licked it with a satisfied smile. "It's delicious." Obviously, this core-quenching body milk tasted much better compared to those medicinal herbs. Seeing her cheerful look, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Only a magical beast would dare to drink this core-quenching body milk like that. If an ordinary human took a sip like that, they would probably explode immediately. After signaling Ziyan to fly down from the dome, Xiao Ming once again landed next to that blue stone and looked towards the milky white liquid in that hole. Although this core-quenching body milk had already been diluted, its effect was quite good. Even if it couldn't achieve the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones, it still had a considerable effect on tempering the body. When 4 jade jars were filled, there was no longer much core-quenching body milk left in the hole. The snow sky demon ape beside looked at Xiao Ming gloomily as he picked up the core-quenching body milk that originally belonged to him. His inner heart was overwhelmed with pain and he felt the urge to scream. But when he thought of his opponent's terrifying strength and the body transformation grass he had promised, he held back the pain in his heart and turned his head to the side, averting his gaze. The snow sky demon ape had just turned his head for an instant when he heard Xiao Ming's voice. "This is the body transformation grass, swallow it now and I will protect you." These words made the snow sky demon ape happy, and much of the pain he felt vanished. When he turned his head, it was when he directly saw a medicinal herb with a tantalizing and strange aroma suspended in front of him. When the snow sky demon ape smelled the fragrance, it was as if every cell in his body perked up and jumped for joy. The body transformation grass is not like the body transformation pill, it's not that easy to transform successfully, and it will even be dangerous, it's up to you whether you can succeed or not. Xiao Ming looked at the snow sky demon ape and said. The snow sky demon ape nodded slightly at his words and, without much hesitation, opened his own bloody mouth and swallowed the body transformation grass that seemed abnormally small in front of him. Roar! The snow sky demon ape, which had not swallowed the body transformation grass for a long time, seemed to be extremely uncomfortable, with his mouth constantly roaring, his huge sharp claws constantly striking his chest, and the size of his body increasing and decreasing. Ziyan, at Xiao Ming's side, saw this scene and gloated a little. Humph, this body transformation grass is not that easy to swallow, I remember when I... Halfway through, Ziyan suddenly fell silent and did not say anything else. How were you back then? Xiao Ming, who was at the side, asked curiously. Something like that, I won't tell you. Ziyan grimaced. Half an hour later, there was a white-haired young man standing in front of Xiao Ming. The man had a stocky figure, over 2 meters tall, and the set of black robes he was wrapped in was bulging. This was the snow sky demon ape who had successfully transformed. The transformation process was exceptionally difficult, and several times the snow sky demon ape was on the verge of failing and losing all his efforts, but in the end, he persevered. Looking at his hands, the snow sky demon ape shouted excitedly and knelt down in front of Xiao Ming, respectfully saying, Master! Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Compared to humans, magical beasts were much simpler and grateful. The snow sky demon ape called him master in a very clear manner. Get up! Yes! Looking at the snow sky demon ape that had respectfully stood up, Xiao Ming thought for a moment and then said. Since you have successfully transformed, you should also have a name, do you have any ideas? I can't think of a name, so I have no idea. Snow sky demon ape scratched his head and said nervously. He hadn't really thought about things like having a name before, nor was he very good at it. You can't be without a name or it won't be easy to call you in the future, I'll help you with one. Your original body is Snow Sky Demon Ape, so you will be called Xuetian in the future, how about this name? Snow Sky Demon Ape thought it was a good name, and he really didn't know how to choose a name. So he scratched his head and smiled, sounds good, then I'll be called Xuetian from now on, hee. Seeing that the Snow Sky Demon Ape did not resist the name he had given him, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and said to Ziyan, who looked bored beside him, it's time to go back to the inner academy. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up, she could finally go back, for this little ape, she had spent a long time in this subterranean world. Let's go quickly. Ziyan said as she took the lead and flew towards the direction they came from, gesturing for Xuetian to follow her. Xiao Ming also flew to the same direction. Chapter 84, planning to return to the Jiama Empire since they had already familiarized themselves with the path once, it didn't take Xiao Ming as long as before to get out this time, and in less than 10 minutes, the three of them were outside the cave. Standing not far from the entrance of the cave, Xiao Ming turned around and while looking at the passageway said to Xuetian standing beside him. Xuetian, since you will be following me in the future, there is no need to maintain this dwelling, so let's destroy it to avoid any accidents with the core-quenching body milk we have left behind. It would be a pity if the stalactites that can only form in 10,000 years are destroyed. At these words, Xuetian nodded and, without the slightest hesitation, walked straight to the side of the cave entrance and waved his arm. Rumble! An enormous force was transmitted from Xuetian's sturdy arm to the mountain wall, which collapsed and sank under the heavy blow. After a few more swings of his arm, Xuetian returned behind Xiao Ming, and now the cave entrance was completely covered by the collapsed rocks. Seeing this, a pair of flaming red wings over a meter long appeared behind Xiao Ming's back, and his body floated in the air. Xuetian, you've managed to transform into human form, so you should be able to create your wings with dou qi, right? Seeing Xuetian nodding his head, Xiao Ming told them that it was time to leave. He then turned into a shadow of light and flew off into the distance. Ziyan and Xuetian, who remained in the same place, also sprouted a pair of wings on their respective backs and soared into the sky, chasing after Xiao Ming. A few minutes later, Xiao Ming and the others arrived at the place where the inner academy was located. Who is coming? Please stop. Just as Xiao Ming was about to approach the inner academy's barrier, a powerful shout came from the barrier. Hearing the questioning voice, Xiao Ming was not surprised and steadied himself in midair as he said loudly, "Elder Su, it's me, Xiao Ming." Ziyan and Xuetian also stopped beside him. So it's Xiao Ming and Ziyan. The old man heard the words, opened the barrier, and revealed his face. Looking at his appearance, it was none other than Elder Su, one of the two elders Xiao Ming had met when he entered the inner academy. In fact, with Xiao Ming and Ziyan's status and means, they would not have stopped at the entrance of the inner academy, because the barrier had a special identification method. Elder Su appeared only because of Xuetian, an unknown powerhouse. Xiao Ming had been an elder for over a year and was already very familiar with Elder Su and the other elders, so Elder Su directly asked, "Xiao Ming, who is the one next to you?" "This is the magical beast Snow Sky Demon Ape, who has now successfully transformed and is preparing to return to the Jiama Empire with me to meet the human world." Xiao Ming introduced with a smile. "Is he a magical beast that has taken human form?" Elder Su was a little surprised and suspicious of his words. Didn't a magical beast have to be at the Dou ancestor level to take a human form? How come this Snow Sky Demon Ape's aura was a few points weaker than his? Looking at Elder Su's puzzled expression, Xiao Ming laughed and said, "The Snow Sky Demon Ape swallowed the same body transformation grass as Ziyan did, and only then did he successfully transform." At these words, Elder Su nodded in understanding and secretly said that this Snow Sky Demon Ape had good luck. The failure rate of ordinary magical beasts that wanted to rely on body transformation grass to transform was very high, and their bodies might even be severely damaged if they failed. Since he knew that the unknown powerhouse was brought by Xiao Ming, Elder Su did not talk nonsense and directly registered them and let them pass. He only asked Xiao Ming when he would leave Jianan Academy and when he would return. As the only 6th-tier alchemist at Jianan Academy at this time, Xiao Ming was still in great demand by these elders. Xiao Ming, who became an elder, had long since stopped living in the same place as at the beginning and instead had a small courtyard of his own in the elders' area. After flying with Ziyan and Xuetian for a few moments in the inner academy, Xiao Ming landed in front of his own courtyard. In front of the small courtyard, a sturdy man who seemed to have been waiting for a while was first startled when he saw the three landing in front of him, then he revealed a joyful look. He could be seen hurriedly greeting Xiao Ming and his loud voice rang out, "Cousin, you're finally back." When Xiao Ming saw the visitor, he also revealed a smile, "Cousin Xiao Shan, I had to leave just now, sorry to keep you waiting." Xiao Shan had joined the inner academy a year after Xiao Ming entered it, had now been there for 5 years, and had just graduated this year. After spending 5 years at the inner academy, with Blazing Sky Chi Refining Tower and Xiao Ming by his side, Xiao Shan's improvement was undoubtedly tremendous. At this time, he had already reached a 3-star Dou spirit, which had no comparison with Xiao Ming, not to mention that in the inner academy, this 3-star Dou spirit realm cultivation at the time of graduation could only be considered average. But the inner academy of the Jianan Academy was a place where geniuses from all over the continent gathered, and this level of cultivation was actually very good for someone like Xiao Shan, whose talent was not too good originally. At this level of cultivation, he was also qualified to be called a Jiama Empire expert and had become the strongest person in the Xiao family besides Xiao Ming. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Shan's stature was becoming more and more outrageous in these few years, and was comparable to that of the snow sky demon ape who had transformed into human form. Xiao Ming, who had grown a lot in recent years, actually looked a little short in front of him. At first, Xiao Ming thought that this was because Xiao Shan was originally able to grow so tall, but it wasn't until later that he discovered that this was the effect of Xiao Shan's high-level qi method Xian, which was given to him by Xiao Ming in the beginning. Xiao Ming also did not expect this qi method to have this effect. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ming had spent several years together and were from the same clan. Moreover, he was a relatively simple and honest person, so naturally, he would not be restricted at this time. After replying to Xiao Ming that there was no problem, he turned his curious gaze towards Xuetian. "Cousin, who is this?" "His name is Xuetian, he is a powerhouse in the Doqing realm and will be returning to the Jiama Empire with us this time." Returning to the Jiama Empire was something Xiao Ming had planned a long time ago. Now that he was at the Jianan Academy, his cultivation speed was no longer as fast as before, plus the Doqing breaking through to Do Emperor was another big obstacle, so he planned to use the Nether Poison Flame as well as the Green Lotus Core Flame to break through. In addition, he also wanted to go to the Nalan family to exchange the 7 illusions green spirit saliva for his master, Elder Huo. It would help him reach the 6th tier alchemist. Ziyan, who was standing to the side, had originally heard about Xiao Ming's departure when he was talking to Elder Su, and now that she heard him and Xiao Shan talk about his departure again, she couldn't help but say, "Xiao Ming, I also want to go with you." Ziyan had long wanted to find a reason to leave the inner academy and go out adventuring, but first Elder Sujian had refused to let her leave. Now that Xiao Ming was leaving was a good opportunity and she should take advantage of it. Besides, after Xiao Ming left, there would be no one to refine pills for her to eat. This could not be tolerated. She did not want to continue eating those nasty herbs. As for Ziyan's request, Xiao Ming already expected it and simply nodded and agreed. "Yes, but when you go out, you have to listen to me and not run around, or I will definitely send you back." Xiao Ming knows Ziyan very well. She was a character who could not sit still. Moreover, her own strength was quite good and she was not afraid of anything. She often ran around, so he had to put conditions on her, otherwise she might cause a lot of trouble. "Understood, then I'll go talk to First Elder right now." Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed to take her back, Ziyan's face showed a delighted look as she rushed out in an instant. Senior Ziyan is still so energetic. Looking at the place where Ziyan had disappeared, Xiao Shan said with a sigh. During these few years, he naturally met Ziyan. When he first met Ziyan, he thought that Ziyan was the granddaughter of one of the elders, and when Xiao Ming told him that Ziyan was even stronger than him and that he should be careful not to make her angry, he was still a bit incredulous, thinking that Xiao Ming was joking. Who is Xiao Ming? He was the first genius of Jianan Academy. How could this girl be stronger than him? Who would believe it? Well, he didn't. It wasn't until he saw Ziyan slap a powerful Peak Do spirit who was in the strong ranking and leave him severely injured. Only then did Xiao Shan realize that what Xiao Ming had said was true, that he was not joking, and that this girl's strength was truly terrifying. Ever since he had seen how fierce Ziyan was, Xiao Shan had always been respectful to Ziyan and did not dare to have too much contact, for fear of getting hit and being bedridden for a few days. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, First Elder Sujian Xian is not always like this, but she has a heart of a child. Come on, don't stand at the door, come in and let's chat. Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile at Xiao Shan's words, then pushed the door and entered the small courtyard. Xuetian nodded to Xiao Shan in greeting, and the two of them followed Xiao Ming inside the small courtyard. Crossing the outdoor area of the small courtyard, Xiao Ming directly entered the meeting room. Letting Xiao Shan and Xuetian, who followed him, sit by the table, he took out the fire cloud tea from his storage ring and prepared a cup for each of the three of them. Have some tea. Cousin, this fire cloud tea of yours is as good as ever. Xiao Shan praised after taking a sip of tea. Shui Tian, who was beside him, sniffed and also followed Xiao Shan's example and took a sip before nodding his head. Although he had never drunk tea before and could not evaluate it much, he could tell if it was good or not, and the taste of this tea was indeed good and very much to his liking. Hee, I wouldn't have brought it out if it wasn't good, I don't have much stock of this tea. Smiling, Xiao Ming also took a sip of the tea. After finishing his tea, Xiao Ming then asked Xiao Shan who was beside him, this time, we will return to the Jiama Empire and I asked you, cousin, to ask the 2 clan members in the Outer Academy if they wanted to return with us, how did it turn out? In the past 6 years, there were 2 more people from the Xiao family who had entered the Jianan Academy, which made Xiao Ming feel very satisfied. There were still people with normal brain circuits in the Xiao family. For these 2 people, Xiao Ming also gave some help, just like he did with Xiao Shan. This time, when he was going back to the Jiama Empire, he also had these 2 people in mind. The way between Jianan Academy and Jiama Empire was very long, and after coming to Jianan Academy, it was not convenient to go back, and it would also cost a lot of money. But it so happened that this time he was going back, so he asked Xiao Shan to ask for the opinions of the 2 people. Hearing Xiao Ming asked about the main matter, Xiao Shan put down the teacup in his hand and said with a serious face. Yesterday I went out to ask about this, and both Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were very willing, saying that they wanted to go back together and would apply for family leave with their guardian. I also informed them of the departure time, we can pick them up directly at the flight station when we pass the Outer Academy. At these words, Xiao Ming nodded and suddenly asked curiously, tell me, which is the realm of the 2 of them? Being in the Inner Academy, Xiao Ming rarely went out and let Xiao Shan take a trip when something came up, so he asked this question. Xiao Hu has been in Jianan Academy for 3 years, and his realm is at 6-star Dome Master, so I think he will be able to enter Inner Academy next time. Xiao Yu entered Jianan Academy later, and her realm is a little lower, at 7-star Do Practitioner. But it is obvious that she is more talented. Xiao Shan laughed. Xiao Shan was still quite satisfied with these 2 members of the same clan, especially Xiao Yu. It had taken him 2 years to reach 8-star Do Practitioner, but Xiao Yu had reached 7-star Do Practitioner in just over a year, and with a little effort, she might be able to reach Do Master this year. She was able to break through realms so fast, even though Xiao Ming helped her, but Xiao Ming helped him from the beginning. Because, since they entered the academy together, Xiao Ming had obviously helped him more. No matter how one looked at it, it was Xiao Yu who was more talented. Cousin Xiao Yu? Indeed, she doesn't have bad talent. For Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming also knew her, even before Xiao Shan. During the time when his talent had not been exposed, before he moved out of the Xiao family's orphan area, due to the large number of children and the noise, he preferred to go to the Xiao family's back mountain to cultivate. After his cultivation, what he liked most was to take a bath in the hot springs. It was then that he met Xiao Yu. Of course, don't misunderstand, Xiao Ming did not soak in the hot spring with Xiao Yu, nor did anything like mistakenly entering her bathing at the hot spring happen. The hot springs at the back of the Xiao family had been discovered long ago, and to prevent something like women mistakenly entering the men's bathing and vice versa from happening, the Xiao family had divided the area long ago. It was stipulated which part of the area was for men and which part was for women. The area in which Xiao Ming bathed naturally belonged to the male side, and he had never passed to the female part of it. The reason Xiao Ming knew Xiao Yu was because Xiao Yu also liked to soak late at night sometimes. There were only a few paths from the back of the mountain to the Xiao house, and from time to time, the 2 of them would meet. Since they were on the same road, they chatted a few times. At that time, Xiao Ming saw that Xiao Yu usually went to the hot spring alone, so thinking of something, he advised her to take some people with her when she went to the hot spring, letting the escort take a look around. Xiao Yu also asked him at that time why he told her to take more people with her, and Xiao Ming directly replied that there were snakes at the back of the mountain that might bite people. Thereafter, when Xiao Ming met Xiao Yu on the back mountain path, he found her with an extra person dressed as a maid by her side. Thinking about Xiao Yu, and then thinking about the current strength of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "If she can reach Do Master this year, I will give her a 3-striped green spiritual pill, and if she can resist the medicinal power, she should be able to enter the inner academy next year." Xiao Ming still had a few 3-striped green spiritual pills in stock, some of which he had obtained from the simulator. Others were from other people who had asked him to refine pills, and he had used the leftover herbs to refine them. These pills were no longer of much use to him, other than selling them for gold coins, which was the last thing he was short of, so it didn't hurt to get them out. Then I'll have to talk to her to cultivate well and try to get the pill. Xiao Shan was not surprised by Xiao Ming's decision. He had seen all of Xiao Ming's support for the Xiao family over the years, and it could be said that the things Xiao Ming had given them over the years could have bought several Xiao families. Xiao Ming was so supportive of the family and did not have the slightest hint of the arrogance of genius towards his clan mates, that made Xiao Shan had always looked up to Xiao Ming. Although Xiao Ming was 10 years younger than him and still a minor, he had always treated him with respect and tried to follow his example. Speaking of talent, Xiao Shan somehow thought of Xiao Yan. Only to see him sigh and say, "Xiao Yu's talent is certainly good, but she is still no match for Xiao Yan, except that Xiao Yan, sigh, it's a pity." Xiao Yan was the second genius of the Xiao family after Xiao Ming, and although Xiao Shan did not have much contact with him, he paid some attention to him, but well, now that his realm had receded, he had become the number one waste of the Xiao family. When Xiao Yan's talent had receded, Xiao Zhan had even relied on Xiao Shan to carry a letter to Xiao Ming. What happened next was that Xiao Ming gave him a 4th-tier pill recipe to give to a 4th-tier alchemist to solve the problem. The pill recipe was also passed to the Xiao family through his hands. The result was not satisfactory. The 4th-tier pill recipe was spent in vain, as pill recipes could only be manufactured by a 4th-tier alchemist or above, and an ordinary 4th-tier alchemist would take years to make a copy of a recipe, so 4th-tier pill recipes were ridiculously expensive. This kind of valuable item went down the drain, which naturally aroused the discontent of others. In the end, Xiao Zhan was scolded by the other elders. "Xiao Yan!" Xiao Ming muttered under his breath, the 4th-tier pill recipe being useless was something he had expected. Yao Lao is a Do venerate soul, he is not someone who can be found by a 4th-tier alchemist of the Jiama Empire. He shook his head and directly skipped this topic. Xiao Ming then chatted with Xiao Shan about other matters. To the side, Xue Tian just drank tea in silence, looking a bit reserved. Only after chatting for a while did Zai Yan, who had left, return, and next to her came First Elder Sujian. First Elder Sujian wore a black robe, with a white beard and white hair, and his eyes were clear, cold, and indifferent. The first thing he said when he saw Xiao Ming was, "Are you leaving the inner academy to return to the Jiama Empire?" Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Going to the Outer Academy, Xiao Yun/A, guys, I announce that I have created a Patreon. If you want to support me because you like my work, I will be very grateful. And of course, how could I not? In return, you will have access to advanced chapters that will be updated daily as in WN, currently up to 8 additional chapters that you can access immediately. I will also be posting their new translation proposals for you to give your opinion and vote if you like it. This will not be in the short term. Patreon.com/Kishot. Remember, the subscription will be renewed the following month, on the same day you subscribed. Example, you subscribe on November 5th, the renewal will be on December 5th. For those who wish to donate but can't, your votes, reviews and comments are enough for me. Smiley face. Without further ado, enjoy the chapter. That's right. After inviting First Elder Sujian to sit down and make him a cup of tea, Xiao Ming slowly said, "It's been more than 8 years since I left the clan to pursue my studies. it's time to go back and take a look. I had planned to come to see you in the evening to inform you about this." After taking the cup and taking a slow sip, Su Jian, the first elder, touched his chin. "It's been more than 8 years, so it's about time for you to go back and take a look." Ziyan said she wanted to go back with you. She said you had already accepted, is that right? "Yes, I have accepted. I will keep a good eye on her. I wonder what first elder thinks." Beside him, Ziyan heard Xiao Ming ask this, and quickly looked at Su Jian expectantly. Su Jian smiled, patted Ziyan's little head, and laughed. "I like the way you do things. I agree with this. In fact, it's not good for Ziyan to stay in the inner academy all the time." He he. Hearing Su Jian agreed, Ziyan laughed merrily, and when she saw that everyone was looking at her, she hurriedly put on a straight face and pretended that nothing had happened. "Are you really that eager to go out?" Looking at Ziyan's antics, Su Jian couldn't help but laugh, then turned his head to Xiao Ming and asked. "Has the time already been set?" "Tomorrow." "So soon, have you talked to old Huo yet?" Su Jian was a little surprised. "I haven't told him yet, I'll inform him when I go to the outer academy tomorrow." Xiao Ming shook his head. He hadn't gone to his master's house for a few days, his master naturally didn't know. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already made arrangements, Su Jian had no intention of saying anything else, he just hummed in agreement. Then he asked again, "It's a very long way back to the Jiama Empire, do you need to borrow the flying magic beast from the inner academy?" When talking about flying magic beasts, Su Jian's eyes looked at Xuetian for a moment. When the first elder looked at him like this, Xuetian shrank back a little fearfully. In his perception, the strength of the elder in front of him was unfathomable, and he feared that he had the strength of a 7th-rank magical beast. Seeing Xuetian's movement, the first elder was a little surprised in his heart. This snow sky demon ape's perception was still quite sharp. "I was about to mention this to you, first elder, the trip back to the Jiama Empire is too long. I still have 2 clanmates in the outer academy who will be returning with me this time, so I would like to borrow the academy's griffin beast for a while." "Well, when you leave tomorrow, you can talk to the people at the flight station." Su Jian, who had originally planned to give Xiao Ming a flying magical beast, nodded. After the formal talk, there was nothing more to say next, and after drinking tea for a while, the first elder Su Jian left the place. Xiao Shan also left the place in succession. Ziyan, who had occupied a room when Xiao Ming moved to this place arguing that she could approach him at any time to refine pills, did not leave. In the meeting room, after looking at the silent Xuetian, Xiao Ming pointed to the empty room next to him. "You will stay there tonight, there is bedding there, clean yourself up later." Then he turned to Ziyan, who, without knowing when, had taken out the jade bottle containing core-quenching body milk and was pouring it into her mouth. "Drink less, if you drink too much, I won't take you if you can't get up tomorrow." Core-quenching body milk contained enormous energy, and to the magical beasts, drinking too much was the same as a person getting drunk and having to sleep to digest. "Then I won't drink it, I'll drink it later." Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan smacked her lips and said while strongly resisting the temptation. Seeing Ziyan's tender expression desperately holding back, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile and stroked her head. "Rest well, we'll leave early tomorrow." The next day, Xiao Ming got up early. After his morning exercise, Xiao Ming went to Xuetian's room and knocked on the door. "Get up!" Creaking, the door of the room opened to reveal a snow-white mane. It was none other than Xuetian, who had put on a proper suit today, which was Xiao Shan's, as there was not much difference between the two figures. Seeing Xuetian leave, Xiao Ming turned around and went to Ziyan's room and knocked on the door again. This time Xiao Ming got no answer, and after waiting for a while, Xiao Ming pushed the door of the room impatiently. The layout of the room was similar to his own, with simple wooden furniture, without any decorations. A wooden bed was placed inside the room, and when Xiao Ming approached the bed, he could not help but fill his head with black lines as he saw the scene before him. He saw Ziyan, who was neatly dressed, lying crookedly on the bed, with the quilt covering only her calves, with a relaxed expression and a small bottle of jade in her hand. Xiao Ming knew that jade bottle, it was the one containing core-quenching body milk. Xiao Ming took the jade bottle and shook it upside down, but nothing fell out. Apparently, there was not a single drop left. I can't say I didn't expect it. In response, Xiao Ming merely sighed. Naturally, it went without saying that core-quenching body milk was a great temptation for magical beasts, let alone Ziyan, who was also a compulsive glutton. There was nothing to be surprised about when this situation occurred. Good thing Ziyan had drunk it before going to bed and hadn't changed her clothes, or else he would have had no choice but to leave her here. After lifting Ziyan by the waist, Xiao Ming left the room. During the process, Ziyan didn't struggle too much, but after her nose twitched, she rested her head on Xiao Ming's arms, with a smile on her face, as if she was sleeping a little more at ease. In the living room, Xiao Shan had also arrived and was sitting in a chair with Shui Tian waiting. They both looked at Ziyan's appearance and a touch of surprise appeared on their faces. What happened to her? She drank all the core-quenching body milk, so she won't wake up until noon 80% of the time. Xiao Ming explained. At these words, Shui Tian revealed a look of realization. The core-quenching body milk, if it was like that then it was not surprising. After all, the energy it contained was immense. However, to be able to digest the core-quenching body milk's energy in such a short time, he feared that this girl's bloodline was extraordinary, so it was best not to anger her in the future. Shui Tian's thoughts were unfamiliar to Xiao Ming, and when he saw that everyone had arrived he asked, "Are all your belongings packed to leave?" "It's all ready." Mainly Xiao Shan was the one who answered. Shui Tian had just become a human yesterday, even the clothes were given by them, and the core-quenching body milk he guarded was also gone. It could be said that he couldn't be poorer. Looking at Shui Tian's poor appearance, Xiao Ming shook his head, took out a storage ring, and threw it at him. He then charged Ziyan and left. Seeing this, the two quickly followed him. Beautiful fiery red wings appeared behind Xiao Ming. "Shui Tian, take my cousin with you and follow me." After saying these words, he flew towards the barrier. Shui Tian also had a pair of snow-white wings appear behind him and grabbed Xiao Shan, who was beside him, and subsequently followed Xiao Ming. After getting a griffin beast from the barrier elder, Xiao Ming and the others flew for over an hour on this magical flying beast before arriving at the outer academy. Jianan City, entrance to the flying station. "Hey, cousin Xiao Shan, we're here." The one who shouted was a beautiful woman dressed in a Jianan Academy outfit. The beautiful woman was equipped with a long sword at her waist, her figure was quite tall, and what stood out the most about her were her pair of long and beautiful legs. Next to her was a slender young man, also in uniform. At that moment, the way the young woman shouted attracted the attention of many people, and Xiao Shan was also attracted by the shout. Seeing that it was a member of his own clan, Xiao Shan stepped forward and came towards them quickly. "Cousin Xiao Yu." "Cousin Xiao Hu." As they had just met yesterday, the three of them did not exchange many words, and after a brief chat, Xiao Yu looked behind Xiao Shan curiously. "Cousin Xiao Shan, where is cousin Xiao Ming? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Didn't you say he was coming back with us?" Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Departure. Jiama Empire. Hearing this, Xiao Hu, who was next to Xiao Yu, also looked at Xiao Shan curiously. He had always been curious about Xiao Ming, who rarely mingled with others when he was in the Xiao family. After leaving the Xiao family for so many years, the only person in the entire Xiao family who knew him best was Xiao Shan, who had joined the Jianan Academy with him. He had only met Xiao Ming a couple of times before, and to put it mildly, it had actually been a long time since he had seen Xiao Ming. "Cousin Xiao Ming, he's gone to say goodbye to his master, let's go wait for him on the flying magical beast," Xiao Shan explained. When the flying magical beast was about to arrive at Jianan City, Xiao Ming walked away from the flying magic beast alone and headed to his master's residence. After all, the matter of picking up the others could be handled by Xiao Shan alone, there was no need for the two of them to go together. Hearing Xiao Shan's explanation, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu nodded their heads in bewilderment. They knew that Xiao Ming had a master at the Jianan Academy, but they didn't know exactly which tutor he was, mainly because they had never actively inquired about such things. "All right, don't freeze here, hurry up and let's go." Xiao Shan turned around after walking 2 steps and found that both Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were still stuck in the same place, so he couldn't help but urge. "Let's go." Elder Huo's residence had not changed much, it was still the same small courtyard built entirely of bamboo. Looking at the small quiet courtyard in front of him, Xiao Ming pushed open the courtyard door and slowly walked towards the room door. Just as he was about to push it open, the room door was pushed open and a pretty face appeared in his eyes. "Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming looked at the surprised young woman and smiled. "Long time no see you, Hu Jie, why are you here with the master?" When Xiao Ming was looking for his master, Elder Huo, sometimes he also looked for Hu Jie, so over the years, they haven't had much of a connection between the two of them. "My grandfather asked me to deliver something to Grandpa Huo, I didn't expect you to come today. Speaking of which, it's been a few months since you've come to see me." Hu Jie pouted as she tossed her hair back coquettishly. In the intervening 6 years, Hu Jie's body had gradually grown, and at 14 years old and in her prime, this move had a different flavor. "Sorry, I've been quite busy." Xiao Ming spread his hands helplessly and said, "Cultivation at the Doking realm did take longer, putting aside everything else, he had not even gone to his master's house that often, let's not talk about it, it's good that you're here, you saved me the effort of looking for you specifically." "Well, what's wrong?" Hu Jie's eyes looked a little puzzled. "I'm going back to the Jiama Empire." Hearing that, Hu Jie's brow furrowed, but she quickly relaxed as she softly asked, "You're leaving today?" "Yes, I came this time to say goodbye to my master." "When are you coming back?" "As short as 1 year and as long as 2 or 3 years, I'm not quite sure." Xiao Ming said quietly, although he had a general expectation in his heart, but with the life simulator, he knew that no matter how well he plans some things, there will be some omissions, as evidenced by the simulated life of the simulator that always had some unexpected events. After hearing these words, Hu Jie's expression was a bit gloomy and slightly self-deprecating. "At first I thought. I even told you to wait for me at the inner academy, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye you had already graduated while I'm still at the Do practitioner realm." This, Xiao Ming didn't know how to take this comment, but good thing Hu Jie just laughed at herself, and then said, "The Jiama Empire is not like Jianan Academy, there won't be anyone from the academy to help you if something happens. So you should be careful until you come back." If there were Jianan Academy students here right now, they would be surprised to see that the famous little witch of Jianan Academy cared so much about a fellow student. It should be known that as Hu Jie grew up, there were already quite a few people who had started flirting with her because they valued her status as the granddaughter of Jianan Academy's deputy headmaster and had the mentality to hang on to her status, but she had never put a good face on anyone, so now this scene, in stark contrast to the previous one, would naturally surprise people. "I understand, it's dangerous outside, I'll act carefully." Xiao Ming laughed lightly. "It's good that you understand." Hu Jie muttered and moved out of the way. "I won't delay you anymore, go find Grandpa Huo, I still have to go back to my grandfather to let him know that I fulfilled his request." After saying that, Hu Jie walked past Xiao Ming to walk away into the distance. Looking at Hu Jie's back, Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, but still turned his head and entered the house. "You're back." Inside the house, Elder Huo was still the same as before. Nothing had changed, he was currently sitting on a reclining chair, and his eyes looked at Xiao Ming who had just entered. "I heard the whole conversation you had with that Hu Jie girl just now, remember to keep yourself safe." That Xiao Ming would return to his family, Elder Huo had expected it. It could be said that he had been away for more than 8 years before Xiao Ming decided to return, which was already out of his expectations, but it was understandable when he thought about the fact that both of his parents had died. He had no say in whether Xiao Ming wanted to return. After all, young people always have to leave and go on their way, let alone return to his family, and he had taught his precious disciple everything he knew over the years. His disciple was also exceptionally competent and had been able to surpass him, so now he could only advise him to stay safe. Xiao Ming nodded silently, indicating that he would pay attention, and then took out another bottle of jade from his storage ring. Master, this is a zone-breaking pill, a small token of appreciation from your disciple. Seeing the jade bottle in Xiao Ming's hand, Elder Huo revealed a look of surprise. Zone-breaking pill. You've made rapid progress in your alchemy skills in these few months, you can already refine pills of this difficulty. In fact, Xiao Ming did not refine the zone-breaking pill. The zone-breaking pill in his hand he actually obtained from the simulator, but at his master's excitement, he smiled and handed the jade bottle to him without explaining anything. Since it's a token of appreciation, I won't refuse. Looking at his disciple, Elder Huo stroked his white beard. Since Xiao Ming could already refine the zone-breaking pill, there was no need for him to refuse his disciple's wishes. After receiving the pill, Elder Huo gave him some more advice, waved his hand, and let Xiao Ming leave. After leaving the small courtyard, Xiao Ming looked back toward the house before 2 wings appeared on his back and he rushed violently into the sky. Hearing the commotion in the small courtyard, Elder Huo inside the house sighed, he has grown up. Evidently, farewells were always sad. With Xiao Ming's speed, it wouldn't take long to fly from Elder Huo's residence to Jianan City. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Ming landed in front of Xiao Shan amidst countless envious and astonished looks. How is it, have you picked up the others? Ignoring the gazes coming from all sides, looking at Xiao Shan who was waiting alone beside the griffin beast, Xiao Ming asked. Done, everyone is inside. Xiao Shan pointed at the wooden house on the griffin beast and said, this griffin beast they borrowed had a wooden house, without it, staying on the back of the griffin beast all the time was fine for them, but Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu couldn't bear it. It's good that everyone is already here, let's go up together, it's time to go home. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Wutan City. Xiao family on the griffin beast, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were sitting in their chairs when they noticed a tremor under their feet and a feeling of weightlessness. Having been on a griffin beast before, they understood that this was the griffin beast taking off. Since the griffin had taken off, it meant that Xiao Ming had arrived. As expected, a few seconds later, footsteps were heard at the door and a handsome young man dressed in white entered the room, followed by the tall Xiao Shan. Cousin Xiao Ming, Cousin Xiao Shan. Seeing Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan enter, Xiao Hu and Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up and greeted, apparently still a little nervous. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu had long since learned from their cousin Xiao Shan that Xiao Ming's strength was now in the Doqing realm, so even though they had a bloodline connection with Xiao Ming, they were still a little nervous. It was impossible for them not to be nervous, knowing that they were facing a Doqing powerhouse. It was a realm that they couldn't even think of with their limited strength, so it was no wonder they were nervous. Especially since Xiao Ming had been out of the clan for over 8 years, to be honest, they weren't very familiar with him either. Cousin Xiao Yu, Cousin Xiao Hu, long time no see. Seeing them, Xiao Ming showed a gentle smile, he had met both of them before, so it wasn't wrong to say that it had been a long time. He could see that the two of them looked a little nervous. Xiao Ming knew what was going on after thinking about it, and after smiling, he didn't say anything and just sat down at the table. After Xiao Shan sat down next to Xiao Ming, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu looked at each other and sat back in their chairs. Xiao Ming looked around and then asked Xiao Shan, is Xuetian in the room? Well, brother Xuetian has returned to his room to cultivate. Hearing that Xuetian was still in his room, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and sensed for a while, and checked that Xuetian was indeed in his room, which couldn't help but make him nod in satisfaction. This time, he had actually left just to test Xue Tian to see if he would leave in his absence, and it seemed that Xue Tian did not have this in mind at the moment. If Xue Tian had run away, he would actually have had a way to chase him back, except that would not be good for either party, especially Xue Tian. It would probably be another severe beating, which would not be a pleasant experience by any stretch of the imagination. Although Xue Tian was taken in after being beaten to death, Xiao Ming still did not want to put too many restrictions on him as a slave master, even though Xue Tian called him master and treated himself as if he was in the position of a servant. Now, with his behavior, Xiao Ming thought that perhaps he might consider training Xue Tian, who was of little use to him but was extremely useful to the Xiao family. If he had Xue Tian in the Xiao family, he would prevent some dogs and cats from coming to mess with the Xiao family, and then they would ask him to intervene. After planning in his heart, Xiao Ming raised his head again and asked. Zia Yan didn't cause any trouble, did she? Just as you indicated to me, no one approached her while she was sleeping, so nothing happened. It's good that no one approached her. Although magical beasts are in a dormant state when they digest energy, it doesn't mean they don't perceive the outside world. If someone they are unfamiliar with approaches, under their self-instinctive protection, it can be dangerous. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Cousin Xiao Ming is still as handsome as when he was a child. As Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Yu, who was beside him, looked at his profile in a daze and thought secretly. Xiao Ming had had some moments of fame in the Xiao family since he was a child before his talent was exposed. His fame was based on his cute looks, as could be inferred from the fact that Xiao Yan, who was a star at the time, could recognize Xiao Ming, with whom he basically had little dealings. Although in this world where the strong are the most respected, being cute or not, it wasn't really too important, but children, well, sometimes they didn't pay that much attention. So Xiao Yu had seen scenes of Xiao Ming surrounded by some young children his age before. If it was now, I think with cousin Xiao Ming's looks, he is capable of driving women crazy. If that vixen Xue Ni and the others saw him, they would surely be full of dirty talk again. Xiao Yu thought to herself, Xue Ni was a classmate she knew at Jianan Academy who used to make risque comments. Cousin Xiao Yu doesn't seem to have changed much since she was a child. While Xiao Yu was thinking about all those scenes she used to see of Xiao Ming in the Xiao family, she suddenly heard Xiao Ming beside her strike up a conversation with her. Ah! Xiao Yu was startled when her reverie was suddenly interrupted, and seeing that it was Xiao Ming talking to her, she thought of what Xue Ni and the girls would have said in her mind a moment ago and felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, and her white cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing this look on her face, Xiao Ming felt a little insecure and repeated what he had just said. This time Xiao Yu finally heard him clearly and coughed a little to adjust her emotions. How can it be? In fact, it's cousin Xiao Ming who is the same as before. You haven't changed at all in all these years. Hehe, is that so? At those words, Xiao Ming laughed. Of course it's true, in my impression, cousin Xiao Ming has always been very gentle in dealing with people, and you are still the same as before, unlike some people who are arrogant and domineering just because they have some talent. Xiao Yu did not mention that she thought Xiao Ming was as handsome as when he was a child. Instead, she mentioned other points. Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan beside him nodded at her words. Xiao Ming did have a good temper and they had never seen him get angry or anything like that. This was something that Xiao Shan, who had been with Xiao Ming the longest, could confidently assure. Speaking of being arrogant and domineering with a bit of talent, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something and immediately spoke. Speaking of which, there is something I have to thank you for, cousin Xiao Ming. What is it? Hearing this, Xiao Ming was a bit puzzled. Do you still remember when you were young, you reminded me that there were snakes at the back of the mountain and that I should take a maid to the hot springs? Xiao Ming's expression was one of surprise, then he nodded and said, I remember. Is it possible that you actually encountered snakes? You haven't been bitten, have you? Indeed, there is a kind of non-venomous snake in the back mountain that bites people very painfully. I have also encountered it, it's just that kind of snake is not common, and it's bad luck enough that you have encountered it, cousin Xiao Yu. Xiao Shan, at her side, resumed the story. Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, I didn't encounter a snake, but I did encounter a wolf. Ah, is there still a wolf at the back of the mountain? You must have seen it wrong. Xiao Shan's expression was confused. The back mountain was connected to the Xiao family's backyard, that there were non-poisonous snakes was already the limit, how could there be a wolf? Xiao Hu, who had not said much beside him, was also confused. It was really impossible for there to be wolves in the Xiao family's back mountain. Seeing the confused expression of Xiao Shan and the others, Xiao Yu knew that they had misunderstood and blamed herself for not making it clear, and immediately explained. It's a lecherous wolf. Xiao Shan and the others were not stupid, and when she said it that way, everyone understood. Are you trying to say that you met a pervert peeping into the hot spring? Xiao Ming said with a strange look on his face, as a name suddenly came to his mind. It can't be, can it? Who has the guts to be so bold? Xiao Shan to the side was a little shocked. The rules of the Xiao family were strict, and whoever dared to do so would be severely punished. There really was one, because I heard you say that there are snakes in the back mountain. I was spending some time with the maid to check the surroundings before preparing to bathe in the hot spring. It was at that moment that Xiao Yan burst in and was discovered by me. Hearing Xiao Ming says that, Xiao Yu hastened to explain. Xiao Yan. Hearing this name, Xiao Ming had little reaction, while Xiao Hu and Xiao Shan beside him reacted a little more, and said in disbelief. That pervert is Xiao Yan? No way, he's the clan head's son, there's no way he doesn't know the seriousness of such a matter. Humph, why wouldn't he? You guys haven't been in the clan for that long, but you don't know how infuriating that little bastard is. He used to have his nose pointed towards the sky just because he had some talent. Barging into the hot springs and saying something about him getting in by mistake, who would believe it? The displeasure and contempt in Xiao Yu's tone almost overflowed, and she seemed very hostile towards Xiao Yan. The reason for the quarrel between the two was probably Xiao Yan's appearance in the hot spring. Xiao Yu, being the Grand Elder's granddaughter and having good talent, had a personality that was not so much good-natured, but rather a bit spiteful, and Xiao Yan had always been remembered by her after provoking her like that. If one had to say who hated Xiao Yan the most in the Xiao family now, it was estimated that she might top the list. For Xiao Yan's arrogance said from Xiao Yu's mouth, everyone else was actually aware of it. In fact, it was not difficult to understand, arrogance was a common problem of geniuses. Xiao Yan's previous talent in the Xiao family was the second best after Xiao Ming, and he was the son of the clan head, pampered by his two elder brothers. It was not uncommon for him to be arrogant to others. In a place like Jianan Academy, where geniuses gathered, they had seen many arrogant students, so now they could treat them normally. As long as one had the strength and talent, one could be as arrogant as one wanted, no one would say anything, others would at most insult you in their hearts, but on the surface, they would still treat you with respect. Of course, since you were arrogant, you had to have the strength to be arrogant all the time, otherwise, if in the process you offended someone you shouldn't, it would be a disaster. Others would take the opportunity to pour out all their previous grievances on you. Being the target of others' negative emotions is the consequence that had to be faced. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was very hostile towards Xiao Yan, Xiao Shan sighed. To be honest, he felt that there was still some truth in Xiao Yu's words. Whether Xiao Yan intended to enter the hot spring or not, it was still wrong to enter. Without the incident of entering the hot spring, there was no need for Xiao Yu to hate Xiao Yan so much and not even try to hide it from any of them. This could not help but cause his evaluation of Xiao Yan to begin to decline. Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Xiao Ming took the initiative to change the subject. It's good that my initial advice has served you well. That said, your current strength is a 7-star Do practitioner, right? Cultivate hard. If you can cultivate to the Do Master realm this year, I will give you a gift. Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu were instantly attracted by these words. Over the years Xiao Ming had sent many high-level dou techniques to the Xiao family, as well as some pills and so on. Now that he said he wanted to give a gift, it was definitely no ordinary thing. What kind of gift is it? Xiao Yu asked with some curiosity. Well, an item that I can't use. Stopping Xiao Shan who wanted to talk beside him, Xiao Ming then said to Xiao Hu who was beside him and had an envious expression, the same goes for you, if you can get into the inner academy this year, I will give you a gift too. Being from the same family, since they were both present, it was not good to treat them differently. Thank you, cousin. Xiao Hu, who was by his side, did not expect to have a share as well, so he replied with great joy. His face did not have the slightest intention of refusing. After all, Xiao Ming was a Dou King powerhouse and an alchemist. Even if he gave him some random thing that was of no use to him, it would still be a treasure. Only someone with a hole in the head would refuse. Oh, no need to thank me, there are still about 20 days until we reach the clan. In the meantime, everyone cultivates well. In the next 20 days or so, the griffin beast continued to fly towards the Jiama Empire, and flying over the borders of various empires, relying on the reputation of Jianan Academy and its own Dou King level strength, Xiao Ming and the others arrived unharmed and without getting into any trouble. The border cities of the Jiama Empire did not stop them either and let them leave without further ado. The only thing is that the information about Xiao Ming began to spread from the border cities to certain places. 20 days later, a flying magical beast flew over a city in the Jiama Empire. In the griffin beast, Zia Yan sat bored beside Xiao Ming. The day they left, Zia Yan woke up and stayed in the griffin beast for more than 20 days, the others were fine. Zia Yan really felt like she was dying of boredom. Xiao Ming, I'm so bored. If you are bored, go cultivate. Next to her, Xiao Ming sat on a chair, holding a book in his hands, and said slowly. But ordinary cultivation is too slow, why don't we go together to look for medicinal herbs? I feel that there are many precious medicinal herbs nearby, and when we find them, we will have half each. Hearing this, Xiao Ming put down the book in his hand, looked at Zia Yan's expectant little face and said wordlessly. Looking for medicinal herbs? You're trying to steal medicinal herbs, aren't you? Zia Yan's talent for sensing medicinal herbs had come through the simulator a long time ago, and after going through many places these days, he had actually sensed quite a few good things. However, most of those things were the treasures of certain powers. How did Xiao Ming know that most of them were the treasures of certain powers? This was because Zia Yan had started saying that she was bored early on, and seeing her pitiful look, Xiao Ming had agreed to accompany her out once. Unexpectedly, every time Zia Yan pointed somewhere, it was a heavily guarded building with the aura of a powerful person. At that moment, Xiao Ming was startled, grabbed Zia Yan, and ran out, fearing that Zia Yan would sneak in when he was not paying attention and be discovered. He just wanted to go home in peace and quiet, he didn't want to be chased. Humph, why are you afraid of those people? Many of them are not as strong as you. Zia Yan's little face frowned with dissatisfaction. I'm not afraid of them, it's just that there's no need to cause trouble, we should reach our destination very soon, don't you want herbs? Here, this is for you. Seeing Zia Yan's unhappy look, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly and took out a red fruit from his storage ring and handed it to Zia Yan. It's a vermilion fruit. When she saw the fruit, Zia Yan's eyes lit up and the unhappy look on her face instantly disappeared. The vermilion fruit was a rare medicinal herb with a good taste. She had been longing for this fruit for a long time before, but Xiao Ming had not given it to her. The sweet taste with a special aroma stimulated her taste buds, and Zia Yan murmured, delicious, as she ate it. Rubbing Zia Yan's hair, Xiao Ming walked out of the room. Outside the room was the place where he had chatted with Xiao Yu and the others last time, which could hardly be called the living room. At this moment, Xiao Shan was standing by the living room window, looking into the distance. Xiao Ming came to his side and asked, "How long until we reach Wutan City?" Hearing this, Xiao Shan took out a map and said after comparing it. We just passed through Yan City, with the speed of the griffin beast, we should arrive in 20 minutes. Oh, we're finally almost there, go talk to Xiao Yu and the others. Okay. After looking at Xiao Shan's departing back, Xiao Ming turned his head to look out the window and muttered. Counting down the time, today must be the day the Xiao family tests the clan members' Do Qi. He had performed some life simulations in the past few days and had obtained hundreds of thousands of gold coins. There wasn't much to say about the items, but one of the simulations mentioned that today was the time when the clan's Do Qi test would be conducted. The Xiao clan of Wutan City, the square of the Do Qi test magic stone monument. Young boys and girls crowded together, and from time to time a young man whose name was called would run to the central stage to test his Do Qi. Next to the test magic stone tablet, there was a middle-aged man who was in charge of announcing the information that appeared on the tablet. Xiao Yun, Do Disciple, 6 star, Level, Intermediate. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Xiao Yan who is in despair Xiao Ling, Do Disciple, 6 star. Level, Intermediate. Xiao Mei, Do Disciple, 7 star. Level, High. Xiao Ning, Do Disciple, 8 star. Level, High. The huge stone training ground was filled with more than 100 young men, and a clamor of voices rose to the sky. On the high platform to the left of the training ground, there were some members of the Xiao family seated, and in the center were the clan head Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders, as well as some important figures. Looking at the energetic boys and girls on the stage, the Grand Elder had a smile of happiness on his face, especially after seeing his grandson Xiao Ning. He could not hide the smile on his face. After laughing for a while, the Grand Elder suddenly said to Xiao Zhan, who was beside him. Haha, our clan has become quite strong since Xiao Ming sent back those Qi methods and Do techniques. There are also very good seeds, don't you think, Xiao Zhan? Humph. Xiao Zhan, the Xiao family clan head who stood beside him, coldly snorted without saying anything. Ever since Xiao Ming had asked Xiao Shan to send them some high-level techniques and pills, the Xiao family's strength had increased tremendously, and several Do grandmasters had emerged in the clan. Last year, Xiao Shan even returned once, and by then he was already a Do spirit, directly intimidating the big and small families in Wutan City. It could be said that the Xiao family at this time was now the supreme lord of Wutan City, and in this sense, the Grand Elder was right. However, he knew that the Grand Elder did not have good intentions, and there was something in his words. By saying that there were many good seeds, he was only trying to praise his grandson Xiao Ning and mock his son Xiao Yan. Although he intended to reprimand him, the Grand Elder was so insidious that he did not name his son directly, so Xiao Zhan could only pretend that he had not heard him. Seeing that Xiao Zhan ignored him, the Grand Elder laughed and no longer teased him, who made him in a good mood today. Xiao Ning had already reached 8-star Do disciple and could now be sent to Jianan Academy to study. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan there, he should be able to grow even faster, and might be able to surpass him and become a Do spirit powerhouse very soon. Add to that a Xiao Yu who was already at Jianan Academy, all of his grandchildren had a good future, so he couldn't help but feel happy. Just because the Grand Elder didn't want to tease, didn't mean the others didn't. The second elder, who wore a black robe, stroked his beard and said slowly. Speaking of good seeds, the second genius of our Xiao family, Xiao Yan, has spent a lot of the family money, but has he been cured or not? What do you mean by that? The second elder named his son, causing Xiao Zhan's face to turn cold. What do I mean? The meaning is very simple, even if I tell you to stop treating him, it's a waste of time. The previous year, you privately asked Xiao Ming for a 4th-tier pill recipe on behalf of the family to find a 4th-tier alchemist, but the result was that it was useless and the pill recipe was wasted. If we had exchanged it for resources, the family would have produced many more experts, and you waste it like this. Shame on you. At the end of his speech, the second elder's expression was a little bitter, obviously a bit resentful that a high-level pill recipe was wasted. "Hat, don't forget who the clan head is. As clan head, I have the right to write to all clan members on behalf of the clan, and I'm also authorized to use the clan's resources in a reasonable manner. Since Xiao Ming had Xiao Shan bring the pill recipe to us, then I can use it. Xiao Zhan. The Xiao clan is not just your Xiao clan, and since you're writing on behalf of the clan, those things should belong to the clan, not be your personal belongings. You." Just as the dispute in the stands tended to expand a bit, a voice came from the center of the training ground. "Next, Xiao Yan." Hearing this voice, Xiao Zhan's face was stunned and he turned to look at the young man standing at the edge of the training ground. The elders on the sides also revealed slightly mocking smiles as they looked towards the center of the training ground. After hearing this name, the boys and girls in the training ground also looked at the figure at the edge of the training ground, with a smile on their faces as if they were watching a show. "Let's see if our great genius is still in the 3-star Do disciple." "Genius? Come on, just call him waste." "Hey, keep your voice down, don't let the clan head hear you, or he'll punish you." "Hehe, what are you afraid of? My father made his way to the Do Grandmaster last year, and I'm just telling the truth, there's no reason for him to punish me." As he passed through the crowd, piercing sounds were heard all around him, causing Xiao Yan to clench his palms and his entire face became expressionless. Arriving next to the magic stone tablet, he extended his own right palm and pressed it firmly against it as the Do Chi in his body gushed out. "Do disciple, 3-star." Looking at the 4 large characters that shone so brightly that they were even a little blinding, Xiao Yan had a hint of self-deprecation at the corner of his lips, and his tightly clenched palm caused the slightly sharp nails to dig deep into his palm due to the strong force, causing a burst of pain. "Xiao Yan, Do disciple, 3-star. Level, low." A middle-aged man beside the magic stone tablet glanced at the information displayed on the tablet and announced it with an indifferent tone. The middle-aged man's words had just sounded and, as expected, a commotion filled with derision erupted in the crowded square. 3-star? Hehe, as expected, this genius got stuck again this year. AI, this waste has really disgraced the clan. If it wasn't because the clan head is his father, this kind of waste would have been kicked out of the clan and left to his own devices. How could he have a chance to stay in the clan and eat and drink for nothing? Sigh, that genius guy who was known in Wutan City in the past, how come he has fallen into such a state now? Who knows, maybe he did something wrong and provoked the gods who brought down their wrath. On the stage, Xiao Zhan saw his son being ridiculed and a touch of pain appeared on his face. On the stage, the scornful jeers and pitiful sighs coming from the surroundings fell on Xiao Yan's ears, which were like a wooden stake that remained in place, feeling as if a sharp thorn was being driven hard into his heart, causing his breathing to sharpen slightly. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and tender face. His coal-black eyes swept over the mocking companions around him, and the self-deprecation at the corner of his mouth seemed to have become even more bitter. These people, why are they so cruel and haughty? Maybe it's because 3 years ago they showed the humblest smile in front of me, so now, they seek to balance their mental stability. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yan turned around dejectedly and silently returned to the end of the line. Next, Xiao. Wait, what's that? Before the middle-aged man could finish his call, he was interrupted by the shriek of a young man pointing toward a direction in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and in the sky, a huge black shadow was heading their way. The speed of the black shadow was very fast, and soon some people with good eyesight could see it clearly. It seems to be a magical beast. Yes, it's a flying magic beast with wooden huts on it. It must be a flying magical beast of some great power. That's the flying magical beast of Jianan Academy. I saw it once during admissions. Jianan Academy? How did they appear in Wutan City, if it's not the admission date yet? There was a commotion among the crowd, and before they could understand, the flying magic beast in the sky reached the sky above the stone training ground and hovered in the air, its wings flapping, the wind surging, shaking the figures of some Xiao clan people below to the point of almost falling to the ground. The movement of the flying beast caused some commotion, but the people on board seemed to realize the situation and made the magical beast fly a little higher, so that no one would be hurt. On the bleachers, Xiao Zhan and some elders who were already standing nervously were relieved to see this scene, and were about to step forward to ask the other party the reason for their visit when they heard a girl's voice coming from the sky. "Xiao Ming, is this your clan? Why do your clan members look so weak?" Chapter 90, The surprised clan members on top of the griffin beast. Xiao Ming shook his head with a smile when he heard Ziyi Yan's words beside him and said, "Although Wutan City has a large population, that is only because of the convenience of being close to the Magic Beast mountain range. Although the Xiao family is the supreme lord of Wutan City, it is still only a small family. Of course, there are not many strong people." After saying that, Xiao Ming softly said to Xiao Shan, who was a little excited to go home, "Xiao Shan, find a place to control the griffin beast to descend, don't be as careless as you were just now, remember to be careful." Xiao Shan, who was standing by the griffin's reins, smiled awkwardly. Indeed, he had made a mistake just now, forgetting that his family's strength was inferior to that of the Jianan Academy students, so he had not controlled the altitude properly. After answering in the affirmative, Xiao Shan began to look for a place to land. Xiao Ming. Could it be Xiao Ming who is on the Jianan Academy's flying magic beast? Above the grandstand, Xiao Zhan and the other high-level family members showed a thoughtful look on their faces, then a look of surprise, and finally a clear joy. If it was Xiao Ming who had returned from the Jianan Academy, then the Xiao clan could move to the next level. Even Xiao Zhan, who had just been in a bad mood because the clan members had made fun of Xiao Yan, had a smile on his face. This was because he could ask Xiao Ming to treat his son now that he was back. Because they were so engrossed in the possibility of Xiao Ming returning to the clan, they simply ignored the last half of Ziyi Yan's sentence that they were too weak. The delighted Xiao Zhan was about to instruct the boys and girls in the square to make room for them when the grand elder beside him shouted excitedly, "Quickly, make room for the flying magic beast to land." Hearing the grand elder's command, the crowd below quickly moved away from the central area where the magic stone tablet is located. In fact, there was no need to do so, the testing ground was large enough and there were empty spaces further away. After taking a glance down, Xiao Shan gave up his plan to fly the griffin to the side and instead, directly controlled it to slowly land next to magic stone tablet. When the flying beast landed, the violent winds blew again, but since the crowd was far enough away after the lesson learned earlier, no more people were shaken. The air currents slowly weakened until they disappeared, and the griffin beast finally landed in front of the crowd of the Xiao family, with its huge bird-like face staring at the nearest members. This scene directly caused many of the young Xiao family members to make a horrified face and retreat a few steps back from the not-so-short distance. On the training ground were not only the young teenagers who had not known the world, above the bleachers were murmuring the older members of the Xiao family. "Is that Jianan Academy's flying magical beast? That aura is as strong as the clan heads, right? It's worthy of the Jianan Academy. Alas, if our clan had a flying magic beast, it would save us a lot of trouble. What are you thinking about? This level of flying magic beast is not something we can have." "Ahem, stop, the people on the flying beast are descending, let's take a look." Xiao Zhan interrupted the meaningless conversation and led the way, several elders followed closely behind, and the others immediately followed after glancing at each other. On the back of the griffin beast, sensing that it had stopped, Xiao Ming said to the few people beside him, "It has stopped, let's go." After saying this, he pulled Ziyi Yan and went out. As they got out, Xiao Ming and Ziyi Yan were immediately spotted by the people waiting around. "There are people coming out of the flying magic beast. Who is that young man holding a little girl in white? I don't know, but he's so handsome. There's someone behind him, it's cousin Xiao Yu. The skinny young man behind Xiao Yu is cousin Xiao Hu. Cousin Xiao Shan is also there. Since Xiao Ming had been away from the Xiao family for too long and was too young, it was not surprising that not many people recognized him for a while, and only a few people looked at his somewhat familiar face and made some guesses in their hearts. With the appearance of Xiao Yu and the others, these people felt more and more in their hearts that their guesses were correct. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Ming, you're really back. Finally, just as the clan members were speaking, a loud laughter came from the back of the crowd, naming Xiao Ming's identity. With that, the crowd parted and a group of high-ranking clan members came to stand in front of Xiao Ming, each with unmistakable joy on their faces. What? That's Xiao Ming, the #1 hero of our Xiao family. It's been years since I've seen him, I didn't even recognize him. Haha, I guessed it a long time ago, Xiao Ming is still as handsome as when he was a kid. Haha, the return of the strongest person in our Xiao family is a great joy, we will definitely organize a banquet and have a good time tonight. Cousin Xiao Ming should be able to stay in the family for quite a long time this time he came back, it's only a little over a year until his 16-year coming-of-age ceremony. All the surrounding Xiao family members understood Xiao Ming's identity because of that earlier shout, and then they also revealed happy smiles. The significance of Xiao Ming's return to the Xiao family was extraordinary, and Xiao Ming had also sent many things to the family, cultivated the second strongest person in the family, Xiao Shan, and the family had become the supreme lord of Wutan City as a result. Therefore, his reputation was very high in the Xiao family, especially in the hearts of the young people. This cousin who had left home to pursue his studies since he was a child, and almost had a godlike divine ability, so when everyone mentioned the name Xiao Ming, their voices became a little more respectful. Grandfather Xiao Yu, who was next to Xiao Ming, greeted the grand elder with a smile after seeing him, while Xiao Ming and the others greeted Xiao Zhan, who was at the head of the group. Clan head, elders. I disturbed you just now while you were doing the Do Chi test, why don't you continue? No problem, it's no trouble at all, the test will be conducted later anyway. The second elder beside Xiao Zhan stroked his beard and said with a smile, indeed, they were disturbed, but not many people here would care about such things compared to Xiao Ming's return. Xiao Zhan, who was about to reply beside him, sighed and was speechless. These old farts always stole his word in front of Xiao Ming, it was like this before and it was like this now. Outside the edge of the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was alone, looked at Xiao Ming, who had a kind smile in the middle of the crowd, with a complicated look. The treatment of Xiao Ming, who was surrounded at this moment, was in stark contrast to what he had experienced before, which could not help but cause a hint of self-deprecation to appear at the corner of his lips. He knew that before his talent disappeared, he had also had this kind of treatment of being surrounded by everyone. However, after his Do Chi disappeared, he was immediately despised by everyone in the family except his brothers and father, while those clan members who had been eager to please him when he was a child were all ruthless with their words, which was really. Xiao Yan shook his head in despair. In fact, he understood why Xiao Ming was so popular, because Xiao Ming had really made many contributions to the family in addition to his talent, so he fears that in the Xiao family, even his father, the clan head, was not as prestigious as him. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Sensation in Wutan City, Yafei, Gu sooner today, the Xiao family is pretty lively, and the normally spacious and empty hall is full of Xiao family members. The center seat was occupied by the most powerful people in the family. The grand elder was sitting in his chair, his old face full of creases due to a smile. It's really thanks to you that the family has grown rapidly over the years. When you were younger, we thought you would be a great man with a great future, now it seems we were right about you, ha ha ha. The development of the clan is the result of the joint efforts of the clan members, I have only contributed with some help within my ability, that's all. Sitting back in his chair, Xiao Ming smiled faintly and said. Most of the things he had given to the Xiao family were of no use to him. It was the result of the Xiao family's efforts that they had grown to their current scale. If the Xiao family did not make effort, everything he had given them would be in vain. Of course, Xiao Ming thought so, but other members of the clan would not think so. After all, over the years, Xiao Ming sent out hundreds of Xian class Do techniques and Qi methods, including many high-level Xian class Do techniques of a full range of attributes. Prior to this, the most advanced Qi methods and Do techniques of the Xiao family were only at the intermediate level, Xian class. And due to confidentiality, only the clan head could practice them, and if the attributes of the clan head did not match, maybe no one could practice them, which was really tragic. Apart from the techniques, there are also some pills. Although these pills are just the usual Xiaoming practice pills on medicinal formulas, their effectiveness is not much worse. Thanks to them, the current Xiao family has another 7 Do Grandmasters. The number of Do Grandmasters in the family was the highest in Wutan City. Therefore, the clan members just thought Xiaoming was humble and praised him one after another. Hehe, after all these years, Xiaoming is still as humble as before. No arrogance, no impatience, and good manners. Xiaoming's outstanding appearance, coupled with his status as the strongest member of the family and his nonchalant personality, charmed some of the female family members to the point of giddiness, and pairs of beautiful eyes faintly lit up as they approached his side. Xiaoming smiled faintly at the various compliments and fiery eyes of the female members, but he did not take them seriously. After all, he had heard the same compliments since he was a child, and had long since learned to treat it normally. When the praise from the crowd died down a bit, clan head Xiao Zhan also smiled and said, "The contributions you have made to the clan over the years are obvious to everyone, so, in order for you to be remembered in recognition of your merits, your name has long been recorded in the clan's merit book." Oh! At these words, Xiao Ming let out a somewhat surprising sound. The merit book was a list established by the Xiao family to honor some of the family members who had made significant contributions to the family, and the last member of the Xiao family to enter the merit book was the former clan head, Xiao Lin. For the sake of family cohesion, basically, all families will have something similar. Xiao Ming had not expected to have his name on it so soon, mainly because he had not thought of it that way, as the clan members who were in the merit book were basically dead now, and he was just a teenager. Xiao Zhan is right, in addition to going in the clan's merit book, the clan has also established the position of Supreme Elder for you. From now on you will be the Supreme Elder of the family, and your position in the family will be above us elders. The normally grumpy third elder stroked his grey beard and said pleasantly. With Xiao Ming's current strength and the contributions he had made to the family, the status of an ordinary clan member had long since been unsuitable, and after several discussions in the Xiao family, the position of Supreme Elder was created. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that Xiao Ming was too young and the original clan head, Xiao Zhan, had not committed any major misdeeds over the years, they would have wanted Xiao Ming to hold the position of clan head. After all, only the strongest could take the clan further, and Xiao Zhan was no longer the strongest in the clan or even the second strongest, but only the third strongest. The head clan position was also not passed down from one lineage to another. Those with strength and prestige could compete when the old clan head left the position. Xiao Zhan succeeded at that time by virtue of his strength as well as the prestige left by the old clan head, Xiao Lin. Of course, even if they wanted Xiao Ming to take over the clan head position, Xiao Ming would have waved his hand and said no. He didn't have that much time to stay in the clan, and being able to give the Xiao family some help was already the limit. The Xiao family had probably guessed a bit what he was thinking. A capable young man would definitely want to go out and make a name for himself, and no one really suggested that Xiao Zhan should resign and let Xiao Ming take over. Xiao Ming pondered for a long time about the position of Supreme Elder, and feeling that there was no problem with him holding such a position, he finally nodded to the Xiao family who were looking at him anxiously. "Since it is the clan's decision, I will take this position for the time being, but this position shouldn't need to manage too many things, right?" Seeing that Xiao Ming had accepted the position, the Grand Elder also breathed a sigh of relief. He really feared that Xiao Ming would turn it down because after all the contributions Xiao Ming had made, the Xiao family had nothing to reward him with. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Ming was richer than the entire Xiao family, and for the Xiao family, they only had a few honorary positions within the clan that could be given to him. The relieved Grand Elder said with a smile, "The Supreme Elder can decide whether to handle things or not, depending on what you think." In response, Xiao Ming, of course, said that he did not want to handle things. After chatting for a few more minutes, Xiao Zhan suddenly asked curiously, "We've been chatting for so long that I forgot to ask you the names of the friends around you, I wonder if you can introduce them." "Oh, I forgot to introduce them. The girl in white on the left is a good friend I have made for many years at Jianan Academy, Zia Yan. Her strength is at the Doking realm." Zia Yan, who was being introduced, raised her eyes for a moment upon hearing the words and quickly lowered them again. It seemed that she had no interest in the people of the Xiao family. Xiao Ming, who was standing next to her, saw this expression on her face and knew that she would not be able to sit still again, so he could not help but smile helplessly and continued speaking to the crowd. "This white-haired young man on the right, well, he is also a Doking realm powerhouse, you can call him Xuetian." HSS naturally, no one doubted Xiao Ming's words, so when he finished his introduction, a cold air-sucking sound continuously resounded inside the hall. All the members of the Xiao family were shaken to the core. They had lived for many years, but this was the first time they had seen so many strong people gathered in the Xiao family. Moreover, these two Dokings were very young, and the girl looked even younger than Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming already knew that there would be this kind of reaction from the clan. After all, in the Jiama Empire, there were not many Doking powerhouses. The reason why Xiao Ming had chosen to reveal Zia Yan and Xuetian's strength was actually to prevent certain members of the Xiao family from not having eyes. If they offended Zia Yan and Xuetian in these few days, even if they give him face and save their lives, he feared that they would have to lie down for 10 days to half a month. It should be known that Zia Yan and Xuetian were magical beasts, and they would not care about such weak humans in their eyes. While Xiao Ming was talking to his clan, the news of their return spread quickly in Wutan City, and the matter was discussed in the streets and alleys. A middle-aged man on the street pulled a person he knew well and mysteriously asked, "Hey, old Wang, do you know?" "Know what?" asked old Wang curiously. "The genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming, is back." "What, you mean that young and powerful Doking, Xiao Ming, who left the Xiao family years ago? He's back? When did that happen?" He, just today. You should have seen the flying magical beast that hovered over Wutan City today, that's the flying magical beast that brought him." "Tisk tisk, flying magic beasts, a lot of money, worthy of being a Doking powerhouse. I heard that he is only a teenager this year, as long as he does not fall in the future, he will definitely have a great future." "That said, how do you know?" He, it's because my uncle's younger brother is working as a guard for the Xiao family, he said it has become a craze in the Xiao family." "I didn't expect you and the Xiao family to have a connection, then you can ask your relative who works as a guard for the Xiao family to help me." "Is the Xiao family still looking for guards?" "No matter whether they give money or not, what I like the most is the profession." In the spacious hall of the Jialai family, the slightly darkened interior was as crowded as the Xiao family. At the head, the clan leader, Jialai Bai, spoke with a slightly somber face. "Is the news confirmed? Is he really the one who has returned?" A young man in the attire of the Jialai family replied. "It has been confirmed, it is indeed Xiao Ming who has returned, and together with him, there is also the powerful Do spirit who shocked our clan last year, Xiao Shan. This matter is already known to everyone in Wutan City." Hearing these words, a commotion broke out among the Jialai family in the hall. Jialai Bai banged the table with a grim expression, and the sturdy wooden table instantly broke into pieces. "Damn it! All these years our family has been crushed by the Xiao family, and now that Xiao Ming of the Xiao family has returned, what should we do? Is it possible that we have to bow down and surrender? The Jialai family, like the Xiao family, ran a market business and considered themselves rivals, so there was often some friction. The last time they clashed, they encountered Xiao Shan, who had returned home, and the Jialai family's market was directly raided by Xiao Shan with his clan members. The clash caused huge losses to the Jialai family, and afterwards, the Jialai family's territory was devoured by the Xiao family step by step. Due to the fact that the Xiao family was much stronger than them, the Jialai family could only endure it, and by now, their family's market share had fallen by half. No one responded to Jialai Bai's roar. After a brief silence, the young clan member who had responded to Jialai Bai said cautiously, "Clan leader, why don't we submit to the Xiao family? We might even get a respite. The Xiao family will hold a family banquet tonight, so we can pay a visit to hear what they say, otherwise if things continue like this, our family will be bankrupt." Jialai Bai snorted coldly and said, "Can we get those market shares back by submitting? Would you stop talking bullshit? I should have sent someone to assassinate that Xiao Ming in the first place. The family's market business can no longer stand on its own, go find some premises and get ready to open a casino." Hearing this, the Jialai family people looked at each other. This was a case of not being able to compete with the Xiao family and planning to compete with the Aoba family. They knew that the casino business in Wutan City had always been controlled by the Aoba family. For the Jialai family, this was still a new area. However, this decision was met with the approval of many people. It was better to compete with the Aoba family than with the Xiao family. Competing with the Xiao family, in case they angered Xiao Ming of the Xiao family and he decided to raise his hand and slap them, it was estimated that their family would cease to exist. Wait, although the transformation of the family industry is important, we must also visit the Xiao family in the evening. We have had a lot of conflicts in the past, let's explore the situation tonight first. Prepare good gifts, I need them for the night. Yes. One of the three major big clans of Wutan City, the Aoba family, was experiencing the same scene right now. Quickly prepare a good gift, I want to visit the Xiao family for the night. Not only these two clans, but the other small clans in Wutan City had also prepared good gifts and began to send greetings to the Xiao family. Mitre Auction House. Inside the glorious auction house, a beautiful woman in a red dress asked the maid beside her with a delicate and charming voice that numbed the bones. "Is it really that genius of the Xiao family who has returned?" "Miss Yafei, the news is accurate." The maid beside her bowed her head in response. "Very well, go down first." Yafei's lazy voice rang out. "Yes." After seeing the maid go down, Yafei smiled at an elder beside her and said, "Master Gu Ni, this Xiao family is really lucky to have two geniuses in a row, and even though one has fallen, there is another one who is even more terrifying. A teenage Do King." Speaking of which, Yafei's tone was filled with emotion, and her heart was filled with envy. If she had this kind of cultivation talent, wouldn't she be able to control her own destiny? The elder Yafei was talking to had a red face, and even though the green robe seemed ordinary, there were slivers of light surging across it. Obviously, this robe had some kind of a monster core implanted into it. On the elder's commonplace face was an ever-present arrogance that was difficult to hide. However, this arrogance quickly disappeared when the elder responded to her. Only to see him reply with a bitter smile, "The Xiao family is really lucky, this Xiao Ming, in addition to his outstanding cultivation talent, is also a high-tier alchemist. These years the Xiao family members have taken many medicinal pills, and to think that I am only a second-tier alchemist." The other side, sigh. Speaking of the other side, he sighed and simply stopped talking. Apparently, the mention of Xiao Ming made him feel like a loser. After the two were silent for a while, Yafei spoke up and said, "Tonight, I want to pay a visit to the Xiao family and meet that legendary Xiao Ming. I wonder if Master Gu Ni is interested in accompanying me." "Yes, I would like to see how far this genius Xiao Ming has come, and how high is his alchemist tier now. In the backyard of the Xiao family, in a small secluded courtyard, a young girl who possessed a cold and ethereal aura, as if she was a lotus in its first bloom, casually asked the air beside her. Old Ling, what is happening today in the Xiao family that is really so lively? After the young girl's question fell, a black-robed figure silently appeared in front of her and respectfully replied, Miss, it's because Xiao Ming, who has been away from the Xiao clan for 8 years, has returned. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Gathering at the Xiao Family, Night Banquet Xiao Ming. Hearing that name, the young girl was obviously a little surprised. So he's the one who has returned from the Jianan Academy, no wonder the Xiao clan is so lively today. As someone who had been sent to the Xiao family by the Gu clan to steal the Jiuyushi ancient god's jade, Gu sooner knew the development of the Xiao family like the back of her hand over the years. Throughout these years, she had toured almost all the hidden corners and important places of the Xiao clan. Apart from the Jiuyushi ancient god's jade, which she had never found, she knows all the treasures of the Xiao family, and can easily detect any additional items. She had even sneaked into the most guarded Do technique hall of the Xiao family many times, and knew more about the added Do techniques than even ordinary members of the Xiao family. All those things were given to the Xiao family by Xiao Ming, and now that Xiao Ming had returned, to show the importance they attached to it, the Xiao family would, of course, give a fine reception banquet to celebrate the occasion. A year ago, the Xiao family claimed that he had broken through the Do King realm. Elder Ling, is this true or not? It was no wonder Gu Suner's heart was doubtful. Such a young Do King was truly mind-boggling, especially in a small place like the Jiama Empire. The probability of a genius of this level appearing was too low. Gu Suner was fine, at least she had a much broader view, so she could still believe in this matter, so she only asked to make sure. Some of the people of Jiama Empire, when they heard about a teenage Do King, they just took it as a rumor, because it was really beyond their knowledge, too difficult to accept. Faced with her mistress's question, Ling Ying's voice was respectful as he replied. His aura is not deliberately hidden, he is indeed at the Do King realm, but the exact stage is difficult to perceive. I feel that he is at least a 5-star Do King, and probably due to being an alchemist, his soul perception is very strong. If it were not for my Do Chi attribute which is suitable for hiding, I might have been discovered by him. At the end of the sentence, there was a tinge of admiration in Ling Ying's voice, not knowing whether he was admiring his own superior concealment technique or admiring Xiao Ming's keen perception. There was a tinge of surprise in Gu Suner's voice when she heard that. I didn't expect this to be true, such a young Do King, even in the Central Plains where there are so many geniuses, there aren't many of them. Well, I never thought that a golden phoenix could fly out of the grass nest that is the Jiama Empire. The Xiao family that has fallen for 1,000 years could rise again because of this. Compared to Gu Suner, who spent most of her time in the Xiao family, Ling Ying, who was older, actually knew more about the Central Plains. He had traveled around the Central Plains when he was young and knew that Xiao Ming's current talent was also top-notch in the Central Plains, and he was still very optimistic about Xiao Ming and the future of the Xiao clan, as long as Xiao Ming did not fall. Although it was impossible to bring the Xiao clan back to the top where it once was, there was no problem in taking a place in the northwestern region. Without waiting for the two to continue speaking, a voice sounded from outside the door. Miss Suner, are you there? A young woman dressed in the attire of a maid asked respectfully before the door. Come in. The maid pushed the door and entered, only to see a young lady with the temperament of a lotus flower sitting alone on a chair. While there was no one around, apparently, Ling Ying had hidden his form again. The maid did not show anything strange, as she had not been able to hear the conversation between Gu Suner and Ling Ying. She slowly bowed and praised Miss Gu Suner's beauty before saying, Young Master Xiao Ming has returned to the family from Jianan Academy and has been elected as the family's supreme elder, so to help young Master Xiao Ming celebrate his designation, the family is going to hold a banquet in the evening. and the clan head has specially instructed me to invite you to the banquet, Miss Sooner. Supreme Elder, a banquet. To be honest, Gu Sooner was not interested in such things, but thinking of something Xiao Ming had done when she was a child, she nodded and said, "Understood, I'll be there, you can retire." Yes. The evening was not long in coming to anticipation of many people. Tonight's Xiao family is brightly lit and there was laughter all around. The gates of the Xiao family, which should be closed at this hour, were now wide open, with the courtyard full of people and endless noise. People considered important in Wutan City were carrying gifts and smiling amicably at the guard. An obese middle-aged man carried a sharp red sword and shouted, "I am Dali from Dali Weapon Merchant Company. I have heard about the return of the Supreme Elder of the Xiao family and have come to pay a visit. This third-order magic core sword is a small token of my sincerity, please accept it." The third-order magic core sword was not cheap, it could be the annual income of some small families in Wutan City. This Dali was really generous. The middle-aged man was about to hand over his sword when he was pushed aside by a yellow-clad old man before the guardian could say anything. The yellow-clad old man was holding a crystal box, and inside the transparent crystal box, a palm-sized fiery red, crystalline medicinal mushroom was glowing in the dark night. Medicinal herb merchant, Huang Zhong has come to visit the Xiao family. I heard that the Supreme Elder is fire attribute. This is a 1000-year fire spirit Ganoderma that I have treasured for many years, I hope you like it. 1000-year fire spirit Ganoderma. This name caused another cry of surprise. This fire spirit Ganoderma was a highly prized medicinal material, as it had absorbed a large amount of fire attribute energy and had the effect of increasing cultivation. Although the fire spirit Ganoderma did not really refer to a medicinal herb that had grown for 1000 years, the fire spirit Ganoderma that Huang Zhong took out could be seen to be many years old, and at a glance, one could tell that it was worth a lot, and compared to the precious sword from before, it was even several times more expensive. That this Huang Zhong took out this fire spirit Ganoderma must have been because he had some king of plan. The crowd watching noticed that behind Huang Zhong was a shy young girl in yellow with a pretty face and their heads lit up with a trace of understanding. Union Tea House. This lively atmosphere continued as the number of people at the entrance did not decrease, as the guards at the Xiao family gate would not let anyone into the Xiao family, nor would they accept gifts. Only after a person dressed as a member of the Xiao family came out from inside the gate and nodded to them did the guards begin to collect the gifts and let people in. Before long, the crowd rushed in from the Xiao family's gates, probably because they were afraid of the Xiao family's strength, and although the crowd walked quite fast, there was a surprisingly clean and orderly feeling as they walked. Mitre Auction House, Yafei and Master Gu Ni, have come to pay a visit to the Xiao family. A delicate and seductive voice rang out, freezing the step of many people, many of whom turned to look at the figure who had spoken, and when they got a good look at her, they only felt their blood stir and their mouths go dry. Tonight's Yafei still wore the same red as always but changed from a dress to a luxurious long skirt. The voluptuous and exquisite figure wrapped in the red dress is imposing and extremely provocative. Her lightly made-up face had a charming smile, making her already perfect face even more dazzling, and it was obvious that she had put a lot of thought into this evening. Beside her, Master Gu Ni had donned the alchemist's robe of the Jiama Empire with the alchemist's insignia on his chest, and the arrogance that used to hang on his face at all times had long since disappeared. Ignoring the heated gazes coming from around them, Yafei and Gu Ni handed the gift in their hands to the Xiao family's doorman before entering the Xiao family's gates. After entering the Xiao family, the guards led the way, and everyone who entered the Xiao family arrived at a rather spacious hall, which had all kinds of wine and food placed on the tables. Many maids were passing through them with dishes. As soon as Yafei and Master Gu Ni entered the hall, they encountered several familiar faces. Huang Zhong, the great medicinal herb merchant of Wutan City, Dali, who has monopolized the weapons industry in Wutan City. Hehe, it seems that Xiao Ming's return has brought a big commotion to these bigwigs of Wutan City. Looking at those people, Yafei covered her little pink mouth for a moment and said with a smile. Grandmaster Gu Ni, who was nearby, looked at the crowd and also nodded slightly. Even the Jialai family, who used to be at odds with the Xiao family, has also come. Hey, it seems like they are trying to come and ask for forgiveness. No wonder they are like this, with the Do King powerhouse. Ye Fei and Gu Ni saw those people, and those people naturally saw them. Today's Ye Fei was so bright and colorful that it was hard not to notice. After seeing Ye Fei, many people quickly stepped forward to establish a relationship. Mitre Auction House was now the second major power in Wutan City, apart from the Xiao family, and it was essential to maintain good relations. When she saw them coming, Ye Fei put a slick fake smile on her face and dealt with them. She had not been dealing with them for long when she heard noises coming from outside. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, and a group of elders came in. Seeing them, these people, who had been talking to Ye Fei for a few minutes, turned around and squeezed together with Xiao Zhan and the elders for a casual conversation. Every time they opened their mouths, they had a fawning appearance. Gu Ni and Ye Fei, who remained in the same place, looked at them in dismay and then shook their heads. Master Gu Ni even whispered, "These people are too shameless, no matter what, Xiao Zhan is also a Do Grandmaster like them, can't they restrain the fawning smile on their faces?" If those people who were flattering Xiao Zhan heard this, they would only shout that they didn't want to do so either. Honestly, Xiao Zhan was a Do Grandmaster like them, and they had not wanted to show such a flattering stance, but who made the Xiao family have a Do King? Xiao Ming hadn't come out, that powerful Do spirit, Xiao Shan, wasn't here, and Xiao Zhan was the current clan head of the Xiao family, so they had to flatter someone. Not only Xiao Zhan, but also approached some of the elders and some other people in the Xiao family to flatter them. In the Xiao family's backyard, in a small secluded courtyard, Xiao Ming handed the newly refined pills to Zia Yan, who looked at them with anxious eyes. After laughing and looking at Zia Yan, who took a pill to quickly pop it into her mouth, he looked up at the night sky. Guessing that it was almost time, he said, "It's almost time to go to the banquet." When Zia Yan, who had taken a pill and was smiling happily, heard this, she couldn't help but frown and muttered, "I don't know what's so good about this banquet, we could go look for medicinal herbs if we have free time." Actually, Zia Yan did not like that kind of event, because that kind of situation made her feel very bored, and it was also very noisy when there were a lot of people. Attending that kind of banquet was simply a waste of time. Xiao Ming understood Zia Yan's thoughts very well. In fact, he didn't like such events either, but he couldn't refuse as a protagonist when people were happy to throw him a feast. After glancing at Zia Yan, Xiao Ming asked, "Don't you want to go?" Zia Yan nodded her little head and blinked her big watery eyes as she said, "Actually, as soon as I entered this city, I realized that I sensed quite a few medicinal herbs again. Why don't you let me go and fetch the medicinal herbs?" Since Wutan City is right next to the Magic Beast mountain range, it was no wonder that Zia Yan was able to sense medicinal herbs. To be honest, Xiao Ming had also sensed it, and looked at the expectant Zia Yan for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, I'll let you out tonight, but you have to come back tomorrow, do you understand?" With Zia Yan's current strength, there was no one in the Jiama Empire who could hold her back except for Yun Shan, so Xiao Ming didn't fear that something would happen to her after she left, he simply reminded her to come back tomorrow. Seeing Xiao Ming's promise, Zia Yan showed a happy face, and after putting the pill bottle in her hand in the storage ring on her finger, a pair of wings appeared on her back. With a strong shake of her wings, her whole body flew into the air, and her voice then came out, "Xiao Ming, I'm leaving first, I'll come back tomorrow." Looking at Zia Yan, who had left in an instant, Xiao Ming shook his head and said to Xuetian, who was standing beside him, "Come with me, I intend to let you stay in the Xiao family in the future, it is necessary for you to show your face." A hint of surprise appeared on Xuetian's face when he heard this, but it quickly disappeared, and then he said in a muffled voice, "Understood, Master." I will keep an eye on your clan from now on. Do your best. I will find some suitable chi method and do techniques for you tomorrow, just concentrate on practicing in the Xiao family, it will be beneficial. Smiling and patting Shui Tian's arm, Xiao Ming said. Cousin Xiao Ming, it's time for dinner. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan's voice came. Let's go. Talking to Shui Tian, after which Xiao Ming took the lead and headed for the gate. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Shan was standing at the gate waiting, and after seeing Xiao Ming, a smile appeared on his face. It's time, cousin, let's go to the living room together. Okay. After chatting along the way, the three of them soon arrived at the dinner venue. As soon as Xiao Ming and the others entered the hall, instantly, the hall, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent as everyone's eyes looked at the trio at the entrance. That tall figure in the Xiao family costume is Xiao Shan, so the handsome young man beside him must be Xiao Ming, right? Although many people could not recognize Xiao Ming's appearance, these people were already familiar with Xiao Shan's appearance, so it was easy to guess his identity. The target of this trip was right in front of them, but these Wutan city forces did not dare to approach Xiao Ming, but instead remained honestly in their positions, not daring to make the slightest noise. The reasoning was simple, although many people in the Xiao family said that Xiao Ming's character was good, but that was still what others said after all. In the end, they still have to watch carefully, if they boldly move forward and end up disturbing others. Xiao Ming pinching them to death is similar to pinching an ant. The silence did not last long. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, The Charming Yafei. The silence did not last long as the Grand Elder seated at the head table immediately stood up to greet Xiao Ming when he saw his arrival. He, you've come at a good time, have a seat. Xiao Ming looked at the other tables at those who were not wearing the Xiao family's clothes, they were obviously the Xiao family's guests. Not minding the mixture of astonishment and curiosity, Xiao Ming nodded and made his way to the head table. At the head table, most of the guests were members of the Xiao family, except for one man and one woman who were not wearing Xiao family attire. Since they were not wearing Xiao family attire, the first thing Xiao Ming noticed was the two people. The man was nothing more than an old man, even if he was wearing an alchemist robe and had a second-tier alchemist badge on his chest, he was no different from an ordinary person in Xiao Ming's eyes. The woman was a bit more striking, a faint smile could be seen on her pretty face, maintaining a touch of charm, wearing a finely crafted bright red dress, a golden belt with a blue crystal in the center hung around her waist, highlighting the slender willowy waist to the fullest, and from the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. What a breathtaking beauty! Her beauty can compete for the top spot among all the women I have seen over the years. This person must be Yafei, right? After taking a glance, Xiao Ming secretly thought in his heart. Yafei's identity was still very easy to see, her features were too distinctive. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, a seductive smile appeared on Yafei's face. Xiao Ming did not react to this because, at that moment, the Grand Elder had already dragged him to the main seat and sat down, so he did not continue to look at Yafei. Seeing this scene, Yafei's smile stiffened a little, feeling that her smile had been in vain, but years of experience had long ago created a good mentality, and the smile on her face quickly returned to its natural state. After both Xiao Shan and Shui Tian sat down near Xiao Ming, Xiao Zhan began to introduce them. Ahem, let me introduce you, these two are Miss Yafei and Master Gu Ni from Mitre Auction House, who came to visit you today when they heard that you had returned from your studies. Oh, Miss Yafei is the manager of Mitre Auction House, her methods are extraordinary, and she has expanded the business of Mitre Auction House several times since she came to Wutan City. When Xiao Zhan introduced the two, he focused on Yafei because he felt that Xiao Ming should be interested in Yafei, after all, young people are full of vitality. It was normal for people to be interested in Yafei, as she was very charming and attractive. This was also the main reason why he had placed Yafei and Gu Ni at this table. Although it was also due to the face of the Mitre family, the face of the Mitre family was not enough for these two people to share a table with a powerful Dou king. Hearing Xiao Zhan's introduction, Ye Fei, who was completely unaware of Xiao Zhan's thoughts, showed a sweet smile on her face, her pink cherry lips opened slightly and her sweet voice rang out from the table. He, I have long heard that the Supreme Elder is a young hero, but when I see you today, you are indeed as imposing as the rumors say. Ye Fei's beautiful eyes curved in a charming arc, her jade hand rested on her fragrant cheeks, her eyes stared at Xiao Ming's handsome face, her long eyelashes flickered slightly and a faint flirtatious temptation surfaced on that charmingly mature and pretty face. The seductive sound tickled her ears, causing several people at the table to blush. Luckily, all of them were powerful people of the Xiao family and could maintain their composure, so they did not embarrass themselves. Xiao Ming smiled indifferently at Ye Fei's seductive voice and said nothing. After all, he had heard these kinds of words so much that he could already automatically ignore them in his mind. He couldn't say anything about this kind of compliment, it seemed a bit arrogant for him to admit it directly, and a bit hypocritical if he didn't, so it was better to smile about it. To be honest, Xiao Ming was a little surprised that Ye Fei dared to approach him. With her beauty, if he was a pervert and wanted to do something to her tonight, there would be nothing she could do about it. Currently, the strongest member of the Mitre family, Hai Badong, was sealed by Medusa and was currently only a Dou spirit. The second strongest member of the Mitre family, Mitre Tengshan, although ranked among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire, he was only a Dou king. If he were to get serious, Mitre Tengshan would never last more than 10 moves in front of him, and could easily handle him if he wanted to. It is possible that, after taking Ye Fei, the Mitre family would even rejoice when his status as a 6th-tier alchemist was revealed. To them, sacrificing a clan member with poor cultivation talent to have a connection with a 6th-tier alchemist would be a complete bargain. Although the beauty in front of him could easily be obtained if he wished, Xiao Ming had no such thoughts in his heart. This was not because he was a saint without women in his heart, but mainly because such an act did not fit his values. Xiao Ming's thoughts were unknown to Ye Fei, and she thought that Xiao Ming's behavior of not speaking was due to the arrogance of the powerful. Looking at Xiao Ming's indifferent face, and the beauty that she usually took pride in losing its effect in front of him, gave Ye Fei a slight sense of frustration. Over the years of training away from home, she had learned deeply how much her beauty attracted men. Until now, she had never met a teenager like Xiao Ming, who seemed not to care about her. Even if she was frustrated, Ye Fei did not feel any discontent that Xiao Ming did not respond, but only sighed in her heart, as expected of a genius who has become famous in the empire, his mentality is truly extraordinary, before turning her seductive gaze towards Xiao Shan. Brother Xiao Shan, it's been a year since I've seen you, but I see that your style is still the same. She and Xiao Shan had met once a year ago. Unlike the indifferent Xiao Ming, Xiao Shan was a little shy as he scratched his cheek, with a hint of red on his simple and honest face, and said in a low voice, "Miss Ye Fei is as beautiful and touching as ever." Seeing Xiao Shan's reaction, a wave of imperceptible satisfaction appeared on Ye Fei's face. Indeed, her charm was still there, and it was only Xiao Ming who was to blame. "Ahem, it's almost time, we better start the banquet." After casually sweeping the crowded hall and noticing quite a few people looking at him, Xiao Ming said, "Oh yes, it's time to start, this occasion is for you, Xiao Ming, move the chopsticks first," the Grand Elder said. Xiao Ming did not object. After reaching out and eating little food with the chopstick, the atmosphere in the room instantly warmed up. "Come on, drink up. We won't leave until we are drunk tonight." The sound of people eating and toasting was incessant. After Xiao Ming drank a cup of wine he toasted with the Grand Elder. For a moment, the clan members at the table approached one after another. With his current strength, ordinary liquor was no different from ordinary water to Xiao Ming, so Xiao Ming did not refuse. After most of the Xiao clan members made a toast, they said a compliment and quickly withdrew. Almost at the same time, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up, left his seat, and came to Xiao Ming's side, saying something respectfully. Supreme Elder, you have made many contributions to the development of the clan over the years, and as clan head, I am here to give you a toast. Xiao Ming was a little surprised by Xiao Zhan's attitude. Didn't he say the same thing a short while ago? Why did he have to bring it up again? Although he was a little surprised in his heart, Xiao Ming still raised his glass in response. As a clan member, it's something I should do, so don't worry about it. Xiao Zhan poured himself another glass of wine right after drinking the first one. In this second glass, I toast to you as a father. My son Xiao Yan got sick earlier and you went out of your way to help him. For this, I would like to express my gratitude. After saying this, Xiao Zhan drank all the wine without waiting for Xiao Ming to say anything. The three elders sitting next to him cursed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Xiao Zhan's letter was sent on behalf of the clan, and every time there was a dispute before, they scolded him for it. When Xiao Zhan said this now, it became a personal letter from him to Xiao Ming, and the fourth-tier pill recipe was also sent only to Xiao Zhan. This was an attempt to silence them. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Xiao Zhan's request. Wutan City Unified. Xiao Ming thought about it for a second and understood. However, he already knew that the fourth-tier pill recipe would be wasted, so there was no point worrying about it, so he said, "Oh, it was just a little thing." Seeing Xiao Ming drink the cup of wine, some of the elders frowned for a moment and looked at each other, but did not say anything. Now that Xiao Zhan's purpose had been achieved, it was not good for them to bring up this matter again in the future. At his side, Ye Fei looked at Xiao Zhan with interest, as she was naturally very clear about Xiao Zhan's earlier incident of taking his son to seek medical treatment, given Mitre intelligence network. At that time, she was still very surprised. How did Xiao Zhan manage to invite a fourth-tier alchemist, who was someone quite important in the Jiama Empire? But she did not expect that the cost of the treatment would actually be paid by Xiao Ming. After Xiao Ming drank a cup, Xiao Zhan did not retreat to his seat but poured another cup. "This. Supreme Elder, I have another unkind request." Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows, knowing that this was the main show coming up and that the previous 2 cups of wine were just to set the stage for this. He asked with great interest, "What is it? Let's hear it." "Ahem, it's that my son Xiao Yan's illness has not been cured. You are a 6th-tier alchemist, so I would like to ask for your help to see Yanner's condition." 6th-tier alchemist. As soon as these words were uttered, before Xiao Ming could respond, Master Gu Ni on the seat directly cried out in shock. Master Gu Ni could not be blamed for not knowing how to keep calm. This was really because a 6th-tier alchemist was too amazing. The only person in the entire Jiama Empire who is a 6th-tier alchemist is Pil King Guhi, and there are only a few 5th-tier alchemists below him. The first thing he did was to think that the identity of the 6th-tier alchemist was false. But after a moment's thought, he realized that it was possibly true. After all, there was no need for Xiao Ming to lie to them, and there was no benefit in such a thing. Ye Fei had her charming little mouth slightly open, also full of disbelief. A 6th-tier alchemist plus the strength of a Doking could already easily destroy her Mitre family. The guests seated at the other tables also had shocked faces when they heard Guni's shout, and the astonishment in their gazes towards Xiao Ming grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the envy and jealousy in their hearts towards the Xiao family were about to break the sky. Why could a genius of this caliber appear in the Xiao family but not theirs? Xiao Ming raised his eyes to look at Xiao Zhan, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Yes, you can bring him to my room tomorrow morning and I can help you take a look at him, but this Do Qi disappearing for no reason is too strange. I dare not guarantee that I can cure him." Xiao Ming's reply caused Xiao Zhan's face to reveal a smile of joy that was impossible to hide, and he thanked him repeatedly. As for Xiao Ming's claim that he could not guarantee the cure, he simply ignored it. In his opinion, a 6th-tier alchemist was already an unattainable existence, and he did not believe that he could not cure his son with the help of such an existence. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhan did not know that he was destined to be disappointed this time, unless Xiao Ming was willing to reveal Yao Lao directly, otherwise, Xiao Yan's wasted state was feared to still last for some time. Many of the Xiao family juniors were also present at this Xiao family banquet. Xiao Yan, as Xiao Zhan's son, was present today despite the taunts of many of the clan members. Only instead of sitting at the same table as Xiao Ming and the others, he was in the Xiao family juniors area, and Xiao Zhan's movements were caught by his eyes. The whole family had teased him and mistreated him over the years, but only his father and brothers had treated him as they always had, even more lovingly. How could he not be moved by this? Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and if he was willing to do something, he could definitely be cured. No one cared about Xiao Yan's inner feelings. Xiao Yu, who was sitting not far away, looked at Xiao Yan, who was not in tune with the people around him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yan, you are really lucky to be able to have Uncle Xiao Zhan personally requesting for cousin Xiao Ming to treat you. Xiao Yan now had lost all his sharpness from the taunts of his clan members over the years, was only silent in the face of Xiao Yu's taunts, already used to it. Had. Xiao Yu only grimaced but did not continue to mock. After all, there was a pleasant atmosphere, and thus getting annoyed was really unnecessary. Gu Suner beside her only faintly glanced at Xiao Yan when she heard Xiao Yu's words. The current Gu Suner, because she had not experienced the incident where Xiao Yan had knocked on her room in the middle of the night, did not have any loving feelings for Xiao Yan, and even did not have good feelings towards Xiao Yan because of that incident. Therefore, after taking a glance at Xiao Yan, a fallen genius, Gu Suner quickly turned her eyes to Xiao Ming, not knowing what was being thought in her heart. The banquet lasted for a short time, during which Gu Ni, who had learned that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, rushed to Xiao Ming with an eager smile on his face, asking for advice on various topics, just like the leaders of the forces that were fawning earlier. To Xiao Ming, Gu Ni's questions were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, so Xiao Ming nonchalantly instructed Gu Ni, bearing the most anxious and respectful smile on his face. Ye Fei looked at Gu Ni, who used to be incredibly arrogant and turned into this state, and blinked, but inside she was very understanding. If it were not for the fact that there is now no place next to Xiao Ming, she would also want to go by his side. Time passed slowly and the banquet was nearing its end. As the end approached, Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up with a red face and shouted, "Ahem, quiet everyone! Now that all the large and small forces of Wutan City are present, we, the Xiao family, have something important to report to everyone." When Xiao Zhan said this, he caused the noisy hall to fall silent. The leaders of those forces even looked at each other with a somewhat unpleasant feelings. "Xiao Zhan, we believe that although Wutan City is close to the Magic Beast mountain range and has a large population, our Xiao family feels that Wutan City is too small and that the city can only have one voice. I wonder what you all think." The force leaders were not stupid and instantly understood what Xiao Zhan meant. This Xiao family is trying to unify Wutan City. In fact, unifying Wutan City was something the Xiao family had wanted to do for a long time. Wanting to rely on the market business for the family to continue to grow was impossible. It was impossible to rely on the market business to keep growing the family, so they could only start from other aspects. It so happened that the first and second best experts of the family were present this time, so the Xiao family wanted to do this right away. After Xiao Zhan's words, the leaders of the forces looked at each other and did not intend to open their mouths. Although the Xiao family had a Do King, the stable situation that Wutan City had maintained over the years still gave them the illusion that this could be talked about. "Xuetian." An indifferent voice was heard. It was Xiao Ming who spoke. Xuetian, whose name was spoken, nodded and stood up, his monstrous aura pressing down on the leaders of those forces. "It's a Do King, powerhouse." Those who were oppressed by the aura only felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their bodies, and their faces remained red from the pressure. To be able to oppress them to such a degree with just his aura, he was definitely a Do King, there was no doubt about it. That's fine with that Xue Tian. With Xiao Ming's command, Xue Tian withdrew his aura. After Xue Tian's aura oppression, those people were weak and breathing heavily. May I introduce to you, this is Xue Tian, a Do King powerhouse, a guest of my Xiao family, and he will be living in the Xiao family from now on. Xiao Ming's voice was very flat, but it made all the people's hearts jump violently. Where did this Xiao Ming get such a strong person from? The Xiao family was no exception, as Xiao Ming had not said before that Xue Tian would be living permanently with the Xiao family. The faces of the Xiao family members showed an expression of satisfaction, while the leaders of those forces looked at each other bitterly, and then they all said, Mighty Weapons Merchant Company will be run from now on by the Xiao family. The pill store is willing to respect the Xiao family as the lord of Wutan City. The Jialai family. The Aoba family. Ye Fei at the table looked at Xue Tian, who seemed to be following Xiao Ming's orders, and swallowed saliva with some difficulty. Even if Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, it was very difficult to make a powerful Do King respect him to such an extent that he would even be willing to stay in the Xiao family to help him guard the family. What kind of magical means did this Xiao Ming have to accomplish such things? Ye Fei felt a great curiosity within herself. After the people of those powers finished speaking, Xiao Ming spoke once more. The Aoba family and the Jialai family will have to leave Wutan City within 10 days, otherwise, they will suffer the consequences. This why? ×2 The clan leader of the Jialai family, Jialai Bai, and the clan leader of the Aoba family, Aoba Pa, shouted with frowns at his words. They were very confused as to why Xiao Ming would still expel their clan when they had clearly expressed their submission. Especially Aoba Pa, it was fine if the Jialai family was expelled because of the market business and all the trouble they had with the Xiao family, but his Aoba family had never done anything. Oh, it's because I know the history. Xiao Ming secretly thought in his heart. This Aoba family and the Jialai family had teamed up with the intention of destroying the Xiao family after Xiao Yan had made a big mess in the Misty Cloud sect, and he still felt that it was better that those guys weren't under his nose. These were things he couldn't tell others, so Xiao Ming merely said in a flat tone, "There's no reason for this, you should leave in 10 days. But Jialai Bai still wanted to talk. Even if they had to go, they should give them more time, these 10 days are too short. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan at the doorhumph. Without waiting for Jialai Bai to say anything else, Xue Tian coldly snorted and snow-white energy rushed towards him. Jialai Bai didn't have time to react at all, he only felt a cold force coming from his chest, and his entire body flew out, slamming hard against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood, then slamming against the ground from the rebound. Cough, cough. He saw the blood he spat out turn into ice cubes, and felt a strong qi flowing through his body, frantically destroying him. Jialai Bai realized the reality and said with difficulty, "Jialai family will be retreating from Wutan City in 10 days, cough." Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Aoba Pa. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze on him, Aoba Pa coldly sweated, especially after Xue Tian also shifted his fierce gaze towards him. The frenzied magical beast aura made his legs waver a little. Swallowing hard, Aoba Pa said with a bitter face, "The Aoba family will also retreat from Wutan City in 10 days. Seeing the end of the Jialai and Aoba clans, a thought flashed through the minds of the people of the other clans present, that they should never mess with the Xiao family in the future. After Aoba Pa finished saying that they would leave Wutan City, Xiao Ming did not say any more nonsense, but waved his hand and told them that they could leave now. After receiving Xiao Ming's instructions, Jialai Bai stood up trembling and, together with Aoba Pa, they left the hall. Subsequently, people from each family also took their leave. Soon the only people left in the hall were the Xiao family, Master Gu Ni, and Ye Fei. Realizing that it was no longer appropriate for her to stay with the Xiao family, Ye Fei slowly stood up and said in a delicate voice, "Supreme Elder and Clan Head Xiao, it has been a great pleasure to be with you today, and it is already very late, so Ye Fei will take her leave first. Master Gu Ni also stood up and said to Xiao Ming with a respectful face, "Thank you for your guidance today, Master Xiao Ming. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to prepare a small gift, I hope you will like it." Throughout tonight's banquet, Gu Ni received guidance from Xiao Ming, and was the most benefited of all the guests of the Xiao family. "Don't worry, there's no need for that." Looking at Gu Ni, Xiao Ming said softly. Gu Ni, a second-tier alchemist, couldn't give anything good enough for him to see, even if he had the backing of the Mitre auction house. Besides, he was only giving random hints, there was no need to accept gifts. "Master Xiao Ming has made me earn a lot today, so how can I not thank you?" Gu Ni's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled faintly, and said nothing more, only nodding his head gently. As he watched Xiao Zhan dismiss Ye Fei and Gu Ni, the Grand Elder, who was sitting not far away from Xiao Ming, suddenly rushed to Xiao Ming's side and asked somewhat excitedly, Will Honorable Guest Xue Tian really remain in the Xiao family the entire time?" Xiao Ming nodded. "Xue Tian will remain in the clan to cultivate in the future, but don't bother him if there is no important matter." Xue Tian was still a magical beast after all, and his habits were different from humans, so Xiao Ming had this instruction. The Grand Elder nodded happily. It was good to have a powerful Do King in the clan, even if he only appeared at critical times. It was important to know that when Xiao Ming had not yet returned home, he had sent back many high-ranked Do techniques and Qi methods. Those techniques would be eye-catching to anyone who looked at them. He was very afraid that any strong person would come to rob them if they didn't have a strong person to back them up. He still wanted to find some time in the next few days to ask Xiao Ming if he had a solution, but to his surprise, Xiao Ming had already thought of one. After a moment of excitement, the Grand Elder cupped his hands toward Xue Tian, who was standing next to him, and said, "Honored guest Xue Tian, the Xiao family will count on you in the future." Xue Tian nodded in response. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Ming stood up and took his leave. The next day, early in the morning, when Xiao Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on top of his bed, opened his eyes, he saw Ziai Yan sitting by the table, her hands resting on her cheeks, her big watery eyes looking into his face all the time. Touching his own face, Xiao Ming smiled and looked at Ziai Yan. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, it's just that I suddenly realized that you are different from other humans." "I see, and what's the difference?" Xiao Ming asked curiously. Xiao Ming's question was fruitless because Ziai Yan did not answer, but instead took out a strange dried branch bloody and twisted like a slithering python, and handed it to him. "Here, this is my harvest from last night, remember to make me a pill." Blood python branch. Looking at the strange dried branch that was twisted and curved like a slithering python, Xiao Ming was a bit surprised. This blood python branch was a rare medicinal material, the main medicinal material for refining fighting spirit pills, and he didn't have it in his storage ring. It seemed that there were still quite a few good things near Wutan City. Maybe I can take a walk with Ziai Yan these days. A thought crossed Xiao Ming's mind before he got up from the bed and approached Ziai Yan, accepting the blood-colored branch in her hand with a smile on his face. "Have you eaten all the pills I refined for you yesterday?" "No, there's still half left." Although she didn't understand why Xiao Ming was asking her that, Ziai Yan answered sincerely. "How about you let me keep this medicinal herb, and in return, I will refine other pills even better than this one for you." Xiao Ming said. The blood python branch was so rare that he didn't even have one. Xiao Ming planned to refine the pills for Ziai Yan next time with another type of medicinal herb, and keep this one for his collection. After all, of the things alchemists liked the most was collecting different medicinal herbs. Xiao Ming's thoughts were unfamiliar to Ziai Yan, and as she listened to Xiao Ming's words, she blinked adorably with her big eyes and hesitantly said, "This is okay." "Good, I will refine the pills for you when you finish the ones I gave you before," Xiao Ming said while stroking Ziai Yan's little head. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside the courtyard. As Xiao Ming's soul power probed, he sensed two familiar auras. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. Hey, this Xiao Zhan is quite anxious, looking for me so early in the morning. With a laugh, Xiao Ming stood up, walked out of the room, and opened the courtyard door. Appearing in front of him were Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan, who had a somewhat tense expressions on their faces. Supreme Elder, sorry to disturb you. Seeing that it was Xiao Ming who opened the door, a somewhat pleasant smile appeared on Xiao Zhan's face. Clan head, come in. Xiao Ming waved his hand and led Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan into the courtyard. And at that moment, Xi Yan also ran out of the room. Seeing Xi Yan's small body running out of Xiao Ming's room early in the morning, Xiao Zhan's smile turned strange for a moment. They hadn't slept together last night, had they? After thinking about it, Xiao Zhan said nothing, but reached out his hand and pulled Xiao Yan behind him. This is my son Xiao Yan, you should have met him when you were a kid. In terms of age, he should be a month younger than you. Yanner, you haven't called him cousin yet. Kaus, cousin. This word was said by Xiao Yan in a very awkward way. In fact, Xiao Yan's feelings towards Xiao Ming were complicated. When he was a child before Xiao Ming's talent was revealed, although he had a slight impression of Xiao Ming, he only thought that Xiao Ming was a child with a lonely personality due to his parents' early death, and although he looked a little cuter, he was similar to the other children in the Xiao family. Those were also the times when he felt most proud of himself, as he had the most talent in the whole Xiao family. But after Xiao Ming's talent was revealed, his title as the first genius of the Xiao family was directly removed, leaving him speechless. That talent directly surpassed his imagination and pushed him beyond words. He also once tried his best to cultivate to catch up with Xiao Ming, but in 2 months he gave up. Because cultivation is really a boring thing, why would he work so hard when he can casually cultivate to surpass 99% of people? Fortunately, not long after Xiao Ming exposed his talent, he left the family to study. Of those remaining children in the Xiao family, he was again the most talented. Since then, he, like most of the children in the Xiao family, treated Xiao Ming as a legend. So to speak, the children in the Xiao family were divided into 3 grades, Xiao Ming alone in the 1st grade, he alone in the 2nd grade and the rest in the 3rd grade. Xiao Ming's talent was good, but that did not mean that he would recognize Xiao Ming for his talent alone. Because he had been reincarnated, and because he had been the mockery of his family for more than 2 years, he only recognized his father and 2 brothers in the entire Xiao family. Although Xiao Ming had left the Xiao family when he was very young and had not made fun of him, and was even prepared to treat him. However, when others made fun of him, they often used Xiao Ming as a point of comparison, saying something about how he used to be arrogant and domineering when he was talented, while Xiao Ming, who was a genius, treated others with modesty and contributed to the family. Always hearing those kinds of words affected his perception of Xiao Ming. Along with nervousness before treatment, although there was gratitude in his heart for Xiao Ming's willingness to agree to treat him, he also could not sincerely call him cousin. Xiao Ming heard it and did not attach any importance to it. Back then when he was reading the book, he knew that it was not so easy to get Xiao Yan to sincerely call him cousin. Xiao Yan was a person who had great difficulty in trusting other people. He also did not need anyone's approval, and agreeing to see Xiao Yan was just because he was a member of the same clan. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Probing. Yao Chen Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yan, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. He was old and experienced, of course. He realized the problem with Xiao Yan's tone of voice. Fearing to attract Xiao Ming's displeasure, he hurriedly said, "This is Yanner's lonely nature. There's no need to say much, I understand, let's start directly." Xiao Ming replied as he extended his hand. "Well." Interrupted by Xiao Ming, Xiao Zhan froze for a moment before nodding his head repeatedly. He was certainly willing to do the treatment quickly. "Then what should we do first?" Xiao Zhan asked nervously. At these words, Xiao Yan also clenched his hands a little nervously. No need to be so nervous. Before that, I will first understand your specific situation. Xiao Ming calmly said to Xiao Zhan, and then spoke to Xiao Yan again. Tell me, when did your dou qi start to disappear? Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of Xiao Ming, frowned and thought for a moment, and then spoke with some bitterness. A little over 2 years ago, I had just gone through dou practitioner not long ago, and when I had just received the qi method given by my family and was preparing to cultivate it, the qi spiral in my body suddenly broke without any warning, and I also fell from dou practitioner to dou disciple. At that time, I thought it was because I was cultivating the wrong way, but in the time that followed, my realm kept falling, and it didn't stop until I fell to the 3-star dou disciple. I realized that the cause was not the qi method at all. And I knew there was something wrong with my body. My father took me to look for many people, but there was no way to cure me, even with a 4th-tier alchemist. At the end of the sentence, Xiao Yan's voice was somewhat painful, thinking about the experience of seeking medical treatment again and again, had put a great strain on his spirit. What did those who treated you say? Focus on the opinion of that 4th-tier alchemist. Asked Xiao Ming with some curiosity. They all said that they couldn't see anything wrong, and that 4th-tier alchemist even said I wasn't sick at all. It's simply nonsense, my realm is obviously regressing. While Xiao Yan thought that the 4th-tier alchemist was talking nonsense, Xiao Ming agreed inwardly, he's right, your body isn't really sick. Of course, this could not be said to Xiao Yan, and after Xiao Ming had been silent for a while, he then slowly said, I understand, sit down and I will examine you. When Xiao Yan heard this, he walked to the chair next to Xiao Ming and sat down, watching Xiao Ming walk towards him and put his hand on him, his heart was a little excited. Inwardly, he was still silently thinking, we must find the cause of the disease, we must find the cause of the disease. Xiao Zhan's heart was also racing, praying in his heart that Xiao Ming could find the cause of the disease. He knew that Xiao Ming was the best alchemist in the Jiama Empire, so, if he couldn't find the problem, then he really didn't know what to do. Under his watchful gaze, Xiao Ming's tightly closed eyes slowly opened and then he slowly shook his head at them. Seeing this sight, Xiao Yan's face instantly paled, while Xiao Zhan's face also turned extremely ugly. Supreme Elder, the results I have obtained are consistent with that 4th-tier alchemist. Xiao Yan's body has no problems, not only does he have no problems, but he is also very healthy. But with Yanner, there is indeed a problem with his realm. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that, can you take another look at it? Xiao Zhan asked with some hope. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming sighed. In fact, he had actually been probing Xiao Yan's body with his soul power just now and had done so with all his might. The result was that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Yan's body. It turned out that Yao Lao's Dou Venerate realm was not fake, and he hid quite well and did not reveal even a sign that anything was wrong. Probing with his soul power but getting no results was also something that made Xiao Ming certain that this old man Yao Chen was definitely awake now. If he was an unconscious soul body, there was no way he could escape the full force of his complete mortal realm soul power probing, even if Yao Lao's storage ring had the ability to hide his soul. Furthermore, all these years of cultivation had made Xiao Ming understand that the soul body did not need dou qi at all, nor could it absorb it. The idea that a soul body could rely on absorbing dou qi to regain its strength was simply nonsense. This Yao Lao had definitely dispelled Xiao Yan's dou qi on purpose. Xiao Ming's guess was not wrong, and at this moment, a somewhat illusory-looking bearded old man figure in Xiao Yan's storage ring muttered in shock. What an amazing soul power, to have this kind of achievement at this age, this Xiao Ming is truly a heavenly talent. If it wasn't for the bone flame ring, I definitely wouldn't have escaped his probing today. No one knew of Yao Lao's thoughts on the ring. Outside, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Zhan's pleading eyes and tried again. This time Xiao Ming made the move a little stronger on purpose. Xiao Yan only felt a huge wave of something covering his body, almost his entire body seemed to be completely exposed to Xiao Ming's eyes in front of him. This feeling of feeling naked was not pleasant, but Xiao Yan still forced himself to contain his embarrassment and looked at Xiao Ming with expectant eyes. After a while, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and uttered a helpless voice. No, the result is the same as before, Xiao Yan is not sick. Perhaps I am not strong enough to detect it. Xiao Yan heard the words, his body seemed to be hit hard and his mind was a little confused. Xiao Ming was not strong enough, how could he not be strong enough? What kind of existence was a sixth-tier alchemist? That was an existence that was on top of countless people in the Jiama Empire. Could it be that there really was no way to be cured? Xiao Zhan and his son, who were in a very bad mood, took their leave. However, shortly after they left, Zia Yan, who stood to the side, spoke in a delicate voice, Xiao Ming, you definitely found out about that what's his name's problem just now, didn't you? Oh, why do you say that? Sitting on the chair, Xiao Ming asked with interest. Because you used all your strength in probing that person a moment ago, which shows that you take that one's illness seriously, but then you said that you didn't find any problem and let him go easily, which is not in line with your character. Zia Yan said with a smile. Having spent so many years with Xiao Ming knew her character very well, and likewise, Zia Yan also knew Xiao Ming's character very well. In Zia Yan's perception, as long as it was a problem that Xiao Ming took seriously, then he would study it very carefully for a long time. It was simply unreasonable to let Xiao Yan leave instead of retaining him and examining him many more times. The only explanation was that Xiao Ming already knew the cause of that person's illness. Indeed, but what I said a moment ago is true, there is nothing wrong with his body, what caused his Do Qi realm to regress was something else. It won't be long before he can regain his own talent, it doesn't benefit me to interfere. Xiao Ming patted Zia Yan's little head and explained. Zia Yan nodded her head as if she understood, then she stopped worrying, whether Xiao Yan recovered or not had nothing to do with her. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Misty Cloud Sect, Master and Disciple. The Misty Cloud Sect, with a heritage passed down from generation to generation, made this ancient sect stand at the top of the Jiama Empire. Were it not for the rules of the sect stating not to seize power from the emperor, one fears that the Misty Cloud Sect would have taken over the entire empire in several previous dynastic changes. Although it did not control the entire empire, there is no doubt about the sect's position in the empire. The sect was founded on Misty Cloud Mountain, which is only a few tens of kilometers away from the imperial capital. If the sect selected it, it was because naturally, it was a feng shui treasure. It is not a solitary peak but is surrounded by many mountains, it is the highest of them all, and when the surrounding mountains bend skyward, it suddenly appears like a sword, pointing straight up into the blue sky. As if in defiance of the sky, the exposed peak is surrounded by clusters of white clouds suspended like islands. At the top of the steep, cloudy hill, a slender figure loomed out of the mist. The woman is dressed in a purple and blue robe, adorned with gold inlay, and her long bluish-white hair was partially pulled back like the long song of a phoenix, faintly revealing an undisguised nobility. Her beautiful and touching face was very calm, like a clear spring in the mountains, which made people feel awe at her noble bearing. Tap 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 tap. As the woman gazed thoughtfully at the clouds in front of her, footsteps sounded behind her. The woman turned around and looked at the person coming. She was a cold-looking young woman with a beautiful and delicate face that looked like a heavenly fairy. She wore a black dress with gold stripes outlining her well-proportioned body. Looking at the young woman's face, which seemed to be tinged with a hint of sadness, the woman asked, somewhat puzzled. Yan Ran, didn't you take a trip home yesterday, why don't you look happy, did you run into something? Hearing her master's question, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but remember what her father and grandfather had told her upon returning home, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness inside. Master, you knew that I have a marriage contract, didn't you? Well, I heard you say that, could it be related to this matter? Yun Yun listened to her apprentice's words with a frown as she asked with some doubt. She knew that this disciple of hers had a marriage contract, but it seemed that this disciple had always been very resistant to this marriage contract and rarely mentioned it. The person I am engaged to, he's from the Xiao family of Wutan City. The Xiao family of Wutan City. As soon as Nalan Yanran said the words, Yun felt that she had heard of this family, and soon, a light came to her mind, and she thought of the information that had been presented to her not long ago. Her mouth blurted out, the Xiao family of Wutan City, the family where Xiao Ming came from. That's right, it's the Xiao family where the one known as monstrous talent rarely found in 1,000 years of the Jiama Empire, Xiao Ming, came from. Some time ago news came that Xiao Ming had returned from the Jianan Academy, and my grandfather asked me to find a time to go there, to recognize my relatives. Nalan Yanran's expression was somewhat annoyed. When Yun heard the words, she knew in her heart that this kinship recognition was a lie, bringing the two families together was the real thing, right? According to the information from the Misty Cloud sect, she had already learned that Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan was a powerful Do King and was also a 6th-tier alchemist. A Do King powerhouse and a teenage 6th-tier alchemist was indeed an existence that needed to be courted. In fact, for Xiao Ming, Yun had heard of his great name a long time ago, only at that time, Xiao Ming's talent was so exaggerated that she thought it was a false rumor. By the time Xiao Ming went to Jianan Academy later, she realized that it was not a false rumor and that it was too late to bring him to the Misty Cloud sect. In fact, this was also related to the fact that Xiao Ming's talent had been exposed for a very short time. Xiao Ming had not remained in the Xiao family for long after his talent was exposed. Moreover, most of the forces in the Jiama Empire were families linked by blood, so Xiao Ming had not had any contact with other major forces before leaving the Jiama Empire. Leaving aside what Yun thought, Nalan Yanran, who was in front of her, spoke in a firm tone after struggling internally, Master, I want to annul the marriage arrangement. Have you already made up your mind? None of the Jiama Empire's forces want to get on the bad side of Wutan City's Xiao family now. The reason is that Xiao Ming is a 6th-tier alchemist, that is, a 14-year-old 6th tier. Your family will definitely not agree with you annulling the marriage arrangement. Nalan Yanran pursed her lips tightly and said with a stubborn face, I have already thought about the matter of annulling the marriage arrangement ever since I heard about the arrangement. Even if it was Xiao Ming, I have to disengage from this engagement. I don't want to marry a man I don't know, nor do I want my marriage to be used as a bargaining chip for my family's status. Yun sighed and stepped forward to pat Nalan Yanran's head. Looking at her beloved disciple, she said softly, in that case, then let's annul the marriage agreement. You are the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, as long as you don't want to, there is no one in the Jiama Empire who can force you. Although Xiao Ming was also a target that the Misty Cloud sect wanted to attract, however, Yun still cared more about her disciple's feelings than attracting Xiao Ming. Besides, a genius of Xiao Ming's level was not easy to attract, and the other party in her apprentice's marriage arrangement was not him, so she would simply annul the marriage. As long as sufficient compensation is given, it should be fine. It was just that the Xiao family now had a 6th-tier alchemist, they were no longer a second-rate power, and courtesy when knocking on the door should not be lacking. After some thought, Yun said, tomorrow, I will personally accompany you to the Xiao family to annul the marriage. Jiama Sacred City, deep in the Imperial City, in a secluded bamboo forest in the back mountain. An unusually hurried pace ran along the gravel road in the middle of the bamboo forest. The gravel path led directly to the top of the mountain, and the figure did not stop until he reached the end of the path. What appeared before him was a huge lake with a small pavilion in the center, in which stood an old man dressed in linen, drinking tea. Apparently sensing the figure's arrival, the linen-robed old man's right hand, which was fiddling with the hollows, paused slightly before speaking in a low voice. Shadow Guard, what is it? The voice was not loud, but it accurately reached the ears of the figure outside. Hearing this sudden voice, the silhouette did not panic but knelt on the ground as if he was used to it, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully, "News has come from Wutan City that Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan is already a 6th-tier alchemist, and together with him this time, there is also a powerful Do King who returned with him to the clan." The hands of the linen-clad elder in the center of the lake pavilion, who was fiddling with his tea set, trembled violently. "A 6th-tier alchemist? There's nothing wrong with the information, is there?" The night Xiao Ming returned to the Xiao family, the Xiao family held a banquet for him, and the Xiao clan had said in public that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and Xiao Ming was present at the time and did not deny it. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Union Intentions, Serene Sea Scaly Beast. So he really is a 6th-tier alchemist. Oh, this talent is truly worthy of being hailed as a monstrous talent that is rarely found in 1,000 years. Seemingly digesting this information, a long silence ensued before the linen-robed elder in the pavilion sighed. A 6th-tier alchemist. There was only one 6th-tier alchemist in the entire Jiama Empire in the past, and Gu He is an affiliated elder of the Misty Cloud sect. He has created many strong people for the Misty Cloud sect over the years. Oh, Misty Cloud sect. Misty Cloud sect has a long history dating back thousands of years, while the Jiama Empire was founded only a few hundred years ago, and their heritage is far inferior to that of the Misty Cloud sect. If it were not for the Misty Cloud sect's ancient rule of not interfering in the affairs of the imperial family, one fears that Jiama's empire would have been called the Misty Cloud Empire long ago. Although the Misty Cloud sect has an ancient rule of not interfering with the imperial family, this does not give security to the imperial family, which is distrustful by nature. The imperial family wanted to press to death anyone who had the ability to rebel. However, the Misty Cloud sect was so powerful that they could not succeed. Although they did not dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers, the Jiama imperial family still stationed 100,000 troops at the foot of Misty Cloud Mountain to protect themselves from the Misty Cloud sect, where they trained every day. It was obvious to what extent they feared the Misty Cloud sect. Now that the Jiama Empire had an additional 6th-tier alchemist or a young alchemist with a promising future, the Jiama imperial family naturally couldn't let him go. Only, before the elder in the pavilion could say anything, the half-kneeling figure spoke again, "We also have another piece of news." "What news? Say it." "The Lionheart commander's granddaughter has a marriage agreement with the third young master of the Xiao family." "Is she Nalan Yanran, who was taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect?" the elder asked in a daze. "Yes." The shadow guard replied in a respectful voice. The marriage arrangement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran was only a verbal agreement made by Xiao Lin and Nalan Ji, so previously there were not many people in the Xiao and Nalan families who knew about this verbal agreement. However, when Nalan Yanran was a minor, due to Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent, she was often forced to cultivate to be worthy of Xiao Yan and not let the Nalan family lose face in this marriage arrangement, which made many people in the Nalan family know about this matter. Only, while Xiao Ming was away studying, Xiao Yan's realm fell abruptly, and after that, no one gradually mentioned this matter until Xiao Ming's recent return, and only then did the Nalan family mention it again. Misty Cloud sect was already involved with a 6th-tier alchemist, Gu He, and now they wanted to get involved with the Xiao clan. How could they allow this? Isn't it just a marriage alliance? The Jiama imperial family could be lacking anything but women. If the Misty Cloud sect and the third young master of the Xiao family were to unite in marriage, then they will unite with Xiao Ming directly. With this in mind, the linen-robed elder said, "Tell the eldest princess Xiao Ye to come to see me quickly." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the shadow guard responded and hurriedly left the place. After the shadow guard left, the calm surface of the huge lake seemed to suddenly boil, and numerous water bubbles emerged. As the surface of the lake boiled, a majestic aura gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake was boiling, a huge column of water suddenly erupted from the lake. Roar! As the water column shot skyward, a thunderous and strange beast roar suddenly erupted from the lake, and the huge size of the beast immediately occupied half of the lake. The beast that appeared over the lake measured hundreds of meters. Its meandering enormous body was covered with deep blue scales that reflected a dense cold glint under the sunlight. That enormous head possessed a blue screw horn. Its lantern-like large eyes were quite frightening to look at. As soon as this beast appeared, the air in the surrounding sky and earth became much more humid. The linen-robed old man was not impressed by this change. "Old Ji, are you going to attract that sixth-tier alchemist?" As soon as the giant beast appeared, a thunderous voice echoed over the lake. "Did you hear everything just now?" "That's right, I want to attract that sixth-tier alchemist. It would be best if Xiao Ye could marry him, hehe. A sixth-tier alchemist with a promising future would definitely allow the royal family to have a lot more powerful people." Jia Xingtian stroked his beard and said with a smile as if he had already seen the future imperial family, where talents emerged in large numbers. "You humans love to have these crooked thoughts, attract or not attract I don't care, these years my injuries have reappeared, if I don't get treatment as soon as possible, I'm afraid that in a few years I will have to suppress them by sleeping. Think of something." The huge voice of the magical beast caused the surface of the lake to tremble slightly, a soft undulation rippled on the surface of the lake. "Your injuries have reappeared." Jia Xingtian frowned at his words. It was not good news. The magical beast in front of him was of the same sixth rank as him, called Serene Sea Scaly Beast, and was the protective beast of the Jiama Empire. In his early years, he had fought to increase the size of the empire and had fallen victim to injuries that he naturally knew well. The royal family had secretly hired many high-tier alchemists to treat his illnesses over the years, but with little success. He saw no results and could only rely on his own strong cultivation to forcibly suppress his injuries. If they let the sixth-rank Serene Sea Scaly Beast relapse, the imperial family will undoubtedly lose an extremely important battle force. The Jiama Empire will also be in crisis. Moreover, when he counted time, he found that he did not have many years left before the end of his lifespan. He wasn't sure about breaking through to Do Ancestor, so the Jiama imperial family would be even more inseparable from the Serene Sea Scaly Beast. With a sigh, Jia Xingtian thought for a moment and then said, "This time, there is no need to worry about your injuries, even if the marriage alliance is unsuccessful this time, I will have Xiao Ye invite Xiao Ming to come to the Jiama sacred city to see you, and incidentally, I will ask him to help me refine a zone-breaking pill." Xiao Ming had just returned from Jianan Academy and had no connection with other powers, so if he was asked to refine a pill, he should not refuse. The Jiama imperial family had been leading the Jiama Empire for many years and had long been wealthy enough, so it would be no problem to gather a few pairs of medicinal herbs for the pill and the sixth-tier alchemist's fee. The Serene Sea Scaly Beast listened to the words, and his huge head nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Old Ji, since you have a plan, then I'll be waiting for your good news." After saying this, he turned his head and walked to the bottom of the lake, his huge body sinking into the lake raised many waves. A moment later, the surface of the lake became calm again, as if the huge giant body of the Serene Sea Scaly Beast from a moment ago was just an illusion. On the other hand, Jia Xingtian shook his head, poured himself another cup of tea, and savoured it slowly. It wasn't long before he heard footsteps and a young woman with demonic charm dressed in a luxurious brocade robe appeared on the gravel path of the bamboo forest. The beautiful woman did not stop at the end of the gravel road like the shadow guard but walked straight towards Jia Xingtian in the pavilion at the heart of the lake. Only when she entered the lake pavilion did the woman speak. "Great-grandfather requested Ye'er, is there any order?" Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Notification Letter. Father and son Night Talk. Jia Ningtian looked at his great-granddaughter and first told her to sit across from him before slowly saying, "Ye'er, you must have heard the news of the Xiao family in Wutan City." Yao Ye calmly replied, "Great-grandfather, are you referring to the Xiao Ming matter of the Xiao family? Not long ago, the Shadow Guard gave me the information, and I have already read it." "Then what do you think of Xiao Ming?" Jia Xingtian asked. Yao Ye pondered for a while before saying, "He's a monster, and one that has grown up." For the sake of the stability of the imperial family, we have to be able to attract him. If we succeed, a 6th-tier alchemist can counter the influence brought about by the Pill King Guhi of the Misty Cloud sect. As the eldest princess of the Jiama imperial family, and since Jia Xingtian had always intended to cultivate her as the ruler of the Jiama Empire, the first thing that came to her mind was the interests of the Jiama imperial family. At this, Jia Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. You are right, we have to attract him, so I have decided that you personally make a trip to Wutan City. Regarding Jia Xingtian's decision, Yao Ye was a little surprised. Although she thought that Xiao Ming was someone they actually had to attract, a 6th-tier alchemist could already create a considerable force on his own. With this ability, he wasn't someone who could be attracted by simply going to see him. The reason why Misty Cloud sect was able to recruit Pill King Guhi was still because at that time Guhi was not yet a 6th-tier alchemist, and with the help of Misty Cloud sect's inheritance, Guhi was able to advance to the 6th tier more easily. Moreover, Guhi liked Yun Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, and this was another important reason why they were able to bind Guhi. Xiao Ming was not the same as Guhi, and there was no one he liked in the imperial family. Now, even if she were to travel there, she feared that it would not do much good. According to what she thought, it would be enough for someone to send a generous gift and make good relations. They also had to study the other party's preferences before approaching the door, didn't they? I naturally understand your thoughts. However, you may not know yet, but the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect has a marriage arrangement with the Xiao family of Wutan City. Although the subject of the marriage arrangement is not Xiao Ming, however, with the identity of a clan mate, the relationship between Xiao Ming and Misty Cloud sect will be much closer, and when the time comes, with 2 6th-tier alchemists, I'm afraid the influence of Misty Cloud sect will far exceed that of now. But, this marriage relationship is not something we can break on our own, unless... Yao Ye thought about the key point, and suddenly shut her mouth. She is not a foolish person, and now she naturally understands the meaning of Jia Xingtian. After a long sigh, Yao Ye said, I understand, Ye will do her best in this matter, I just can't guarantee success. After all, Xiao Ming is a miracle genius, whether he will notice Ye or not is another story. Well, do your best in this matter, even if it doesn't work out, you still have to form a good relationship. I understand. Right, there is one more thing for you to do on this trip. The injuries of the protective divine beast, Serene Sea Scaly Beast, have reappeared. Remember to invite him to come to Jiama Sacred City to see the divine beast. I also want his help in refining a zone-breaking pill for me. The matter of payment will be well negotiated. Yao Ye nodded easily in response. Compared to the previous matter, she thought it was still much easier to invite Xiao Ming to refine a pill and perform a medical checkup. All right, get ready and go for it. 2 days later. The Xiao family gate. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate quite proudly, guarding all paths and listening in all directions. Suddenly, an old man stepped out of the crowd and walked towards them. Noticing this, one of the 2 rows of guards came out to greet him, stopping him and saying, Stop, this is the residence of the Xiao family, what does the visitor need? I am a deacon of the Misty Cloud sect, and I have come to present a notification letter, said the old man, taking out a white letter from his own chest and presenting it to the guard. In the Jiama Empire, when officially visiting another power, according to the rules, one must present their own notification letter to inform the other party when they would be coming. This would also avoid the embarrassing situation of the other party's primary person not being home when one arrives at the door, and at the same time, it is a more polite practice to give the other party time to prepare. Not presenting a notification letter could be taken as an unwanted guest coming to the door. A notification letter from the Misty Cloud sect. The guard was a little surprised at his words. Misty Cloud sect was a dominant power in the Jiama Empire. What was it that they intended to visit his Xiao clan? Was it because of Supreme Elder Xiao Ming? Although he was very puzzled in his heart, the guard did not ask any more questions, but took the letter and looked at the cover, and discovered that it was indeed a notification letter from the Misty Cloud sect, with the symbol of the Misty Cloud sect on it. The guard said quickly and politely, "I will transmit the invitation to clan head." "Well, since the letter has been delivered, I'll take my leave. Take care." The moon was like a silver disk and the sky was full of stars. At the top of the mountain cliff, Xiao Yan lay down on the grass, holding a blade of green grass in his mouth and chewing it lightly, letting the faint bitterness permeate his mouth. He raised his palm, somewhat white, and held it in front of his eyes, looking through the hollow of his fingers at the huge silver moon in the sky. Sigh. Recalling the results of the checkup Xiao Ming had given him a few days ago, Xiao Yan sighed lightly and slowly withdrew his palm, resting his hands on his head, his eyes a little entranced. "Is there really no way to cure me?" Thinking of the increasingly nasty words among the clan members after Xiao Ming's failed attempt at treatment, Xiao Yan spat out the grass root in his mouth and suddenly stood up with a fierce face as he roared with all his might towards the night sky, saying, "You son of a bitch, you brought your grandfather here to be a waste? Fuck it!" Only after roaring a couple of times, Xiao Yan's emotions slowly calmed down and his face returned to its usual dejection. The matter had come to this: no matter how furious he was, he would not be able to regain the Do-Chi spiral he had worked so hard to cultivate. Xiao Yan shook his head bitterly. His heart was actually somewhat aggrieved. After all, he knew nothing of what had really happened to his body. He examined himself every day but did not find the slightest problem with it. It was clear that his soul was getting stronger and stronger as he aged, and the rate at which he absorbed Do-Chi was even stronger than his peak state a few years ago by a few points. Even a sixth-tier alchemist like Xiao Ming had said that there was nothing wrong with his body. It all proved that his talent had never weakened. However, all that Do-Chi that had entered his body had disappeared without exception, such a strange situation that could not help but make Xiao Yan feel gloomy. Xiao Yan raised his palm with a gloomy sigh, and on his finger was a black ring, an ancient ring made of some unknown material, with some faint patterns painted on it. This was the only gift his mother had left him before she died. He had worn it for 10 years since he was 4 years old, and being his mother's heirloom had made Xiao Yan feel fond of it. "These past few years, I have really failed my mother's expectations." Exhaling a deep sigh, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head back and smiled warmly towards the dark forest. "Father, are you here?" Although his Do-Chi was only in the 3 stars, however, thanks to his 2 lifetimes, Xiao Yan's soul perception was exceptionally sharp, and he had detected a hint of movement in the forest when he had spoken of his mother earlier. "Haha, Yanner, why are you still up here at this hour?" From the forest, after a few moments of silence, came the somewhat concerned laughter of a man. The branches of the tree swayed for a moment and a middle-aged man peered out, a smile on his face as he looked at his son standing in the moonlight. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious grey suit, and walked with a certain majesty, with a pair of thick eyebrows on his face that added a few points of pride. "Father, haven't you gone to rest yet?" Looking at Xiao Zhan, the smile on Xiao Yan's face grew even stronger. "Yanner, are you still thinking about Xiao Ming's diagnosis of you?" "Oh, what's there to think about?" Xiao Yan shook his head, but his smile was somewhat forced. Sigh. Looking at Xiao Yan's still somewhat tender face, Xiao Zhan sighed and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Yanner, you're almost 15, right?" Father. In just over a year, it seems that, it will be time for the coming-of-age ceremony." Xiao Zhan said with a bitter smile. "Yes, father, it's still more than a year away." With his palms slightly clenched, Xiao Yan calmly returned. Naturally, he knew very well that as long as the coming-of-age ceremony came, then he, who did not have the required cultivation, would be disqualified from entering the Do Technique Hall in pursuit of Do-Chi techniques, and thus, he would be assigned to the various family properties to deal with ordinary family things, which were the rules of the family clan, and even if his father was the clan head, it was impossible to change it. "Sorry, Yanner, if your dou qi doesn't reach 7-star within a year, then father will have to painfully assign you to one of the family properties. After all, in this family, it's not father who has the final say, those elders are waiting for your father to make mistakes at any time, and now there's an extra supreme elder in the family. Looking at the calm Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan sighed and said in an apologetic tone. Father, I will work hard, and in a year or so, I will definitely reach the 7-star Dou disciple. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan smiled and said comfortingly. 4 stars in a year. I'm afraid only Xiao Ming can do it. Although his mouth comforted his father, Xiao Yan laughed bitterly to himself in his heart. It was true that the Xiao family had a record of 4 stars in 1 year, but the person who set this record was not him, but Xiao Ming, not to mention the fact that his body was now in a strange state. Xiao Zhan, who was also very clear about it, could only sigh in response. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate 4 stars of Dou Qi in 1 year, otherwise, for so many years, there would not have been only one Xiao Ming in the Jiama Empire. It's late, go back and rest, tomorrow there are valuable guests in the clan, you must not lose your manners. Valuable guests, who are they? Xiao Yan asked curiously. You'll find out tomorrow. Winking at Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan laughed and left, leaving a curious Xiao Yan behind. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Misty Cloud Sect comes to the door the next day. In Xiao Ming's courtyard, there was the sound of shouts and explosions reverberating one after another. Hiya! Boom! A leggy young girl was fighting against Xiao Ming. To be precise, the young girl was attacking Xiao Ming with all her might, while Xiao Ming easily dodged the young girl's attack with a few movements of his body. While dodging the girl's attack, Xiao Ming's mouth kept reciting. Cousin Xiao Yu, your move should be a little more powerful. No, it's too slow, a little faster. Raise your hand 3 points higher. Time passed slowly, seeing that Xiao Yu's breathing seemed to be ragged. Xiao Ming raised his hand to grab Xiao Yu's long leg by the ankle as she threw it. That's all for today. As he said this, Xiao Ming opened his hand, allowing Xiao Yu to stand firmly. Xiao Yu stood firm and wiped the sweat from her face. Her face was a little flushed from the exercise. Thank you very much, cousin, for teaching me Dou techniques. It's nothing, I also have to exercise my muscles every morning, training with you or training alone, there's not much difference. Unlike the panting Xiao Yu, Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged and he said calmly as if he was not the one who had just been attacked by Xiao Yu with all her might. Xiao Yu was looking for Xiao Ming to practice her Dou techniques. It was at the time when they were returning to the clan when Xiao Ming saw Xiao Yu practicing her techniques on the griffin beast and casually gave her some advice. From then on, Xiao Yu would go to Xiao Ming to ask him anything she didn't understand about her cultivation. Xiao Ming was in a good mood to answer questions from outsiders like Master Gu Ni, so he would not be stingy with his clan mates. Xiao Ming had always been very optimistic about diligent people. Talent was essential, but hard work could equal many things. If one's talent was not enough, there were things in this world that could change it. If one's talent was poor and one did not work hard, then there was really nothing that could be done. Xiao Ming walked over to the table in the small courtyard. Beside the table, Zia Yan was sitting on a chair, swinging her legs in boredom, with some pills stuffed into her mouth from time to time in her hand. Xiao Ming lifted the teapot from the table, poured 3 cups of tea, and called Xiao Yu over as he sat down to rest. After taking a sip of the tea, Xiao Yu felt that the Dou Qi in her body seemed to have grown a few points, and her pretty face was somewhat surprised as she said, "What kind of tea is this? Can it really have the effect of increasing Dou Qi?" "Rainflower tea, I got it by chance. It can increase the Dou Qi of people with the cultivation level of Dou Grandmaster and below. It is no longer of any use to me. If you like it, I can give you some." Xiao Ming closed his eyes and tasted the tea before saying. This rainflower tea was extracted from his simulation yesterday, and he had a ton. This time he didn't have to fear not having enough tea for himself, and besides, he could share it with the others. It wouldn't be too good, it's better to forget about it. Xiao Yu was a girl after all and had thin skin, so it was fine to drink with Xiao Ming, but it seemed a bit unjustified to drink something so expensive. Looking at Zia Yan, who was drinking tea like water beside him, Xiao Ming was amused and reached out his hand to stroke her little head before slowly saying, "Well then, you should hurry up and cultivate to dough master, and when the time comes, I'll give you some rainflower tea as a reward for being a family genius." Knock, knock, knock. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to respond, the courtyard door rang. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took the initiative and went to open the door. After a few words of conversation with the person at the door, Xiao Yu sat back down next to Xiao Ming. Before sitting down, Xiao Yu said, "The clan head has asked you to go to the meeting room. For the matter of the Misty Cloud sect coming to visit, right? Have the people from the Misty Cloud sect arrived?" Taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming said slowly. "The Misty Cloud sect's deacon came to the door yesterday to deliver the notification, and naturally, he knew this as the Xiao family's supreme elder, and this was something Xiao Zhan had personally come to tell him about." At that moment, in front of him, Xiao Zhan's face had such a big smile that it was full of wrinkles. Looking at him, he shook his head and could not bear to tell him that it was a marriage arrangement annulment in 99% of cases. That said, Xiao Zhan, as clan head, used to be quite cunning, so how come he didn't notice? Xiao Yan was now a well-known waist in the three-star Dou disciple, and the other party, Nalan Yan Ran, was now the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, a future Dou emperor powerhouse and one of the future most powerful and influential figures in the empire. How could he think that Misty Cloud sect would be happy to marry the future sect leader to his son? It's possible that no one would be. This was the Dou Qi continent, a world where the strong are respected. Even if the Xiao clan now had him as a sixth-tier alchemist, other forces, such as the Misty Cloud sect, would not necessarily give him face. This was because, if Xiao Yan did not reach the 7-star Dou disciple at the coming-of-age ceremony, then he would only be an ordinary member of the Xiao clan, whose status in the clan was not too low, but not high either. The Xiao family had been developing in the Jiama Empire for many years and the number of ordinary clan members was really very large. Therefore, the difference in status and strength between the two was too great. Most importantly, the other person, Nalan Yan Ran, was still the one who wanted to pursue her freedom. Since childhood, also because of Nalan Ji, she has long been dissatisfied with this marriage. Even if Xiao Yan's talent is still there was still a probability that she will overturn this marriage arrangement. The person who sent the message just now said that it is almost time for the Misty Cloud sect to arrive at the door, so you remember to take a seat before they come. Saying this, Xiao Yu felt a little curious and asked, "I heard my grandfather say that the people coming from the Misty Cloud sect this time are the sect leader and the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, is this true?" "Yes, it is true that the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect is coming to the clan. If she didn't, there would be no need for me to go and join in the fun." Xiao Ming said and rolled his eyes. If it was that Ji Ye and Nalan Yan Ran coming to the door, then he wouldn't bother going there. After all, the annulment of the marriage arrangement was ultimately a matter proper to Xiao Zhan's lineage and had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the annulment of the marriage arrangement was still taking place within the Xiao family and, when the time came, he only had to ask his own people not to spread the word. He only had to preserve the face of the Xiao family, and as for the Xiao Zhan lineage, this was a definite loss of face anyway, no matter what occasion it was. Because of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yan Ran's marriage arrangement, all the Xiao family's top brass knew about it. As for advising Nalan Yan Ran not to annul the marriage arrangement, Xiao Ming also had no such thoughts. Although he had been in the Dou Qi continent for more than 10 years and his mentality had been slowly changed by this world, he still had certain principles that remained firmly in his heart. This kind of marriage arrangement arose from the ugly practice of engaging them from before birth. He, who had received a modern education, did not want to encourage that kind of practice. Now, because of his presence, the Misty Cloud sect had at least given enough face. At least it wasn't just sending a deacon. Yun Yun was also the elder of Nalan Yanran, came to the door personally. Sighing, Xiao Ming stood up. All right, come on, let's go together and see, what does this sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect look like? Xiao Yu nodded with some excitement. Yun Yun, being one of the few female powerhouses, still had great popularity in the Jiama Empire. Many female cultivators followed her as a model. Taking Ziyan's small hand, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yu walked across the backyard and finally stopped outside the solemn welcome hall. The doors of the meeting hall were wide open, and the three of them entered the hall. The spacious hall was already crowded with people, and the 6 seats at the top were already occupied by 5 people, namely Xiao Shan, Xiao Zhan, and the 3 elders. Xiao Shan had also received an elder's position after returning home and was responsible for managing some things. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Xiao Yan's arrival. The faces of the few elders beside Xiao Shan were quite calm, while joy could be clearly seen on Xiao Zhan's face. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, the hall, which had been somewhat noisy, gradually quieted down. Xiao Yu looked around the room and finally found the place where her parents were, spoke to Xiao Ming, and headed there. Xiao Ming, for his part, pulled Ziyan towards the top of the room. We haven't thought this through carefully, someone brings another chair here. The Grand Elder looked at Xiao Ming, who was holding Ziyan's small hand, and said with some embarrassment. When arranging the seats, he had forgotten that Xiao Ming was accompanied by a little girl, so he had only reserved a seat for Xiao Ming. No need, I want to sit with Xiao Ming. Hearing Ziyan's words, the Grand Elder looked at Xiao Ming with some difficulty. Looking at the wide chair that was big enough to seat 2 people, Xiao Ming pinched Ziyan's soft little face, and after thinking in his heart that Ziyan seemed to be clingier, he said to the Grand Elder, listen to her. It's okay. Although he was a little tempted to say that this kind of behavior might be a little less respectful to the Misty Cloud sect, the Grand Elder thought about it. Ziyan was still a child in appearance, so he guessed that it wouldn't matter to many people, and she was still a doking, so he didn't say anything else. Pulling Ziyan to sit down, with Ziyan's unique fragrance and the soft touch coming from his side, Xiao Ming did not have any ripples inside, and a cup of tea was soon brought to him. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming was chatting with Xiao Shan, who was sitting beside him, when the voice of the guards came from outside. Informing the head clan and the elders, the people of Misty Cloud sect have arrived. Xiao Zhan, who had not spoken to anyone, immediately stood up when he heard the voice. Have they arrived? Quickly, go out to greet them. With that, Xiao Zhan went to the reception hall, and several elders also stood up. Seeing this sight, Xiao Shan, who was standing next to Xiao Ming, looked somewhat doubtfully at Xiao Ming, who was standing motionless next to him and had no intention of going out to greet. Cousin, what shall we do? You can go, just to greet them, I won't go. Xiao Ming said lazily, greeting guests did not require so many people, Xiao Shan, a doe spirit, was enough. In addition, in his perception, there was a strong aura gradually approaching the hall. The owner of this aura was probably Yun Yun. Walking at that distance, in a short time, he would have to return immediately, he was too lazy to do so. Seeing Xiao Ming say this, Xiao Shan nodded his head and got up to leave. Indeed, when Xiao Shan had not been out for long, he quickly returned. Along with him came back Xiao Zhan and some elders. Beside the elders, there was also an elder dressed in a white robe. The elder's face was full of smiles and was beaming, and his eyes, which were somewhat small, sparkled from time to time as he talked to the elders, except that the elder's gaze was fixed on Xiao Shan, who stood silently beside him, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously, Xiao Shan's presence had given him some pressure. Behind the few people, they were followed by a woman with a noble aura dressed in a tight brocade robe of gold and purple, while behind the woman was a cold-looking young woman in a beautiful and delicate moon-white robe. The few elders in front of them, who were talking excitedly, seemed to deliberately avoid the two people behind them. It was thanks to the white-robed elder that the atmosphere between the Xiao family and the visitors of the Misty Cloud sect was not too cold. Only when they arrived at the hall, clan head Xiao Zhan turned to the elegant woman behind him and said, "Sect leader Yun, this is the welcome hall of our Xiao clan, please take a seat." Looking at the entire Xiao family who had risen in a gesture of welcome for her arrival, Yun nodded softly and said a word of courtesy before turning her gaze to Xiao Ming at the top, a hint of curiosity shining in her eyes. "You are Master Xiao Ming, the sixth-tier alchemist who is famous in the Jiama Empire, aren't you? When I see you today, you really have an extraordinary bearing." Yun had not been a day or two as sect leader, and this official form of greeting could be said to be skillfully practiced. It is only Yun was serious by nature, and this greeting to the strongest person in the Xiao family seemed too official. At this moment, Xiao Ming, in a welcoming gesture, also stood up and said in an equally calm tone, "I have heard of sect leader Yun's great reputation for a long time, and seeing you today, you are undoubtedly a great woman among women." Apparently, Xiao Ming's tone was similar. Neither party felt that anything was wrong, but the Xiao family people who stood beside them were a little embarrassed, because both of them had a too calm tone, and using a flat tone to say such complimentary words sounded a little mocking. At the same time as Xiao Ming replied, Xiao Zhan and the others beside the white-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling Yun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, was giving them was too strong. Although Yun did not say anything, the majesty she had accumulated over the years as the head of the sect was enough to scare people, and the fact that Xiao Ming was acting so calmly made the oppression Yun gave them feel much less. It was certainly a good feeling to have someone covering their heads. After sighing, Xiao Zhan and the elders led Yun and the other guests to the top of the hall to be seated. Once the hosts and guests were seated, the atmosphere was surprisingly quiet for a while. To avoid embarrassment, the Grand Elder coughed and started talking again to the deacon next to him. In fact, with the presence of Yun and Xiao Ming, they were originally supposed to let these two representative figures have a conversation, but the only problem was that neither of these two seemed to have the intention to open their mouths. Thus, they could only talk to each other, so that at least the atmosphere would not be too awkward. Why didn't Yun speak? Actually, she was just calculating how to ask them to annul the marriage arrangement later, so that she would not offend Xiao Ming, who has unlimited potential. Why didn't Xiao Ming say anything? That's because he thought there was nothing to say. He's not good at awkward conversations. Nalan Yanran sat next to Yun, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Ming curiously. For Xiao Ming, it could be said that there was no one in the Jiama Empire who was not curious. Naturally, she was no exception, and although she had come to annul her marriage arrangement today, she had also satisfied her own curiosity by learning about the appearance of this genius who had trampled everyone in the Jiama Empire under his feet in terms of talent. Xiao Ming looked nothing like the image she had imagined, completely devoid of the domineering aura that ordinary geniuses could not hide. Instead, he was similar to her master, as if he was indifferent to everything. Without waiting until Nalan Yanran could continue watching, a knock sounded at the door of the hall, which had been closed a moment ago. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of this knock, the Grand Elder and the white-robed elder, who were enlivening the atmosphere, looked at each other and closed their mouths in unspoken understanding. A figure pushed the door of the hall and entered. The person coming was none other than Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan entered the hall, he seemed to have not understood the situation. He first looked around, and his gaze lingered on Xiao Ming as well as Yun for a few moments. He could not help but mutter to himself, what exactly is the origin of these few people? Even Xiao Ming has come out. The news that reached Xiao Yan in the Xiao family was limited, and he did not know who were the ones who were visiting this time. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Annulment of the marriage arrangement. Ever since he had lost his talent, Xiao Yan had done his best to avoid clan members to prevent unnecessary ridicule from others. This time, when the Misty Cloud sect came to the clan, the Xiao family did not really make a big announcement. However, there were still quite a few internal clan members who knew about it, and Xiao Zhan should have been the one to inform Xiao Yan, but he deliberately wanted to keep it as a secret. This led to Xiao Yan's current confusion. Seeing that all the important figures of the family were present, even Xiao Ming, he knew that the visitor his father had mentioned yesterday must be very important, so he immediately stepped forward to greet, "Father, the three elders, the Supreme Elder." "Haha, Yaner, you're here, quickly sit down." Seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Zhan smiled and nodded with a smile as he spoke. With this shout, everyone's eyes focused directly on him. Even Yun Yun, who was deep in thought, also cast her gaze at Xiao Yan. Is this Xiao Yan? It is true that his talent has disappeared and stayed in the three-star Do disciple as rumored. One must know that Yun Yun was restraining her Do Emperor aura, but she had been in charge of the Misty Cloud sect for a long time and there was an inexplicable majesty of a powerful person in her body, which just now pressured Xiao Zhan and the others and made them not dare to say a word to her. Although Xiao Yan had experienced more than 2 years of ridicule from his family, his heart had been polished, but even so, he still could not bear the sight of Yun Yun on him. To avoid embarrassment, he began to look for a seat according to his father's instructions, but after scanning the hall, he was surprised to see that there was no seat for him. This was embarrassing, and faced with this situation, Xiao Yan could only secretly shake his head and laugh at himself. Unfortunately, my status in this family really seems to be getting lower and lower. I was good in the past, but now they are really embarrassing me in front of the guests, these three old farts. The young clan members in the vicinity couldn't help but grimace in derision as they looked at Xiao Yan, who stood motionless, obviously enjoying watching him make a fool of himself. At this moment, Xiao Zhan from above also noticed Xiao Yan's embarrassment. A flash of anger appeared on his face and he frowned towards the elder beside him. "Grand Elder, you." "Ahem, I'm really sorry, I really forgot about third young master, hehe, I will immediately call someone to prepare a seat for him right away." The Grand Elder, who had been fulminated by Xiao Zhan's gaze, chuckled softly and slapped his forehead in a sign of self-reproach, but the look of contempt in his eyes was not much disguised. Seeing the situation Xiao Yan was in, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. He did not expect that even if he was here, these elders would still embarrass Xiao Yan on such an important occasion. Was Xiao Yan so hateful before? Xiao Shan, who was sitting next to Xiao Ming, also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had been in the family for a while and although he knew that Xiao Yan was not liked, he did not expect it to be to this extent, which was beyond his expectations. Apparently seeing the surprise in both Xiao Ming and Xiao Shan's eyes, the Grand Elder no longer wanted to play tricks on Xiao Yan, and the chair was quickly brought over. It seemed that they had been prepared to be placed at any time. Although they could see that Xiao Yan seemed to be very unpopular in the Xiao family, Yun Yun and the others did not say anything. After Xiao Yan sat at the back, Yun Yun, who had seen the person she was here for, finally spoke. "Clan head Xiao, this trip is actually a request from Yan Ran and me." "A request?" Hearing Yun Yun say this, Xiao Zhan suddenly had a bad feeling. The only person from the Xiao family who could help the powerful leader of the Misty Cloud sect was Xiao Ming, a 6th-tier alchemist. He had thought that this time, the leader of Misty Cloud sect had come to see Xiao Ming, who was right next to him and could speak directly to him if she had a request, but now she was making a request to himself, which was a very strange situation. What ability could he have to help a powerful Do Emperor? When he thought that Yun Yun mentioned Nalan Yanran just now, Xiao Zhan had a bad feeling inside his heart, and when he thought of a certain possibility, the corner of his mouth twitched a couple of times, and his large palm trembled slightly, but fortunately, it was covered by his sleeve, so it was not seen. He restrained his anger and said in a trembling voice, "Sect leader Yun Yun, if there is anything you want to say, please do so. If it is within our power, the Xiao family will not refuse." Clan head Xiao, Misty Cloud sect has always been a strict sect, and every future sect leader cannot get emotionally involved until they have formally become the official sect leader. Yanran's talent is very high and I intend to make her the next sect leader, but before that, I have inquired about Yanran and I know that she still has a marriage arrangement with the Xiao family, so I would like to ask the clan head Xiao to be able to break this marriage arrangement. The Misty Cloud sect will give you compensation for the trouble caused. Crack! The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand turned into a cloud of dust with a loud bang. In the hall, the atmosphere was somewhat silent as everyone present was shaken by Yunyun's words. The three elders, who were already at odds with Xiao Zhan, looked at Xiao Zhan with a hint of sarcasm and mockery in their gaze. Hehe, someone came to the door and forced you to annul the marriage arrangement by force. Let's see what prestige you, the clan head, will still have to manage the clan in the future. Some teenagers of the younger generation did not know about the marriage arrangement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran, but after inquiring about it with their parents standing to the side, their faces, immediately, turned bright and sneering and scornful gazes were directed at Xiao Yan in the corner. Oh, so the marriage annulment kept happening. Because he had expected this scene, Xiao Ming's face did not change much, and Ziyi Yan beside him seemed to be a little interested in this, blinking her big eyes and watching with great interest. On the other hand, Xiao Shan in the seat next to him was simply filled with shock. His original thoughts were the same as Xiao Zhan's, thinking that Yunyun was here to find Xiao Ming, but he didn't expect that he would turn out to be here to annul a marriage. Clan head Xiao, I know this request is a bit forced, so on this trip, I have brought compensation gifts. Yunyun's words were still as calm as ever, her jade hand gently lifted and several different colored jade boxes were placed on the table. I have brought 2 4th-tier pills on this trip, namely the Spirit Ascension pill and the Qi Gathering pill, 2 5th-tier pills, both Xianling pills, and a high-level Wind Attribute Qi method, Xian class. These are the gifts of compensation for the trouble caused. As Yunyun spoke, the deacon of the Misty Cloud sect, sitting beside her, carefully opened the box, and immediately, several strange fragrances filled the room, and everyone who smelled them felt refreshed. The Xiao family people in the room could not help but breathe a little faster after hearing Yunyun's words. When the box was opened and they clearly saw that the items inside were the same as what Yunyun had said, their mouths went dry. The 2 4th-tier pills were fine. The Spiritual Ascension pill could increase the chance of a Do Grandmaster to a Do Spirit, and the Qi Gathering pill could allow a 9-star Do disciple to have a 100% chance of advancing to a Do Practitioner, which seemed very valuable. However, over the years, Xiao Ming had brought much more than 2 4th-tier pills, and there were even precious pills to directly increase their strength. Therefore, they are not so greedy for 4th-tier pills. But although Xiao Ming had sent back many 4th-tier pills, these 5th-tier pills, Xiao Ming had not sent back many. The 5th-tier pills were already exceptionally precious, and the Xianling pill that Yunyun gave was the type of pill that could directly allow a Do spirit to break through 1 star. This type of pill that could directly raise the realm was usually much more valuable than other pills of the same tier. And since Yunyun had given out 2 of these precious pills, it was no wonder that they had lost their composure. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Yao Chen appears. Yao Ye arrives at the door of 5th-tier pill. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the pills on display. Each of them was of a reddish color, and the fragrance of the pills was intense and pleasant, indicating that the pills were of good quality and not some inferior pills with faulty medicinal properties. Rather, they were genuine 5th-tier pills. The 4th-tier pills will not be discussed for the time being, nor will the Qi method. The number of alchemists who could refine this 5th-tier pill in the Jiama Empire could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. Each of those pills could be auctioned at a sky-high price. To him, a pill of this tier was not too valuable, except for the fact that the medicinal herbs were hard to find. But to make it up to Xiao Zhan and his son, it seemed sincere enough. Moreover, Yunyun, the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, had personally come to the door to apologize, so for Xiao Zhan, he could maintain his reputation and dignity. After all, they had already done their best, and other than it being a bit inappropriate to talk about such things in public, there was nothing for others to complain about. As expected, after the Grand Elder and the others saw the compensation, they looked at Xiao Zhan with less derision. Earlier they had mocked because they did not expect the compensation gifts given by the Misty Cloud sect to be so generous, acting as if they took the matter very seriously. If Yun had merely talked about annulling the marriage and then given something unimportant to Xiao Zhan, then, indeed, they might have mocked it out loud. But now, with the things Yun had given and the attitude she presented, they were instantly left with no reason to mock. After all, the Doqi continent was still about strength. Clan head Xiao, all these things are compensations for you, father and son, please consider the matter of Yan Ran. After Yun said this sentence, she closed her mouth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat tense, but no one else spoke because they were not the parties involved, only the faces of Xiao Zhan and his son were very gloomy. Although Yun's reason was understandable and the compensation generous, for the father and son, annulling the marriage arrangement was still a very uncomfortable matter. In a hoarse voice, Xiao Zhan was about to speak when someone else spoke before him. Sect leader Yun, you'd better retrieve the pills, we may not agree on the matter today. The hall fell silent and all eyes turned to Xiao Yan, who had raised his face in a corner. After such a long time, Xiao Yan had already completely learned about the situation. Xiao Yan, when did it become your place to talk here? Shut your mouth. The face of one of the elders sank and then shouted angrily. Xiao Yan, back off, I know it's not a pleasant thing for you, but we will make the decision here. Another elder also spoke with some anxiety. The two of them had stopped Xiao Yan for the simple reason that they feared that Xiao Yan would not be careful with his words and would offend Yun and bring trouble to the Xiao clan. Elders, this is a marriage matter of me, Xiao Yan, so please don't get involved. Xiao Yan had had enough of the teasing from the three elders in the past few days, and with the increasingly nasty taunts among the clan members and the encouragement of the marriage annulment, the combination of all of them erupted today, and the harshness of his words was evident. You! The three elders were stunned at these words, and the sulky third elder's eyes stared at him as he slowly formed his Doqi. It's all right, third elder, this is Xiao Yan's own matter, let him settle it himself. Xiao Ming, who was sitting on top, looked at third elder and said slowly. The other members of the Xiao family were not involved in such a matter, and none of them could say anything about it, nor could they make the decisions for Xiao Zhan and Xiao Yan. Now that the third elder wanted to stop Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, who was in a bad mood by his side, would definitely not stand idly by. In order for the Xiao family not to be involved in a fight over this matter later, it was necessary to stop them, otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. So Xiao Ming stopped the third elder from acting. At the same time as he stopped the third elder, Xiao Ming also looked at Xiao Yan's ring with an inexplicable look. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the third elder suddenly calmed down and after looking at Xiao Ming, he immediately sat down helplessly. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Xiao Yan would know the importance of this matter. Without third elder's obstruction, Xiao Yan first bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan, then turned to look at Yun, took a deep breath, and calmly asked. Sect leader Yun, I would like to ask, regarding the annulment of the marriage arrangement, has Elder Nalan agreed? Yan Ran is the heiress of my Misty Cloud sect, I will convey this matter to the old leader of the Nalan family. Yun looked at the teenager in front of her, her originally calm face eventually shadowed, but she still spoke with a calm tone. In that case, doesn't that mean he didn't agree? Since Elder Nalan did not agree, then I hope that sect leader Yun will be comprehensive to us. My father will not agree to this request of yours, since the marriage arrangement in the first place was personally opened by the two elders, and now that they have not said anything to annul it, then no one will dare to annul this marriage, and no one in our clan would do such a thing that would desecrate a dead elder. Saying this, Xiao Yan's eyes also looked at the three elders, clearly implying something. The three elders and Xiao Yan's grandfather were obviously from the same generation, but Xiao Yan was treating them as Xiao Lin's juniors. Xiao Yan's excuse was quite good. He did not blame Yun Yun or the Nalan family, he was just saying that people from his own family did not dare to desecrate the dead elder. Yun Yun also could not say anything, but Nalan Yan ran beside her, she could not sit still. She stood up angrily and said, "The matter of the marriage arrangement is my business, it has nothing to do with grandfather or yours, say that you are going to annul the marriage now." "I said I'm not going to annul this marriage today." Xiao Yan, for some reason, stubbornly replied. "You." Nalan Yan Ran was about to say something else, but Yun Yun beside her frowned and wanted to stop Nalan Yan Ran's words. However, how could Nalan Yan Ran, who was already furious with Xiao Yan, put up with so much? So she said very unconvinced, "Master, he just thinks the compensation is too small, In the end, after a not very friendly conversation, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yan Ran made a 3-year agreement. This time, the 3-year agreement was not proposed by Nalan Yan Ran, but by Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan proposed the 3-year agreement, the Xiao family was confused. Xiao Ming was also confused, as he did not expect that Xiao Yan would make such an agreement. How did Xiao Yan dare to make this 3-year reverse agreement? The reason Xiao Yan dared to make such a 3-year agreement was not because he had lost his mind. There was a reason for it. After the people of the Misty Cloud sect left the Xiao family, Xiao Yan went to the back mountain alone. After looking around and seeing that no one was there, he spoke cautiously. "Senior? Senior? He, little guy, don't look for me, I'm on your finger." A strange old familiar laughter suddenly entered Xiao Yan's ears. Hearing these words, the pupils of Xiao Yan's eyes shrank, and then he cast his own gaze towards the black antique ring resting on the top of his right hand. "Are you really there?" Xiao Yan forcibly held back the panic running through his heart and tried to calm his voice. Today, one of the reasons why Xiao Yan had dared to confront Yun Yun was because he had had quite a bit of anger build up over the past few days from the increasingly nasty taunts from the clan members, and this anger had exploded with today's marriage annulment, but the other reason was that he had heard a voice in his mind at that moment. The first time he heard that voice in his mind, Xiao Yan thought it was an illusion, but after a few seconds, Xiao Yan realized that it was not an illusion. At that moment, he knew that he was lucky to have met an immortal master like the novels in his previous life. After all, there were several powerful people present at that moment, including Xiao Ming, Zai Yan, and Yun Yun, but they all seemed to have no reaction to the voice in his mind, as if they did not notice. As the immortal master conveyed a message to him, he also told him that he would accept him as his disciple. Immediately, he gave him a lot of confidence. Along with the discussion with Nalan Yan Ran, the arrogance shown in the other party's words really gave him a lot of courage, so he had set up a 3-year agreement. He wanted everyone to understand that he, Xiao Yan, was not a waste. However, that was what he thought before. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that he had encountered a ghost. This was because, according to his perception, there was no immortal master living in a ring. Although there was some fear in his heart, Xiao Yan still struggled to slow down his heartbeat. "Senior, please don't joke, my little heart can't afford such scares." "I'm not joking with you, but your composure isn't bad, I'm surprised that you're not so scared that you jumped out of fright." A playful laugh came from the ring. At the same time, an old, transparent figure floated out of the ring. "Senior, so you're really in the ring?" Looking at this shadow, which looked exactly like the ghosts of his previous life, Xiao Yan revealed a smile that was worse than crying. "Little guy, don't smile so ugly, don't you want me to take you as a disciple?" Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's spirit shuddered. Immediately, he remembered that figure had just said that he could get his talent back, and he was no longer so afraid, so he hurriedly asked, "Senior, didn't you say that you would take me as your disciple and could help me get my talent back? Let's start now. I told you that you would regain your talent, in fact, you have already regained it." This Xiao Yan was somewhat puzzled. Actually, I am the one who made your dou qi disappear during these 2 years. The transparent elder, smiling, stared at the bewildered Xiao Yan and spoke. What? Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard those words. Immediately after, his face immediately changed to a gloomy color, and the cold words came out from between his teeth with difficulty. Are you saying that the dou qi that has inexplicably disappeared from my body is your doing? He, I had to do it, so don't blame me, little guy. Go fuck your mother. Xiao Yan, who had been standing in the same place, suddenly jumped up like a madman, his face covered with fierceness, and his fist shot towards Yao Lao's face with full force. Yao Lao's illusory body slowly swerved to the left, easily dodging Xiao Yan's attack. He, little guy, no need to be so furious, isn't it just absorbing your dou qi for 2 years? Besides, I didn't do it intentionally. Yao Lao began to explain. This was pure bullshit. Yao Lao didn't really need dou qi, but Xiao Yan didn't know that at this moment. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. Old man, since you are hiding in the ring, you must also know how I have been living for the past 2 years or so because you have absorbed my dou qi, right? I have been mocked and scorned every day for the past 2 years. But in these 2 years of mockery, you have grown up, haven't you? Do you think if it was 2 years ago, you would have the calmness and the same mentality as now? Smiling, Yao Lao said softly. Xiao Yan, you. After some friendly discussion, Xiao Yan finally calmed down. Looking at Yao Lao in front of him, he said without good humor, didn't you say that you could let me catch up with Nalan Yanran in 3 years, how should I do it? I am able to let you catch up with that girl, but... Yao Lao did not continue. Xiao Yan seemed a little anxious. This old man had just acted mysteriously and talked so confidently, he really knew how to do it, didn't he? Otherwise, wouldn't he have to lose face 3 years later? Do you want to become an alchemist? Yao Lao suddenly asked. An alchemist? Xiao Yan was stunned at this leap in conversation, then frowned broadly. In the dou qi continent, no matter who it is, everyone wants to become an alchemist. But is an alchemist something you can be just by wanting to be one? The harsh conditions to be one are too difficult to meet. Don't ask me about being an alchemist, that 3-year agreement. The words suddenly stopped. Xiao Yan looked up and opened his mouth wide. Can I be one? Yes. He greatly appreciated Xiao Yan's look of surprise mixed with expectation and ecstasy. Yao Lao stroked his illusory beard pretentiously. You're barely qualified though. Later, after learning that he could become an alchemist and the other party was also an alchemist. More importantly, after the other party could also help him complete the 3-year agreement he had set, Xiao Yan immediately bowed his head. Without further mentioning Xiao Yan's affairs. On Xiao Ming's side, he had just returned to his small courtyard with Zai Yan for a short time before being invited back to the welcome hall by the Grand Elder. Looking at the tall and cold girl in the hall, Xiao Ming was a little surprised. How come he hadn't heard that there would be more guests? Actually, she sent her notification yesterday, however, it was too late so we didn't bother you, and today we forgot to mention it to you because of the Misty Cloud sect matter. The Grand Elder beside him said with some discomfort. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head a little speechless. Seeing Xiao Ming's arrival, the cold and beautiful woman's eyes lit up and she stood up and smiled. Eldest princess of the Jiama Empire, Yao Yat, I have met Master Xiao Ming, please excuse me for taking the liberty to visit you today. It's all right, Princess Yao Yat, please have a seat. Because of what had happened with the Misty Cloud sect, the only ones still seated in the hall to welcome Yao Yat at this time were Xiao Ming and the 3 elders. After ordering someone to pour a cup of good tea, they each took a sip of tea and when they had almost finished, Xiao Ming directly asked, I wonder what is Princess Yao Yi's business in coming to the Xiao family this time? My great-grandfather asked me to come to attract you and asked me to find a way to establish a marriage contract with you. Of course, she couldn't say that. She just smiled softly and said, when the great-grandfather heard that Master Xiao Ming had returned from the Jianan Academy and had become a 6th-tier alchemist, he was glad that there was such a genius in the Jiama Empire and sent me especially to congratulate you, Master, on your return from your studies.